Welcome to the Adult Sleep Stories podcast. I'm your host, Jason. Tonight's episode is close to 10 hours of uninterrupted storytelling. If you enjoy relaxing stories, take a moment to follow the podcast and leave a rating. It helps others find their way here and supports the show. I also ask that you comment down below where you're listening from. Tonight, we step into a world of firelight, quiet villages, and secrets buried beneath stone and steel. In this story, a young blacksmith named Jasper will discover that legends are not meant to stay hidden, and that even the smallest life can shape the fate of a kingdom. Now, find a comfortable position, close your eyes, breathe in, and gently out, and let the story begin.
Chapter 1. The Forge at Dawn. By dawn the village still looked half asleep, but Jasper's forge had already been awake long enough to sweat. Heat rolled out through the open door in slow, wavering breaths, carrying the smell of coal smoke, wet iron, and the faint sourness of quenched metal. It met the chill morning air over the lane and made a little weather of its own. Inside, sparks jumped from the anvil like angry stars and died on the packed dirt floor. Jasper Alden lifted his hammer, brought it down, turned the glowing strip with his tongs, and struck again in a rhythm older than memory and more reliable than most men. Clang, turn, clang, turn. Outside, a cart rattled over stones. Somewhere farther off, a rooster objected to the state of the world. Nearer at hand, old Nan Mercer was telling anyone who would listen that flour had gone up again because soldiers always ate first and paid last. Jasper heard all of it through the work, because a forge was not just a place where metal got mended. It was where people came to complain with purpose. He drew the iron back to the edge of the coals and squinted at the shape. If this plowshare breaks again, Thomas, I'll start charging extra for the abuse. Thomas Weaver, who stood with his cap twisting nervously in both hands, gave a tired laugh. If my field were kinder, I'd pay it gladly. Your field isn't the problem. Jasper tested the edge with a practiced eye. You keep driving it at stones like you've taken some personal offense at the earth. The earth offended me first. Fair enough. The remark earned a snort from the two men waiting by the wall, with a bent cooking hook and a cracked axe head between them. Jasper liked that sound. A room that laughed felt less likely to come apart. He turned back to the anvil. His shoulders worked under a sweat-darkened shirt. Leather apron hanging from his narrow frame, arms lean and corded from years of labor. Soot had found his cheek sometime before sunrise and settled there as if it paid rent. A lock of black hair kept falling into his eyes. He kept blowing it away without thinking. There was no dignity in smithing before breakfast, only competence. Mind you, Jasper went on, if war comes properly, and all the fine lords decide they need every plough turned into a spear, then you'll wish you had been gentler with my craftsmanship. At that, the room shifted a little. Laughter weakened. The waiting men glanced toward the lane. Thomas lowered his voice. You've heard more riders pass through. Everyone's heard more riders pass through, Jasper said lightly. This village can hear a boot scrape from 3 counties away, if there's rumour tied to it. One of the men by the wall, Hob the Cooper, muttered, They say villages south of the ridge have already sent boys to muster. They say dragons flew over the old eastern road too, Jasper replied. He lifted the iron, judged it ready, and hammered fast, bright strokes. If we trusted every frightened traveller with a torn cloak and a talent for embellishment, we'd all be living underground. Hob did not smile. My cousin saw smoke where there shouldn't be smoke. Jasper's hammer slowed by half a breath. Smoke where men are anxious generally means men have made poor choices with fire. You needn't summon dragons to explain it. The old fear lived beneath such talk all the same. It lived in the way people paused when strangers rode in the shortages at market, in the sudden care with which folk counted salted meat and lamp oil, in the fact that Hob had brought an axe head to be mended instead of replaced, because replacement cost too much and everyone was pretending not to notice. Jasper knew all that. He also knew that if he said it plainly, the room would go quiet in the wrong way. So he smiled at Thomas instead. There, better than before, which is more than can be said for most of us. He carried the plowshare to the slack tub and plunged it in. Steam burst up with a hiss. Thomas flinched as if Jasper had drowned a snake. You do that every time, Jasper said. One day it'll explode. One day I'll sell tickets. That got the laugh back, thin but real. Jasper set the piece on the bench and ran a cloth over it. Thomas came forward, relief loosening his face. You've good hands, the farmer said. Jasper shrugged as if the words were ordinary and could not settle anywhere important. I'd be deeply offended if I didn't. That's half my business. Thomas paid in clip coin and a promise of onions when the next patch came in. Jasper accepted both. Promises fed villages nearly as often as money did. The two waiting men traded places with him at once, because no one ever truly left a forge. They only shifted to a different corner to talk. Jasper took the cooking hook first, heating the warped metal while Hob launched into fresh grievances about cask hoops, damp wood, and his brother's inability to stack anything straight. By the time the sun had climbed enough to lay a pale stripe through the doorway, the forge had become what it always became. Part workshop, part court, part confession. A woman came in with a buckle from her late husband's harness and stayed 10 minutes longer than necessary because it let her complain about her son wanting to enlist. A shepherd left a bell collar and quietly asked whether a knife could be made slimmer, easier to hide in a boot. A mason wanted nails and news in equal measure. Jasper gave him the first and faked confidence on the second. He talked as he worked, quick and easy, balancing tools between calloused fingers, teasing men twice his age, and women who had known him since he was small enough to burn himself on a horseshoe and cry over the horse instead of the hand. He could make a room kinder by a fraction. It was not nothing. In a season like this, fractions mattered. Still, now and then, between one customer and the next, when the fire settled and nobody was looking directly at him, a restlessness pressed under his ribs. This, he thought, not for the first time, and not gratefully enough, was his life. Iron, smoke, repairs, chatter, debts paid in eggs and favours, days measured by heat, honest work, useful work, more than some had. Yet some difficult, uncharitable part of him kept asking whether useful was all he would ever be. Then he'd hear his own vanity and want to slap it silent. He was shaping a new rivet for a cart hinge when a familiar voice called from the lane. If you've burned down the shop before noon, I'm charging you for the inconvenience. Jasper looked up too quickly and hid it by reaching for the tongs. Lila Thorne stood in the doorway with a covered basket hooked over one arm and morning light at her back. Her chestnut hair was braided badly, which meant she had done it while working. There was flour on one sleeve and a smudge near her wrist. She looked warm in a way that had nothing to do with the forge, and Jasper, who considered himself a capable man in most practical matters, immediately became less capable. I only burn it down after lunch, he said. I'm a professional. That would explain the smell. The smell is craft. The smell is ambition singed at the edges. Hob grunted into his beard. Girls got you there. Everyone's bold before I've had proper food, Jasper said. Lila came in without waiting to be invited, because she had never once in her life mistaken herself for unwelcome. She set the basket on his workbench and began uncovering bread and a wedge of cheese as if the forge belonged partly to her. Jasper suspected, in some inconvenient emotional sense, that it did. You forgot breakfast again, she said. I was engaged in noble labor. You were being stupid before sunrise. There's a difference. There is, but it's subtle. She smiled despite herself. He liked that too much. The room liked her as well. People always did. Lila moved through the village as if she had been appointed to keep it from falling over. She knew which widow needed soup sent by the back door, which drover would pay tomorrow if shamed properly today, which gossip could be trusted, and which had to be fenced with a chair leg. She ran the tavern because her father's knees had failed him, and because she could. She made hard work look like temperament. She handed Jasper a hunk of bread without ceremony. Their fingers brushed. It was a tiny thing, an accident so ordinary no one would mark it. Jasper felt it like a struck wire all the same, and immediately took a bite so he would not say something foolish. You've got 3 men in here pretending not to eavesdrop, Lila said softly. Only 3? Business is failing. They're not your customers. They're mine if I'm quick about it. She raised her voice. Anyone wanting ale later, pay before dusk. I'm not extending kindness to men who sit around smithies inventing disasters. Disasters usually invent themselves, Hob said. Lila fixed him with a look. Then we needn't help. There was affection in the sharpness, and the men accepted it with the obedience of people long trained by competence. Jasper leaned against the bench and tore off another piece of bread. You should come advise all my clients, he told her. My reputation would soar. Your reputation already soars, mainly because you never stop talking. That is slander. It is observation. And what do you observe now? Her gaze flicked over his face. The soot, the damp curls at his temple, the half-eaten bread in his hand. That you look tired. He gave a theatrical offense. Cruel. I'm serious. That made him glance away. Seriousness from Lila always landed somewhere unarmored. Busy, he said, which was easier. So busy you can't sleep? He shrugged. There had been riders on the North Road before dawn. He had heard them from his cot above the forge and lain awake afterward, staring at beams dark with smoke, imagining banners he'd never seen and battles he'd never fought. Not from bravery, mostly from a shabby kind of yearning that embarrassed him in daylight. Sleep is overrated, he said, spoken like a man who has never had to carry barrels after midnight. I have carried barrels after midnight. Yes, once. You complained like a duke under arrest. That barrel was malicious. A laugh escaped her, low and warm. For a moment, the forge narrowed strangely around them, the others becoming blur and sound. Jasper had known Lila since they were children, stealing apples and blaming Finn for it. He knew the shape of her grin before it arrived, the way her voice shifted when she was worried and trying not to show it. He knew she was looking at him now, as if she could see the thought behind the joke, and was deciding whether to call it by name. He desperately hoped she would not. Before she could, another voice cut in from the doorway opposite. If you've time for flirting, Alden, perhaps you've time to finish work that matters. The room chilled by a degree despite the heat. Gideon Blackwood stood outside with a bundle of iron rods over one shoulder, broad in the chest, and already frowning, as if he had been born interrupted. His beard was more intent than handsome, and his green eyes had the particular sharpness of a man who counted slights because they were the only wealth he trusted. Soot streaked one sleeve. He had his own forge 2 lanes over, and he carried himself as if the village had made an accounting error by not preferring it. Lila turned just enough to show she had heard him and did not care much. Jasper bit back his first answer, because his first answers to Gideon were seldom useful. "Morning to you as well." Gideon stepped inside and dropped the rods near the wall with a clang. "Thomas should have come to me. I could have mended that plowshare yesterday." Thomas, who had not gone far, looked suddenly interested in his own boots. "You could have," Jasper agreed. "Yet here we are, in a rich world of choices." A couple of men smothered smiles. Gideon noticed. "He comes here because you play fool for a room," Gideon said. "Some of us work." Jasper spread a hand. "I'm devastated to learn this doesn't count." "What it counts as is showing off." That one landed because there was always some truth in the insults that hurt most. Jasper knew people liked him. He also knew he sometimes leaned into it too hard, talking faster when he felt uncertain, grinning wider when he wanted not to be measured and found small. Gideon saw that and mistook it for ease, or perhaps did not mistake it at all. Lila folded her arms. "If you're here to complain, I charge by the minute too." "I wasn't speaking to you." "No," she said. "You were making yourself unpleasant for free, a public service." Gideon's jaw tightened. He looked at Jasper, not her. "You'll see how much laughter helps when soldiers come requisitioning iron." A hush crept in around the edges of the room. That fear again, stepping close enough to touch. Jasper set down his bread. "If soldiers come, we'll all feel it. Not just me, not just you." Easy to say when half the village lines up at your door. The rawness in it showed before Gideon could hide it. For an instant, he looked less like a bully than a man standing outside in the cold with his hands full and no one noticing the weight. Jasper knew the feeling well enough to dislike seeing it in someone else. He kept his tone lighter than he felt. "Then bring your work by next time. I'll praise it publicly and ruin your hard-won reputation." A snort came from Hob. Gideon did not soften. "One day," Gideon said, "you'll learn being liked isn't the same as being worth something." The word struck closer than the speaker knew. Jasper felt them under the ribs and hated that he did. Lila heard it too. He saw the flash in her eyes. Before she could answer for him, Jasper forced a grin onto his face. "Good," he said. "I'd hate to be overqualified all at once." The room laughed, because that was what rooms did when someone gave them permission. Gideon's expression hardened into something flat and meaner for the laughter around it. He gathered himself, threw one last look at Jasper, and stalked out. A breath released in the forge after he left. Hob muttered, "He's in a temper these days." "He was born in one," Lila said. Jasper picked up the bread again, though he had lost his appetite for a moment. "To be fair, if I looked like that before noon, I'd be curt as well." This time the laughter came easier. The danger in the moment broke apart, leaving only the residue of discomfort. Still, Jasper could feel Gideon's words lodged where his better judgment could not quite reach them. Liked wasn't the same as being worth something. He knew that. He knew it every time a customer thanked his smile before his skill, every time someone called him charming in the tone used for harmless things, every time he caught himself wondering whether he was simply easier to enjoy than to respect. Lila leaned closer while the others resumed their muttering. "Don't listen to him. I wasn't." "Jasper." He looked at her then. Her hazel eyes held his with that unnerving steadiness she had had since 15, and he had hated and adored in equal measure ever since. "I'm fine," he said. "You're practiced," she replied. That was annoyingly accurate. Before he could shape an answer, another customer hurried in, ducking around the door as if pursuit might be on his heels. It was Will Fenn, a miller's youngest son, clutching a short sword in both hands wrapped in old cloth. His face was pale under the freckles. "Can you mend this?" he asked too fast. "Today, I mean." "Soon." Jasper set aside the bread and took the sword. The blade had a shallow notch near the middle and rust near the hilt where it had been badly stored. Not ceremonial, not well kept. A family piece dug out because need had started to outweigh sentiment. "I can mend it," Jasper said. "Whether I can make it respectable depends on what you've done to offend it." Will tried to smile and failed. "My father says we should have something ready." "For what?" Will glanced at the others, embarrassed by his own fear. "Just ready." That answer said enough. Jasper turned the blade under the light. "All right. Give me a little while, please." There it was again. That terrible little word, sharpened by rumour and lack, and nights spent imagining hoofbeats on the road. Jasper nodded and moved toward the forge. He could feel Lila watching him. Not intrusively. Simply there, as steady as the bench and the fire. He drew a breath, slid the damaged part of the blade into the coals, and waited until it glowed. "Will," he said over his shoulder, because silence would make the boy worse. "If this is for your father, tell him I'm deeply offended he thinks I'd let him face doom with poor edged geometry." A few smiles answered. Will gave a weak laugh. Jasper set the hot steel on the anvil and worked carefully, controlled and sure. The damaged notch flattened under measured strikes. Metal answered. It always did, if you knew how to ask and how hard. Around him the forge settled into its old rhythm once more. The murmur of voices, the crackle of coal, the scrape of boots, Lila scolding Hob for trying to steal a piece of cheese from her basket. For a little while, the world made sense in heat and weight. He finished the blade, quenched it, polished the mended edge with quick practice motions, and handed it back hilt first. Will stared. That was quick. "I'm magnificent under pressure." "You're impossible," Lila said. Also true. Will fumbled for payment, but Jasper stopped him with a raised hand. "Bring me flour from your father when the mill's running smoother. Not the worst sack. I have standards." The boy blinked. "I can do that." "I know." Gratitude changed his face more than relief had. He wrapped the sword again, muttered thanks, and slipped out into the lane. Jasper watched him go, the cloth bundle clutched too tight under one arm. The door stood open behind him to a strip of morning gone brighter now. The village fully awake, voices carrying, wheels rattling, a dog barking at nothing visible. Ordinary sounds. Ordinary day. Then the lane outside quieted in a way that did not belong to ordinary things. It was not silence exactly, more a clearing, as if people were stepping aside for someone who had forgotten how to be ignored. A shadow fell across the doorway. Heavy boots stopped on the threshold. Old Nan Mercer, passing outside, said in a voice pitched for maximum announcement, "Sir Eldric's here." Jasper turned, rag still in one hand, and saw the night framed in smoke and morning light, weathered and broad beneath a travel-stained cloak. One gauntleted hand resting on a battered suit of armour carried like a burden rather than a possession. The forge, for the first time that day, seemed to hold its breath. Chapter 2. The Knight's Armour. The man who filled Jasper's doorway did not look as though he belonged to morning. Sir Eldric Mornay stood against the light, with a travel cloak darkened by road dust and old rain. One gloved hand braced on the doorframe, as if he had decided, at some inconvenient point in life, that weakness was best ignored. He was broad even with age bent into him, his grey hair cropped short beneath no helmet at all, and his face had the weathered, scarred severity of oak left too long to the sea. Beside him, half buried in a bundle of rough canvas and leather straps, was a suit of armour that looked as though it had lost an argument with the world. The forge seemed to quiet around him. Even the fire gave a softer crackle, as if it too knew rank when it saw it. Jasper wiped his hands on his apron and tried not to look as startled as he felt. "Good morning to you as well," he said. "You might at least pretend you came for horseshoes. Ease a man into his terror." Sir Eldric's eyes moved once over him, quick, assessing, unimpressed by jokes, and therefore suspicious as a person. "You're Alden." "I continue to be, yes." "I was told your work is careful. That is the nicest thing anyone has said to me before breakfast." Sir Eldric did not smile. "Can you repair plate?" Jasper glanced down at the wrapped burden. "Depends whether the plate still wishes to be plate." The knight bent, lifted the bundle with a controlled effort that suggested pain he had no intention of naming, and set it on the big work table. Buckles knocked against wood. Steel rasped. Up close, the damage was worse. The breastplate was dented hard enough to have caved a man's ribs if worn in the strike. One pauldron split at the edge. Several straps cut clean through rather than torn in battle, and the left rear brace had been warped inward by heat or force. Soot marked some seams. Other marks looked older, dark in ways that did not come from a forge. Jasper's humour loosened a little and fell aside. This was not village militia work. This was armour that had ridden hard, hidden harder, and survived things it did not care to remember. "I can," he said, "if you've time to spare." "I haven't." "Of course not. Important men never do. Gives the rest of us something to aspire to." Sir Eldric unfastened his gloves finger by finger. His hands were knotted with old scars. "I need it made serviceable by tomorrow evening." Jasper looked at him, then at the armour again. "Serviceable by tomorrow evening," he repeated. "You want me to hammer a miracle in a day and a half. I want it wearable, quietly." That word snagged. Jasper kept his tone easy. "Armour is not usually a quiet profession. I am not asking for wit. Shame. I've plenty in stock." The knight's gaze hardened by a degree. "Name your price." That, more than anything, made Jasper study him harder. Men with ordinary work asked the price before the urgency. Men with too much money named one and expected gratitude. Sir Eldric sounded like a man who had no patience left for either. Jasper set his palms on the table and leaned over the breastplate. The metal was good. Older work, layered and weighty, forged with a care few still paid for. Near the gorget sat a faint maker's stamp, almost worn smooth. He traced the line of one dent and felt, beneath his fingertips, the slight irregularity of a seam where no seam should have been. He looked up. "You said wearable, not pretty." "I don't require pretty." "That makes two of us." Jasper tapped the cut straps. "These need replacing. This split can be riveted and braced. The left arm wants reshaping. The breastplate, leave the dent if you must." Jasper paused. "If I must?" "It need only pass a glance." That word caught too. A glance, quietly. Wearable, not right. Urgent, but not for battle exactly. Jasper heard himself ask, Funeral, court, or trouble? Repair it. Well, now I'm certain it's court. No one in trouble answers that grimly. For the first time, a change touched Eldric's mouth. Not a smile, but the memory of one passing by and deciding against it. Tomorrow evening, he said again, and no talk. About your battered armor arriving in a village where people discuss each other's breakfast portions? Yes, that seems very likely. No talk, Eldric repeated. Jasper raised both hands. All right. Quiet as a priest with a gambling debt. The knight reached inside his cloak and set down a small leather purse. It landed with enough weight to make Jasper blink. That's too much for a repair, he said. It is also for discretion. Jasper looked at the purse, then back at the man. The old reflex to joke came and found no footing. If you're buying my silence, you've badly misjudged the market. I'm much cheaper when merely flattered. Can you do it? Jasper's pride answered before prudence did. Yes. Sir Eldric gave one short nod, as if another piece had dropped into place where he wanted it. I'll return by dusk. Today. To see the progress. Jasper snorted. Naturally. Why trust the smith with the metal when you can loom over him and improve the work by atmosphere? If the task troubles you, refuse it. There was challenge in the words, dry as old bark. Jasper straightened. The task doesn't trouble me. The customer has a talent for it, but the task's innocent. That almost smile threatened again. Good. He turned to go, cloak shifting around a body still broad enough to suggest the knight had once been formidable in ways most men only boasted about after ale. At the threshold he stopped. One thing more, he said without looking back. If anyone asks, you repaired farm tools for me. Nothing else. Jasper stared. You brought half a night onto my table, then say the tools were large. And with that, Sir Eldric stepped into the lane and was gone. Jasper stood for a moment with one hand on the purse and the other resting against cold steel. Well, he said to the armor, you're either the most expensive plough in Christendom, or I've had an interesting morning. The armor, being noble, did not answer. He set to work. Once his hands knew the task, his mind sharpened around it. He stripped away what could be removed cleanly and laid the pieces in order across the table. Breastplate, backplate, spaulders, vambraces, buckles, leather tabs cut too neatly to have failed by wear. The forge resumed its ordinary sounds, bellows breathing, coal settling, hammer on smaller work while he heated tools and measured warping. Yet the room felt altered, as if Sir Eldric had left some pressure behind in the air. The damage argued with itself. Some marks were battle marks, plain enough. Blunt force, a glancing blade, old field repairs. Others were wrong. One hinge pin had been replaced recently with inferior metal, then peened over in haste. A line of tiny scratches marked the inner edge of the breastplate near the side seam. Not random scuffing, but careful pry marks. Someone had opened this armor before. Jasper frowned and turned the plate toward the light. Now what were you hiding? He ran his thumb along the inside edge. There, a seam, finer than a knife line, tucked into a decorative ridge hammered to look original. Clever work. Not village clever either. Court clever, military clever. The sort done by men who built objects for secrets rather than comfort. He fetched a narrow pick and tested the join. It gave not at all. The front lane filled briefly with passing voices. Jasper set the tool down at once and moved to the doorway. 2 women were passing with baskets, talking of flour and a cousin's fever. A boy chased a dog. Across the lane, Gideon Blackwood stood outside his own smaller forge with his arms folded, watching in that way of his that made even idleness feel competitive. When Gideon saw Jasper looking, he lifted his chin a fraction as if to say, "Yes, I am watching, and if I knew why your customer wore spurs worth more than your roof, I would sleep better tonight." Jasper gave him a cheerful wave. Gideon did not return it. He went back inside. By noon, he had the split pauldron heated and clamped, the broken rivets drilled clean, and the warped armpiece coaxed halfway back toward useful shape. Sweat ran down his spine beneath his shirt. He enjoyed this part, always had. The moment when damage stopped being an insult and became a puzzle. Metal wanted things. It wanted heat enough, force enough, patience enough. It remembered what it had been made to do. So did people, perhaps, though they were usually less honest about it. He was easing the breastplate onto a sandbag support for reshaping when he heard boots outside the side wall, where the stacked charcoal bins and rain barrels sat between the forge and the narrow alley to the lane. Voices followed, low, urgent. Jasper froze. The side shutter was half open for air. Through it came the scrape of a heel on dirt, then Sir Eldric's unmistakable clipped baritone. "Not here." A second voice answered, muffled by cloth or hood. Impossible to place. "You took too long. I took the road that kept me alive." Alive is not the same as unseen. Jasper set the breastplate down as gently as if it were made of eggshell. Common sense suggested he should suddenly discover a powerful interest in tongs. Common curiosity nailed his feet where he stood. Sir Eldric said, "The summons changed." "By whose hand?" A pause. "The King's," Eldric said. Jasper's pulse kicked once, hard enough to make him feel foolish for hearing his own blood. King, not lord, not steward. King. The hidden voice lowered further. Jasper had to move closer to the shutter to catch it. "Then the matter is worse than we were told. If the seal is broken." "It isn't. You're certain?" "I would not be here if I were not." A scrape of fabric. Someone shifting. Jasper dared one glance through the thin gap. He saw only a shoulder in a dark cloak and one gloved hand, pale leather, fine stitching. Not a villager then. No mud crusted at the hem, no patched wool. The hand gestured sharply. "The map?" "Secured." "At Dragon's End?" Sir Eldric's silence landed like a dropped stone. The cloaked figure spoke again, tighter now. "If the wrong house learns where the chain leads, they won't." Eldric's voice cut across it. "I need time." "You have none. Then make some." A cart rolled past the front of the forge, wheels rattling over stone. Jasper missed whatever came next. By the time the noise cleared, the second voice was saying, "Trust no one, not even..." Then footsteps, retreating. One set one way, one the other. Jasper stayed very still until the alley had gone quiet again. The King. The map. Dragon's End. He looked around his forge as if expecting the walls to have changed shape while he was listening. They had not. His tools remained where he had left them. The coals still glowed. A horseshoe blank cooled on the side table. Nothing in the room acknowledged that a night in his alley had just spoken the sort of words people got hanged over. "Well," Jasper whispered to no one, "that's improved things." He should have stopped there. He knew that. A wiser man would have repaired the armor, pocketed the extra coins, and developed a sudden devotion to ignorance. Instead, he went back to the breastplate. The pry marks now looked less like an oddity and more like an invitation. Or a trap. Possibly both. He worked the pick again into the seam, slower this time, feeling for movement. Nothing. He heated a thinner awl, not enough to discolor the steel, only enough to ease old wax or grime, if any, had been used to seal it. Then he pressed along the ridge with his thumb. A faint click answered. Jasper stopped breathing. The decorative strip near the lower inner edge shifted inward by the width of a nail. He stared at it, then let out one astonished huff of laughter. "You devious old bastard," he murmured, though whether he meant the armour's maker or Sir Eldric he could not have said. Carefully, he slid the hidden catch aside and felt a panel release inside the breastplate. It did not spring open. Whoever had made it knew better than that. He had to hook 2 fingers into the lining gap and draw out a narrow metal sleeve no longer than his hand. It was sealed with darkened wax, impressed long ago with a sigil too smudged to read. Jasper held it over the table, aware with absurd clarity of the soot on his knuckles, the drip from the eaves outside, the way the forge seemed to have gone completely silent just to hear what he would do next. He should not. He broke the seal. Inside the sleeve lay not parchment alone, but a folded strip of wax cloth wrapped around it against damp. He unfolded the cloth first. Nothing but protection. Then the parchment itself, stiff with age and use. The lines upon it were not the lines of any field map he had seen. No neat roads, no village names. Instead, there were jagged contours, a river bend, or perhaps a coastline, several circles marked by unfamiliar symbols, and along one margin a dragon drawn in a style so old it looked less decorative than ceremonial. Long-bodied, crowned with antler-like horns, mouth open, not in flame, but in warning. Near the lower corner, in faded brown ink, were 2 words: Dragon's End. Jasper stared. The name lived in stories, in drunken boasts and old songs, and the sort of legends Bartholomew told when the fire burned low and everyone pretended not to listen too closely. Dragon's End was where kings had hidden treasure, or where dragons had died, or where neither thing had happened, and men had simply made poetry from fog and rocks. It was not a thing that ought to fit in his hand on a scrap of old skin. He bent closer. Some of the circles were connected by short lines, then broken, as though part of the path had been deliberately omitted. One section near the dragon symbol had been scraped and overwritten with a different mark. 3 angled strokes inside a crescent. In one edge of the parchment were tiny pinpricks arranged too evenly to be damage. Code, perhaps, or measurements, or the idle torment of some dead clerk who hated posterity. A sound from the lane jolted him so badly he nearly dropped the map. Voices near the front. One belonged to Gideon. "All I'm saying," Gideon was muttering to someone, "is I've never seen a knight bring him so much as a buckle, and now he's shut his door." Jasper swore under his breath. He folded the map at once, wrongly, not along its old creases, and corrected himself with clumsy haste. The parchment slid back into the cloth, then into the sleeve. He looked wildly around for a hiding place and trusted the oldest one he had, his own body. He tucked the sleeve inside his shirt beneath the apron, where the cool metal touched his skin like a threat. Then he shifted the breastplate, scattered 3 ordinary tools over the table, and snatched up the split pauldron just as Gideon's shadow crossed the doorway. Gideon leaned in without invitation. Stocky, soot-smudged, mouth already sharpened for annoyance. "Busy?" "Devastatingly," Jasper said. "If you've come to apologize for your face, I accept." Gideon's eyes moved over the work table, the arranged pieces of armor, the purse still sitting near the tongs. His expression tightened in a way Jasper knew too well, resentment dressed as judgment. "That from the old knight?" "No," Jasper said. "I'm wearing it to supper." Gideon ignored the joke. "Didn't know he trusted village smiths. I'll inform him your confidence in me remains touching. I'm serious. That makes one of us again. Gideon took a half step into the forge. War's breathing down everyone's neck, and now men with spurs and coin are choosing favourites. Funny how that happens. Ah, there it was. Not only jealousy then, fear wearing envy's coat. Jasper kept his tone light, though the sleeve against his chest seemed suddenly much heavier. If you'd like, I can ask the next mysterious noble to insult us both equally. Gideon looked at him for another moment, trying perhaps to decide whether there was something worth digging out by force of glare alone. Then he spat to one side in the dust outside. "Careful you don't get above yourself, Alden," he said. "Men notice when smiths forget their station." Jasper smiled without warmth. "And yet here I am, tragically horizontal." Gideon's mouth twisted. He turned and walked back across the lane. Only when he was gone did Jasper realize how tightly he had been gripping the pauldron. He set it down and blew out a breath. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur of work and listening. Every sound from the lane made him glance up. Every customer who might have stopped in seemed, by some miracle or malice, to choose another errand. He repaired what he could with speed and care both, because if Sir Eldric noticed tampering, Jasper preferred not to discover how men like him expressed displeasure. Yet all the while the map sat cold against his chest, turning his thoughts in circles. By dusk the breastplate was braced from within, the pauldron re-riveted, the straps replaced with serviceable leather cut from his better stock. The armour would not win admiration from a master armourer, but it would pass a glance. That phrase again. Outside, evening lowered itself over the village. Smoke rose from cook fires. Somewhere down the lane, a child laughed and was shushed. Jasper had just begun to wonder whether Eldric would return at all, when the knight appeared in the doorway as abruptly as before, as if pulled there by a taut line. Sir Eldric's gaze went first to the table, counting pieces, measuring progress, and only then to Jasper. "Well?" Jasper made himself shrug. "You asked for wearable. It may even avoid killing you while being worn, though for that I'd request another day." Eldric stepped in and inspected the repairs with practiced eyes. He tested the replaced straps, ran a thumb over the reinforced split, and gave the slightest nod. "Good. I live for your poetry." The knight ignored that. "Any visitors?" The question struck too near. Jasper felt the hidden sleeve against his skin and hoped his face remained less dramatic than his pulse. "Only the usual kind," he said. "Nosy, underwashed, convinced my business belongs to them. So yes, Gideon." Sir Eldric's expression changed by so little another man might have missed it. Jasper did not. "And?" "He envied your charm. I told him it was hard won. Did he touch anything?" "No. Did you speak of this work?" "I said I was mending large tools just as instructed. I am, in truth, a champion liar when properly motivated." Sir Eldric looked at him for a long moment. It was not suspicion exactly. It was worse, an assessment of whether Jasper was worth trusting with even this much. At last the knight said, "Finish the breastplate. Keep the rest here till morning. I'll collect all of it at first light instead." "That is not what you said earlier. Plans change." "So I gathered." Jasper folded his arms. "You know, most men explain themselves when they alter a job midway through. Most men are fools. An excellent standard. I'll embroider it on a cushion." Sir Eldric's gaze flicked once to the shuttered side window, then back. "Listen carefully, Alden. If anyone asks questions about me, you know nothing. If anyone offers coin for details, refuse it. If anyone threatens you..." Jasper laughed, because the alternative was admitting that his stomach had tightened. What a comforting turn. You make every repair sound like courtship." The knight took one step closer. His voice dropped. "I am not amusing myself." That ended it. Jasper met the old man's eyes and saw there, beneath the severity, something plain and grim enough to chill him. Fear, yes, but not for himself. Who would threaten a village smith over dented plate? Jasper asked more quietly. Sir Eldric's jaw shifted. Men who understand less mercy than iron. "Keep your head down." "Why?" A beat passed. "Because," Eldric said, "there are matters moving through this kingdom that do not care who gets crushed under them." Jasper searched his face for more and found stone. The knight turned away before another question could form. "At first light," he said. "Have it ready." Then he was gone again, cloak vanishing into the thickening dusk. Jasper stood alone in the forge, with the half-repaired armor spread before him, and the hidden map pressing cold against his heart. Outside, the village carried on in its ordinary evening noises. Pots, footsteps, someone calling for a child, the mild argument of hens. The world had not split open. No trumpet had sounded, yet something had shifted all the same. He touched the place beneath his shirt where the metal sleeve lay concealed. Dragon's End, the king, a hidden map, a knight who paid for silence and looked afraid of being seen. Jasper let out a slow breath that did nothing to steady him. At dawn, he had been a blacksmith with good hands, a warm forge, and a rival across the lane. By nightfall, he was still those things. Only now he also possessed a secret old enough to have its own ghosts. And if Sir Eldric was right, if men would threaten over it, then he was holding something someone might be willing to kill for. Chapter 3. The Tavern Table. By the time Jasper crossed the lane toward the tavern, dusk had begun to settle in the low places of the village like spilled ink. He had folded the scrap of map so many times on the walk over that the edges had already gone soft beneath his thumb. It sat inside his jerkin, tucked close enough to his skin that he kept imagining he could feel it there like a second pulse. Every few steps he had the absurd conviction that someone behind him knew exactly what he carried. Then he would look back and find only wet ruts, shuttered windows, a woman hurrying home with onions in her apron, and the ordinary evening smoke rising from ordinary chimneys, as though the world had not tilted sideways before noon. Ordinary things were behaving very offensively, all told. The tavern glowed ahead of him, amber through its oiled paper windows. Lila's place always looked as if it had decided weather was a personal insult and refused to admit it beyond the threshold. Noise rolled out when Jasper pushed the door open, cups knocking wood, boots scraping rushes, the low, rough murmur of villagers trying to sound unworried while discussing shortage, levy, road toll, and rumour. Beneath it all came the smells of ale, stew thick with barley, damp wool steaming by the fire, and the sweet, yeasty breath of fresh bread. Warmth hit him full in the face. So did Lila's voice. "If you're here to complain about my prices again," she called from behind the counter, "you may do it from outside. I've no wish to poison the room." Jasper looked up and forgot, for one irritating second, to be anxious. She stood with a jug in one hand and a cloth over one shoulder. Chestnut hair braided back badly enough that 2 curls had escaped around her temples. Flour marked the dark fabric at her hip. Her sleeves were rolled to the elbow, her expression brisk, and her eyes, hazel and too sharp for his peace, had already taken in his face more thoroughly than most people managed in a week. He shut the door behind him. "That is a vile accusation. I came to praise your prices. They remain criminally ambitious. Then you may stay." She tipped ale into a waiting cup without looking, which only made the trick more offensive. You look odd. I'm deeply wounded by how quickly you reached that conclusion. You look odder than usual then. A couple of men at the nearest table laughed. Jasper made them a little bow as he passed, because if one had spent a life being observed, one might as well edit the performance. He moved toward the counter, trying not to touch his chest where the map rested. Lila slid the filled cup toward Thomas Weaver and took his coins. There, she said. Drink before you begin lecturing me on drought and taxes. I lecture everyone on drought and taxes, Thomas grumbled. Yes, but I charge others for it. Jasper leaned one forearm on the counter. How do you continue to run a respectable business while insulting the patrons? Careful practice. Her gaze flicked down, briefly, to where his hand had settled too near his jerkin. The smallest crease touched the space between her brows. Not alarm exactly, attention. Lila had always possessed the unsettling gift of noticing the thing he most wanted to pretend was nothing. Kitchen, she said lightly, to no one and him alone. He opened his mouth to make some joke about her ordering him about in her own establishment, but she had already turned to shout at a serving boy to mind the table by the hearth, before the old men set each other on fire with politics. Jasper took his cup and threaded through the room. The tavern's back kitchen was smaller, warmer, and quieter in a way that felt almost secret by comparison. Steam rose from a pot hanging over a lower fire. A board lay crowded with carrots, onions, and a half-ruined loaf. One of the apprentices had probably cut with violence instead of skill. Herbs dried from the beams overhead. The room smelled of rosemary, onion, and yeast, and the clean ash scent of baking. It smelled, unhelpfully, like the sort of life a man could stand in forever if he were brave enough to claim it. Lila came in a moment later, wiped her hands on her apron, and faced him with both brows raised. "Well," she said, "have you murdered a baron? Or is this expression only your natural one?" Jasper let out a breath he had not noticed himself holding. "I have had a very strange day. That much I gathered from your face. Sit." There was a narrow table in the corner, scarred by years of knives, mugs, and practical use. He sat. Lila remained standing another beat, studying him in silence long enough to make his usual evasions feel childish before he had even attempted them. Then she took the opposite bench. "You're shaken," she said. "No, I'm perfectly calm. This is my calm face. It looks as if you swallowed a bee and are trying to be dignified about it." He would have laughed if she had not been right. Jasper reached inside his jerkin and drew out the folded scrap. Even in the kitchen, with only Lila there and the tavern noise muffled through the wall, the motion felt illicit. He set it on the table between them. Her expression sharpened. "What is that?" "A very poor decision," he said. "Possibly several." She unfolded the map carefully, her fingertips gentler than his had been. The parchment was old enough to crack at the creases if handled badly, though some hidden oil or wax in it had kept it from complete ruin. Dark lines crossed its surface in cramped geometry, a ridge or road perhaps, a curl of river, symbols cut so finely they looked less drawn than incised. In one corner, faint beneath a smear of age, was the mark he had stared at half the afternoon, a long-tailed shape like a serpent or dragon bent around a crown of thorns. Lila looked from the parchment to him. "Jasper?" "Yes." "Why do you have this?" "Excellent question." She did not blink. "Jasper." He gave in. It was hidden in Sir Eldric's armour. That landed exactly as expected, with a beat of silence and a very controlled inhale. "In the armour," she repeated. "Yes." The armor of the knight who looked like he'd personally argued with Winter. The very same. Though to be fair, Winter lost. Don't decorate it. Start at the beginning. So he did, or most of it. He told her of Eldric's arrival, of the battered plates, the strange pattern of damage that looked less like battle and more like deliberate tampering. He told her Eldric had spoken of urgent repairs and a meeting he had not named plainly, but had not needed to. He told her of the compartment hidden so neatly in the breastplate that only a careful hand would have found it. He did not at first tell her about the voices outside the forge, the mention of Dragon's End, the sense of stepping suddenly into a story large enough to crush a village flat without noticing. But Lila, being Lila, heard the shape of the missing piece before he had decided whether to keep it. That is not all, she said quietly. He dragged a hand through his hair. You do hate when I try to be mysterious. I hate when you try to be mysterious badly. You twitch. I do not twitch. You twitch more than the church candles in a draught. What else? Jasper looked at the map. I heard something. Her eyes stayed on him. Eldric was outside, he said. Not alone. A man in a cloak. I couldn't see his face. They were speaking low, and I only caught pieces. Enough to know the map mattered. Enough to hear a name. What name? He hesitated just long enough for her to know it mattered. Dragon's End. For once, she had no clever answer ready. Her gaze dropped back to the parchment, as if it might behave differently under that old, impossible name. When she spoke, it was softer. That's a fireside tale. That was my thought. A very inconveniently placed fireside tale. Children are told Dragon's End to make them finish supper, or to keep them from wandering after dark. In fairness, if someone had told me a dragon would eat me if I strayed into the marsh, I'd have felt guided rather than frightened. That got the ghost of a smile from her. But only for a moment. She touched the mark in the corner. And you're certain he said that? As certain as I can be, while hiding behind my own doorway and pretending not to exist. Which is not your best disguise. No, I'm too handsome for stealth. Too nosy, she corrected. The old ease between them settled for a moment at the edges of the fear, familiar as worn wood under the hand. Jasper realized, with something dangerously close to relief, that he had come here because there had been no one else to come to. Not truly. Finn would gape and invent 6 heroic endings before Jasper finished the second sentence. Eldric had secrets enough already. The priest would tell him to pray, which seemed disrespectful to prayer. Lila, at least, would look directly at the thing and call it by its right size. She leaned over the map, studying the lines. It could be a road or a boundary marker. These symbols aren't random. That was my thought. You had a thought all by yourself. He put a hand to his chest. Again, wounded. She looked up, and this time her smile stayed. It changed her whole face, softened the practical angles of it into warmth that hit him harder than forge heat ever had. You should be wounded. You brought a dangerous secret into my kitchen and expected praise. I expected tea, perhaps. You've got ale. I live in hope. Foolish of you. There it was, that easy sparking between them, bright and perilous because it always carried more than either of them named aloud. Jasper had spent years learning how to stand in it without stepping fully into the fire. Tonight, with the map between them and trouble humming in his blood, the old balance felt thinner. Lila folded the parchment again, slower this time. Who else knows? Eldric knows it existed. He does not know I have it. Her head came up sharply. You did not tell him. He was in no mood for a cheerful confession. So your answer to finding a hidden map in a knight's armor was to steal it. I prefer rescued. Of course you do. Also borrowed, if we want a gentler word, Jasper. All right, stolen with excellent intentions. You don't even know what your intentions are. That was annoyingly fair. He took a swallow of ale to avoid admitting it immediately. She saw that too. You want this to mean something. He looked at her over the cup. Not just trouble, she said. Something more. The kitchen fire clicked softly. Through the wall came a burst of laughter from the common room. Then the dull thud of someone setting down a tankard too hard. Jasper lowered the cup. Would that be so terrible? No, Lila said. Only dangerous. He wanted to make light of it. That was his gift, after all. Turn the sharp thing so it glanced off. But she was looking at him in that infuriatingly honest way of hers, and suddenly the room felt too small for pretending. I mend plowshares, he said. I patch hinges and rivet breastplates for men who can afford to be careless with them. People come in and call me clever, and I know half of them mean useful, which is decent. Useful is good. Useful feeds a man. But then something like this lands in my hands, and for one stupid moment I think, he stopped. Lila waited. I think perhaps I'm standing nearer the edge of my own life than I realized, he finished. And if I step wrong, I'll either find something worth all the fuss or break my neck trying. Her expression changed then, not with pity. He would have hated pity, but with that quiet understanding that always felt far more dangerous. You think this is your chance not to be ordinary. He gave a short laugh with no humor in it. You do make a habit of saying the worst part plainly. It saves time. I'm beginning to suspect that's your idea of kindness. Often. Her fingers rested on the folded map. Jasper, listen to me. Secrets like this do not stay secret because they are neat and harmless. They stay secret because people are afraid. If Sir Eldric hid this, or meant it hidden, there is a reason. And if you were overheard with it, I wasn't. You don't know that. He opened his mouth, then shut it. Lila sat back, reading the answer in his face. Exactly. A knock sounded against the kitchen frame, and Finn leaned in without waiting to be invited, as if doors existed mainly as decoration for his benefit. He was all elbows and cheerful disarray, his fair hair refusing every attempt civilization had ever made upon it. He carried a crust of bread in one hand and looked from Jasper to Lila to the map with the immediate bright interest of a man spotting gossip before it cooled. Well, Finn said, I can see I've interrupted either a conspiracy or a proposal, and in both cases I object to being left out. Lila pinched the bridge of her nose. Finn. What? If it's a proposal, I'd like it noted I've long supported the match and only ask for moderate repayment in ale. Jasper managed, despite himself, to grin. Your loyalty is touching and very cheap. Not cheap, Finn said. Strategic. Also, why do you both look as though the bishop himself has crawled into the stew? He slid into the kitchen fully and squinted at the parchment. Lila was quick enough to put a hand over it, but not before he caught a glimpse. Oh ho, he said. That is definitely a conspiracy then. Is it treasure? Please say treasure. I'd like one thrilling experience before winter sets in and kills us all politely. It is not treasure, Jasper said. Finn looked delighted. Wonderful. Then it's something worse. Lila gave Jasper a look that said, This is what comes of having friends. Finn tore off another piece of bread and pointed with it. You're pale, Jazz. Thank you. I strive for a memorable decline. I'm serious. The joking dropped just enough in Finn's voice that Jasper looked at him properly. Beneath the play, there it was. Concern, plain and unhidden. Finn might dress fear in bells if given the chance, but he was not foolish enough to miss it in others. Jasper exhaled through his nose. I found something I wasn't meant to. Finn nodded once, unexpectedly sober. And now you've brought it to the only person in the village with sense. Lila snorted. Only? Well, Bartholomew has some, but half of his lives in the year before I was born. That leaves you with none at all, Jasper said. I'm an artist of morale. Finn leaned one shoulder on the wall. Do I need to start lying loudly in the other room to cover for you? Jasper blinked. Would you? Of course. I'm excellent at lying loudly. Quietly, no. Too much pressure. Lila's mouth softened. Not yet. Finn looked between them again and, to Jasper's dismay, became more perceptive than was remotely decent. Ah, he said. It's real trouble. Jasper stared at him. Who are you? And what have you done with the idiot I know? Still here, Finn said. I contain multitudes. A shout came from the common room for more ale. Lila stood. Go charm table 3 before they begin throwing spoons. I always charm table 3. They're weak-minded and fond of me. He pushed off the wall, then paused at the doorway. Jasper? Yes? Finn's grin had gone smaller, but not gone. If this is the sort of trouble that gets a man stabbed, I prefer you avoid the dramatic middle and move straight to surviving. It's much easier on your friends. Then he was gone, carrying his own lightness back into the tavern with him. For a moment, neither Jasper nor Lila spoke. He notices more than people think, she said. I know. Jasper looked at the door. That's half his problem. And yours? He glanced at her. Mine is talking to women who ask impossible questions. She folded her arms. You came here. I am aware. I regret it only in fragments. A smile touched her mouth again, but her eyes stayed serious. Keep the map hidden. Tell no one else until you've decided whether you're chasing truth or merely excitement. They are not the same thing. You make excitement sound childish. It often is. I'm offended on behalf of half the village. Half the village are idiots. Again, your respect for the community is moving. A burst of voices rose from the common room, louder this time, carrying a shape distinct enough to pull both their attention. Lila moved first, Jasper behind her, and they stepped back into the tavern. The room had shifted by some subtle degree while they were in the kitchen. Not enough to alarm. Enough to notice. If one had spent a life among weather and metal, and the moods of people pretending not to stare. At the near end of the room, a cooper Jasper knew slightly was saying, too loudly, I only mean if Sir Eldric comes to a blacksmith instead of the manor smiths, there's business in it. Noble business. Noble trouble, more like, said another man into his cup. A woman at the hearth gave a short laugh. Young Alden does carry himself like he expects a story to happen. That because he talks too much, Thomas muttered. Or because stories happen to men who talk too much, someone else replied. There was no malice in it yet. That was the worst part. The words moved through the room with the harmless, thoughtless momentum of spilled ale finding cracks in the table. A glance here, a shrug there, curiosity dressing itself as common talk. Jasper felt, with odd clarity, the exact instant his private day ceased to be entirely private. He had not realized he'd gone still until Lila touched his sleeve. Lightly, briefly. Enough. Don't react, she murmured. I wasn't going to. You've got the look. What look? The one before you say something clever and regrettable. He kept his eyes on the room. You know, being known this well feels invasive. That's friendship. I object to it, in principle. She moved around him toward the counter, already shifting back into the tavern keeper's poise, all business and brisk command. Then object quietly. Jasper stood where he was for a breath longer, listening to his own name drift once across the room and then dissolve into other concerns. Nobody was accusing him of anything. Nobody knew anything, not truly, but rumor did not require truth to begin. It only required shape, and he had just handed it one. He touched the hidden map through his jerkin. Warm room, bread in the oven. Lila at the counter, telling a farmer he would pay now or wash his own damn cup. Finn weaving through benches with 3 tankards and a grin he used like a shield and a gift. The whole village packed into one timber room, talking itself toward whatever came next. Jasper had wanted something to happen. Now, standing in the amber noise, with a secret pressed against his ribs, and his name already moving from mouth to mouth, he had the distinct and unwelcome sense that it had. Chapter 4. Repairs and Revelations. Morning came grey and damp, with a wind that pushed smoke low across the lane and made the forge breathe harder than usual. Jasper had been awake long enough to resent the day before it properly began. He stood at the workbench with Sir Eldric's armour spread in pieces around him, each plate cleaned enough now to show what dirt had hidden. In the cleaner light, the oddities looked worse, not better. Scratches that should have matched the blade's angle wandered off at careful slants. Rivets on one side had been replaced recently, but not by the original armourer. Along the inside of the breastplate, where no one would think to decorate, ran a line of tiny punched marks, almost too shallow to see. Not random, not damage. He touched the folded map tucked beneath a loose board under his tools, then pulled his hand away, as if the plank might bite. Since the night at the tavern, he had acquired the unpleasant habit of suspecting all wood, cloth, and silence of secret intent. A knock sounded at the doorframe. Not a polite tap, more the weary collision of a man and a thing that had failed him. Thomas Weaver came in with a broken sickle and the expression of someone carrying private shame in plain sight. "Morning." "Debatable," Jasper said, "but I admire your optimism in naming it one." Thomas gave him a tired snort and laid the sickle down. The blade had cracked near the base. Too much strain in bad metal, or a man trying to cut more than wheat. Jasper picked it up, turned it in the light, and saw fresh nicks high along the curve. "You harvesting barley?" he asked, "or fencing with hedgerows again?" Thomas rubbed at his jaw. "Boars got into the lower field." "Boars now, good. I was worried the week lacked character." The farmer didn't laugh this time. Jasper looked up properly and saw the reason. Thomas's eyes were bloodshot. Mud stiffened to his boots almost to the ankle. There was also, unless Jasper had gone entirely suspicious in the head, the careful way men moved when sleep had become a rumour. "You can have it by afternoon," Jasper said, more gently. Thomas hesitated. "Need the hook sharpened too. And the long knife." Jasper held his gaze a beat. "That sounds less like farming, and more like planning to argue with the world." Thomas lowered his voice. "You hear anything? About patrols, raiders, men taking food where roads go thin? Every day from everyone, in one form or another. But fear sounded different in each mouth." Thomas did not want a story. He wanted permission to be afraid. "I hear a great many things," Jasper said. "Most of them from people who enjoy hearing themselves improve a rumour. If anything real comes through, you'll know soon enough. Villages aren't built for secrecy." Thomas nodded, not comforted, but at least less alone in it, and left the sickle, hooks, and knife on the bench. Another ordinary repair, another confession disguised as iron. By the time Jasper had set the sickle in the vise, a second customer had arrived. Mara Fenn, the cooper's wife, wrapped in a shawl despite the warmth inside. She held out a little silver brooch whose fastening pin had twisted loose. "Can you mend this without making it uglier?" she asked. "It was my mother's." "That depends," Jasper said. "How ugly are we allowing for sentiment?" She smiled despite herself and came closer. The brooch was shaped like a curling leaf, old enough that the silver had gone soft with wear. On the back was a maker's mark, half rubbed away. Jasper squinted at it while he adjusted the clasp. Mara watched his hands. "If anyone asks, I was never here." He looked up. "That is a fascinating opening to a conversation." Colour rose in her face. "I only mean Gideon says you charge more for less these days. Now you've got nightly business." There it was. Not rumour yet sharpened to a blade, but taking shape. "I'm touched he thinks of me so often," Jasper said. "Did he mention my fine hair and dazzling humility as well?" Mara huffed a laugh. "He said you're acting above yourself. Then he'll be relieved to know I still burn bread, trip over buckets and talk too much." But as he bent over the brooch, his amusement thinned. The maker's mark on the back, a tiny stamped shape, almost worn smooth, looked uncomfortably familiar. Not the same as the marks inside Eldric's breastplate. Older, softer, ornamental rather than practical. Yet something in the geometry pricked at him. 3 short lines fanned from a central notch, like a stylized crown, or a flame, or a bird's foot. He had seen something akin to it on the map's margin. Mara reclaimed the brooch, paid him in 2 small coins and a heel of hard cheese because money was tighter than dignity in the village, and left before he could ask where her mother had gotten it. He set the clasping pliers down slowly. That made 2 things now. The armour's hidden marks, the map's border signs, and this. Jasper was still considering the brooch when Finn wandered in carrying a kettle by its bent handle as though presenting tribute to a tyrant. "Lila says if you forget to eat again, she'll come over and shame you in front of customers. That threat has no power. I'm shameless." She was very specific. She said she'd describe in detail the age at which you cried because a goose disliked you. Jasper took the kettle. "I was 6, and the goose was unreasonable." Finn leaned over the bench, spotted the lined-up repairs, and whistled. "Busy. People persist in needing things fixed. It's an attack on my peace." Finn's grin faded a little as he lowered his voice. "People are talking. That also persists." "No, I mean about you." Finn scratched at his neck. "Gideon's saying nobles don't bring armour to common smiths without a reason. Says you've got yourself mixed in something that'll spill on everyone else." Jasper set the kettle aside. "And what are you saying?" "I'm saying Gideon has the soul of a damp boot and should be thrown in the river. But I thought you ought to know." Jasper wanted to laugh it off. Instead, he found himself glancing to the doorway, as if rumour might already have shoulders and boots. "Did Lila send you to say that?" Finn looked offended. "I came because she sent the kettle. I stayed because I enjoy grim tidings and your face. That is friendship in its purest form." Finn's eyes went to the armour pieces, and then back to Jasper. "You did hear me, though." "I heard." Finn nodded, satisfied enough, and backed toward the door. "Good. Also, if that kettle cannot be saved, lie. She likes it." When he had gone, the forge felt quieter than it should have. Jasper stared at the breastplate again, then at Thomas's long knife waiting for sharpening. Mara's vanished brooch lingering in memory, the muddle of daily needs crossing his bench like lives laid open one piece at a time. He pulled up the loose board and unfolded the map. It was still only a scrap of old treated hide, darkened with age, with ink lines faded toward brown. The symbols along its edge were the trouble. Not letters exactly. Not any script Jasper knew. Tiny repeated marks, some like wedges, some like branching strokes. Yesterday, they had looked decorative in the way old things often did when one lacked the wit to read them. Today they looked deliberate. He set the map beside the clean breastplate, careful to keep both away from ash, and compared them. There. One of the punched marks inside the armor matched one from the margin, a central line with 3 short strokes spreading from the base. His stomach gave a strange little drop. A story, he thought, or instructions, or ownership, or all 3. Talking to metal again. Old man Bartholomew had arrived so quietly that Jasper nearly drove his elbow into the quench bucket. The old man stood in the doorway in a patched cloak that smelled faintly of damp straw and herbs. White beard moving in the draught like a pennant that had seen too many winters. He carried an iron-hasped wooden box beneath one arm. You ought to rattle, Jasper said, or sing. Give men warning before you appear from legend. Bartholomew looked around the forge. At my age, if I rattle, it means I'm coming apart. He set the box down on the bench. The hinge is failing. I was told the village's young philosopher of hammers might take pity. Flattery from you always means labour. Wisdom often does. Jasper reached for the box, then paused. Can I ask you something first? You can ask. Whether I answer usefully is between me and my defects. Jasper hesitated only a moment before turning the breastplate enough to show the inner marks, not the hidden compartment. Seen anything like this? Bartholomew bent close. His old eyes clouded and sharpened in turns. He touched one mark with a knuckle, not a fingertip, as if instinct told him some things deserved indirect handling. He said. Not written words. Memory signs. That is not as helpful as I hoped. Patience. The dead never explain themselves quickly. He straightened with a small groan and looked past the armor toward the lane beyond the forge. When I was a boy, my grandfather told a tale of the King's Road before this road was the King's Road. Older route, cut not for carts, but for riders carrying messages west. There were safe places along it, hidden storeholds and oath houses, marked so those who served knew where to look, and those who hunted them did not. Jasper tried to sound casual and failed. Storeholds, not treasure, if that is where your eyebrows are going. Supplies, records, arms perhaps, places built for bad years. On the map, one line curved toward a blackened patch of hide where age had eaten the edge. Near that curve sat the same little 3-branched sign. Bartholomew was still talking, more to the air than to Jasper now, as he often did when memory caught him. There was a name tied to one of those tales, something dramatic. Men do love naming practical things as if poetry improves stonework. He frowned. Dragon's Rest? No, Dragon's Teeth. That was a ridge near the South Pass. Then his gaze settled on Jasper, and he said softly, Dragon's End. The word struck clean through him. Jasper kept his hands flat on the bench. You ever heard where it was? Bartholomew gave a dry chuckle. If old men knew where legendary places were, we'd be intolerable. No, only that stories disagreed. Some said a hoard. Some said a fortress. Some said a burial place. My grandfather said that was how you knew a tale had been used too often by too many frightened people. They had turned one thing into whatever they needed. Jasper looked again at Thomas's knife and hooks. The village sharpening itself without quite admitting why. Bartholomew noticed the map before Jasper could cover it, but if he recognized what he was seeing, he hid it with the skill of age. His brows rose only slightly. Well, he said, That is either a very old recipe or the sort of trouble young men mistake for opportunity. I'm offended by how accurate that sounds. The old man smiled. Good. Offense keeps the blood moving. Then, after a pause, those symbols there along the edge, look at how some repeat near bends and crossings. Not counting distance, marking conditions perhaps. Water, shelter, oath-bound houses. A route is not the same thing as a prize. Jasper felt the room narrow around that thought. Not a map to treasure. A map through something. To something built to be reached, stocked, defended. Before he could ask more, a familiar voice carried in from outside. Busy pretending to be important, Alden? Gideon came to the doorway with soot on his sleeves and contempt arranged carefully across his face. Two men from the lane slowed behind him to watch with the eager vacancy of people who had no wish to interfere but every desire to hear. Jasper did not look away from the hinge pin he had begun coaxing from Bartholomew's box. Always. It spares me from having to do it badly in public. Gideon stepped inside. You've had half my morning trade. Funny that. Since when do ploughmen and coopers need the village jester more than a proper smith? Since the village discovered proper smiths charge double for the privilege of being insulted. One of the men outside laughed and then tried to disguise it as a cough. Gideon's mouth hardened. I hear you found ways to improve your station. Night in the forge one day, whispers in the tavern the next. Must be nice. Jasper set down the awl. If this is envy, at least dress it better. It's caution, Gideon snapped. When one man starts dragging noble affairs into village work, the rest of us pay for it. That landed. Even Bartholomew went still. Jasper rose. He was not taller than Gideon by enough to matter, but anger had a way of adjusting measurements. Say what you mean. I mean folk ought to know whether their tools are being made by a blacksmith or a boy chasing stories because he thinks they'll make him special. There it was, set neat and bright between them. Not just insult, the thing under it. Jasper's oldest fear, spoken in another man's mouth. For one ugly moment, he wanted to hit him. Not hard enough to ruin a jaw, just enough to let the world ring. Instead, he smiled, because if he stopped doing that now, he might never begin again. You're right, he said. I should have thought of that. Next time a knight comes in bleeding on his own boots, I'll send him to you. You can tell him greatness is inconveniently scheduled. A sharper laugh from outside. Gideon flushed. Careful, Gideon said. One day your mouth will cost you more than work. And one day your temper will do the same. We all invest where we can. For a heartbeat, Jasper thought Gideon might come at him. Instead, the other man gave Bartholomew's box a contemptuous glance, then looked to the customers waiting along the wall. You want him, Gideon said to them, loud enough for the lane. Have him. When trouble comes from whatever he's mixed in, remember who invited it. He turned and strode out, shoulders tight as drawn wire. The watchers drifted after him, already carrying the shape of the exchange into the village. Silence swelled in his wake. Well, Finn said from somewhere outside, that seemed healthy. Jasper let out a breath through his nose. His hands were shaking. He tucked them under the edge of the bench and hoped neither Bartholomew nor God found that interesting. Bartholomew watched him a moment, then tapped the map with one bent fingernail. Routes, he murmured. Safe places. Oaths. Not a hunter's chart for gold. A keeper's guide. Jasper looked down at the faded lines, at the repeated marks on hide and metal and memory, at the way ordinary repairs had begun to answer one another if he listened hard enough. A knight's hidden compartment, an old woman's inherited brooch, marks stamped by forgotten makers, A legend no one could tell straight because it had been worn smooth by generations needing different things from it. Not treasure, or not only treasure. Something people had once built in expectation of danger. Something this village might have been sitting beside all along. Outside, rumour was already running. Inside, the forge glowed around him, hot and bright and full of mended things. Jasper folded the map with careful hands. For the first time, the pieces did not feel separate. They felt like the beginning of a shape. Chapter 5. Old Stories, New Teeth. Rain had come in the night and left the village rinsed, but not clean. By late morning, the lane outside Jasper's forge was a churn of soft mud, boot prints, and cart ruts full of cloud-coloured water. Smoke from cook fires lay low beneath the damp air. Somewhere beyond the houses, a dog barked itself hoarse at nothing Jasper could see, which felt to his mind like a fair summary of village life. Inside, the forge breathed heat against the wet chill. Jasper stood at his bench with the folded map spread beside a horseshoe he ought to have finished an hour ago. The horseshoe had not done anything wrong, but it possessed the grave misfortune of not being mysterious. He looked from the map to the notes he had scratched into a scrap of wood with charcoal, a hooked line that might be a river or a road, or the world's least convincing serpent. 3 triangular marks, a circle pierced by a stroke, and the little repeated symbol he had begun noticing on older pieces of work around the village, like a half-sun with teeth. The symbol bothered him, not because it was frightening exactly, though it managed a decent effort, because it looked familiar in the way a face in a crowd sometimes did, close enough to recognition to be irritating, not close enough to be useful. A shadow crossed the doorway. "You're staring at that like it owes you money," Lila said. Jasper folded the map so quickly he nearly trapped his own fingers in it. "I was communing with history." History appears to be winning. She came in carrying a covered basket on one hip, rain-dark curls escaping the scarf tied at the back of her head. The damp had put pink into her cheeks. She looked warm in spite of the weather, in spite of the whole kingdom, in spite of Jasper's best efforts at making simple things complicated. "That," he said, nodding toward the basket, "is either mercy or extortion. Bread and onions. If you are extorted, do try to suffer bravely." She set the basket down on the bench, glanced at the folded map, then at him. She had a way of seeing the thing behind the thing, and Jasper, who prized his ability to dodge direct impact, found it both attractive and deeply inconvenient. "You've not slept enough," she said. "I slept. You shut your eyes while worrying. That is not the same enterprise." He pressed a hand to his chest. "You wound me. I worry with tremendous skill." "Yes," Lila said. "That's the problem." She took out a heel of bread and a small knife, cut him a piece without asking, and leaned back against the bench beside him, as though she had always belonged there. In fairness, she had, nearly since they were children. Jasper could remember her at 10, marching into the forge to announce that his bellows looked sickly and needed feeding. He had loved her a little for the insult, and had been an idiot about it ever since. He gave up pretending not to be glad she had come. "Bartholomew said he'd tell the full tale if I brought him lamp oil." "Then you'd better bring him lamp oil before he remembers a different tale and insists that one was the true one all along. That is unkind. That is Bartholomew." Jasper tucked the map inside his jerkin and picked up the flask of oil he had set aside earlier. "Come with me." Lila raised her brows. "Is that an order, blacksmith?" "God, no. I haven't the authority for that. Consider it a plea from a man in active intellectual distress. I do like those." They crossed the lane under a sky the colour of old pewter. The village went on around them in its usual cramped, watchful fashion. Women shaking damp cloth at their doors, children running where they had been told not to, a pair of men arguing over grain, as if either of them had enough of it to justify passion. Yet beneath the ordinary sounds there was something tight in the day, a string wound too hard. Maybe it was only him. Maybe once a man found a hidden map in a knight's armour. All silence began to sound loaded. Bartholomew lived in a leaning cottage near the edge of the green, where herbs hung from the eaves and every window seemed crowded with objects no one else had found a use for. The old man answered Lila's knock by shouting, "If you're death, wipe your feet." "It's only us," she called. "Then wipe them anyway." They entered to the smell of dried mint, old smoke, and wool. Bartholomew sat near the hearth in a chair that looked less built than accumulated around him. His white beard had divided itself into several opinions, and his eyes, sunk deep in a face lined like weathered bark, brightened when he saw the flask in Jasper's hand. "Oil," he said approvingly. "At last, civilization." "I came to hear the Dragon's End story," Jasper said. "The proper one." Bartholomew snorted. "There's no such thing as the proper one. There's only the one your grandmother liked, the one priests preferred, the one soldiers told badly, and the one smugglers improved." "Excellent," Jasper said. "I was hoping for confusion." The old man took the flask, set it by his chair, and steepled his fingers. "Dragon's End," he said, "is what frightened men call a thing they don't understand, once the people who did understand it are dead." Lila glanced at Jasper. He felt that line settle somewhere uncomfortably useful inside him. Bartholomew continued. "When I was a boy, old Ressa Pike swore Dragon's End was a hoard sealed in a cliff cave by the last king who had any wit at all. Gold enough to buy 3 wars and lose 2. Jewels, crowns, a dragon chained in sleep to guard it." He lifted one shoulder. Ressa had a taste for spectacle. "I'm developing one myself," Jasper said. "Hush. Before Ressa, my grandfather told it differently. No dragon at all. Said the name came from a banner device, an old company or sworn household, some beast with a split tail and a mouth full of sun rays. They rode the border roads when the north was breaking apart, carried royal stores, took oaths in hidden places, then they vanished." Jasper leaned forward. "Royal stores?" Bartholomew nodded. "Not coin, necessarily. Documents, seals, arms, things kings care more about than coin." Lila's knife stilled where she had begun peeling an apple from Bartholomew's table as naturally as if she owned the place. "That's not the version sung in the tavern." "Thank heaven," Bartholomew said. "Sung versions are usually the stupidest. There's another account says Dragon's End was no place at all, but an ending. The last line of defense if the heartland fell. Villages emptied, roads burned, certain bloodlines hidden, certain proofs kept from enemy hands." He watched Jasper now with disconcerting sharpness. That one was never sung. Jasper took the folded map from his jerkin and opened it on his knee. "And this symbol?" he asked, pointing to the half-sun shape. "Have you seen it?" Bartholomew bent until his beard nearly brushed the parchment. The old man's expression altered, not fear exactly, but recognition burdened by caution. "I've seen cousins to it," he said slowly, "carved on old boundary stones before some fool chipped them for building. Once on the iron hinge of a chapel chest, long since robbed and burned. Your father mended a gate 30 years ago from scrap that bore a mark much like this." "My father?" "Aye. He said it was older than the village had any right to possess." Jasper stared at the symbol. The room had grown very quiet. He had spent the better part of the last day half thrilled by the notion of a treasure hunt, because in his defense he was 22 and not made of stone. But documents, seals, proofs, bloodlines, those belonged to another scale of trouble altogether. Gold got men greedy. Legitimacy got them killed. Lila must have seen the thought cross his face. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Jasper said. "Only I had foolishly hoped this might lead to a chest of coins and a modest amount of dramatic self-importance." "That does sound more manageable." Bartholomew tapped the map. "Where did you get this?" Jasper hesitated. Lila answered before he had to. "In the sort of way one gets things that should not be got." "Ah," said Bartholomew. "Adventure, then. I advise less of it." "That would be wiser," Jasper said. "Which means you won't do it." "Also true." A sound of hooves came faintly through the walls, more than one horse, moving fast on the road beyond the green. All three of them paused. Riders were not uncommon. Riders in number, at speed, on a damp village road in the middle of a tense season, were another matter. Bartholomew frowned toward the door. "Not traders." Jasper was already on his feet. Outside, the village had shifted into that peculiar stillness, made not by silence, but by attention. Doors stood ajar, heads turned. Up the main road from the south came 6 mounted men under the king's colours, cloaks dark with travel and spearheads wet from the rain. Not parade bright, not ceremonial. Working riders. One pack horse carried leather cases strapped tight under oilcloth. Another bore a narrow chest banded in iron. At their head rode a messenger with a red tabard muddied to the waist. He did not slow much as he passed the green, only enough to call for water and fresh horses. His face was pinched with urgency. The reeve went out to meet him. A few villagers drifted nearer under pretense. Jasper and Lila stood back by Bartholomew's gate, where they could hear without appearing to. "Orders for Thornwall and East March," the messenger said. "Levies to be counted. Grain stores assessed. Smiths to report what iron may be spared for points and shoeing." A chill ran under Jasper's skin, despite the forge heat still lingering in his clothes. Smiths, not blacksmiths generally. Smiths specifically. Iron tallied meant war was no longer rumour travelling on someone else's boots. The reeve asked, "Is it border raiders?" The messenger's mouth tightened. If it were only raiders, I'd be sleeping easier. He glanced over the gathered faces, as if measuring what the village could bear, and deciding it did not matter whether they liked the truth. "Roads east are to be watched," he said. "No unusual travellers sent on unmarked. Any old sites, abandoned storehouses, priory cellars, hill forts, report movement. Crown business." Crown business. The phrase struck Jasper harder than perhaps it should have, because Sir Eldric's voice sat behind it in memory, clipped and withholding. A private meeting with the king. Damaged armour altered on purpose. A hidden map bearing symbols tied to hidden places and old oaths. And now riders asking after forgotten sites. Not treasure then, or not merely treasure. Lila looked at him sidelong. He knew she was remembering the same pieces fitting themselves together badly enough to be convincing. The messenger watered his horse, changed mounts, and rode on with the patrol trailing him. Their passage left the road chewed and the village buzzing low with fear. By evening, everyone would have a version of what had been said. By night, half of them would be worse. Bartholomew muttered, "There, new teeth." Jasper glanced at him. "What?" The old man watched the retreating riders. "Old stories, new teeth. Legends sit quiet for years and folk laugh at them by warm fires. Then power remembers them, and suddenly everybody starts bleeding over places they were content to ignore. No one spoke for a moment. Then Lila said softly, "We should talk to Eldric." Jasper did not much want to, which was, admittedly, a point in favour of doing it. They found Sir Eldric near the small stable behind the cooper's yard, where one of his borrowed horses had thrown a strap. He was tightening the tack himself, with the grim concentration of a man who trusted leather slightly more than people. His repaired armour was partly concealed beneath his cloak, but Jasper could see where his own work had restored order to the battered plates. It was strangely irritating to have done good craftsmanship for a man so committed to being difficult. Eldric looked up as they approached. "What is it?" "Pleasant weather," Jasper said. "Excellent bread. The kingdom appears to be quietly sharpening itself. We thought perhaps you might ruin the afternoon completely." Eldric's gaze moved from Jasper to Lila and back again. "What have you heard?" "Enough to ask the wrong question," Jasper said. "What is Dragon's End?" The effect was immediate. Eldric's hands stopped on the bridle strap. For one bare moment, all the age in him seemed to harden instead of droop. He looked not weary but dangerous, which on a man like him was a more serious distinction than Jasper cared to examine too closely. "Who told you that name?" Eldric asked. Bartholomew had not come with them, but Jasper nearly felt the old man's ghostly elbow warning him not to lie badly. "A story," he said. "And this map, and the symbols, and now crown riders asking after forgotten places. If there's a harmless explanation, I invite it warmly." "There isn't," Eldric said. Lila folded her arms. "Then perhaps a less harmless one." Eldric exhaled once through his nose. "Dragon's End is a name men use when they want ignorance to sound grand. That should be enough for you." "It isn't," Jasper said. "No," Eldric agreed. "It won't be." Something flickered in the older man's face then. Regret, perhaps, or memory too close to pain. It was gone quickly, but Jasper saw it. So did Lila, if her expression meant anything. Eldric fastened the final buckle with a jerk. "Listen carefully. If riders are asking after old sites, then matters have moved faster than I hoped. Whatever you think you found, it is not a ballad. It is not an adventure. It concerns claims, loyalties, and proof, better left untouched until the right hands can secure them." "The right hands," Jasper repeated. "How comforting." Eldric ignored the tone. "If you are wise, you will forget the name." Jasper almost laughed. It came out sharper than intended. "I was not especially wise before this morning. Since then, I've become less so by the hour." "Jasper," Lila warned quietly, but he had reached that point where fear and irritation put on each other's coats. "You brought damaged armor to my forge with a hidden map sewn into its secrets. You let me see enough to know men are lying. Now riders are asking after buried places and royal stores. And you want me to fold myself back into horseshoes and pretend not to notice." Eldric met his stare without flinching. "Yes." It was so blunt that Jasper nearly admired it. Lila, naturally, did not permit the silence to end there. If he's already noticed, pretending serves no one. Eldric looked at her with the grave respect he seemed to reserve for very few people. "No, but speaking carelessly may kill him." The line landed hard enough to still Jasper's temper, not because it was dramatic, because Eldric did not speak like a man trying to frighten boys out of mischief. He spoke like a man naming weather he had already ridden through. Jasper lowered his voice. "Is this about money?" Eldric's mouth thinned. "Money is the least of what starts wars." "Then what is it?" A beat passed. 2. Somewhere in the yard, A horse stamped and shook rein from its mane. At this stage, Eldric said, it is about who can prove what belongs to whom. Jasper felt the answer fit too many things at once. Not gold, claims, oaths, roads, storehouses, bloodlines, Bartholomew had said. The map's lines rearranged themselves in his head, becoming not a route to wealth, but a chain of custody, a pattern of hidden places linked by purpose. He thought of the messenger's iron-banded chest, of old boundary stones, of symbols hidden in plain work, of a kingdom preparing to count grain and iron and men. Treasure, he understood suddenly, was simply the wrong word poor people used when the rich had hidden something more dangerous. Eldric mounted in one practiced motion despite his years. Do not say that name aloud again unless you must, he said, and if you value your village, be very certain before you decide whom to trust. He turned the horse away. Sir Eldric, Jasper called. The knight paused. If the wrong people find it first, Jasper said. What happens? Eldric did not look back. You will discover how quickly old stories stop being stories. Then he rode off through the damp yard and out toward the lane, leaving Jasper with mud at his boots, heat gone from his hands, and the ugly sensation that the ground under his life had shifted without making a sound. For a while, he and Lila stood where they were. At last she said, "Well, that was cheerful." Jasper let out a breath that nearly became a laugh and failed on the way. I miss when I thought I might become important by accident. You still might. That was not the reassuring version. No, Lila said, softer now. It wasn't. He took out the map again. The parchment looked no different than it had an hour before. Worn, creased, maddeningly cryptic. Yet it seemed heavier, not in the hand, in implication. Lila touched one of the marks lightly with her fingertip. What are you thinking? That if this were gold, men would lie for it, Jasper said. If it's proof. He looked toward the road where the riders had vanished. Men would move armies, and? He thought of Eldric telling him to forget, of Bartholomew's old stories with their missing pieces, of the symbol his father had once repaired into a gate without knowing, perhaps, what history had been welded into village use. He thought of gossip already moving through the tavern, of Gideon's sharpened resentment, of how little it took for ordinary lives to get crushed when larger men started playing at necessity. Then he folded the map carefully and slid it back inside his jerkin. And, he said, I think I was happier when this was curiosity. Unfortunately, I'm no longer convinced curiosity is the thing I'm holding. Lila studied him, searching perhaps for a joke he could hide behind. He had one, dim and inadequate, about returning to a life of obedient nails and uncomplicated hinges. It died before reaching his mouth. Are you stopping? She asked. The question deserved more thought than he gave it. But the true answer was already there, hard and unwelcome. No, Jasper said. The word sat between fear and resolve, and belonged wholly to neither. Lila nodded once, as if she had expected that from the beginning. Then we do it properly, quietly, and with fewer heroic impulses than you naturally produce. I produce very measured heroics. You produce commentary. That too. At last she smiled, faintly, and some of the pressure in his chest eased without disappearing. They turned back toward the forge and the tavern beyond it, toward bread, work, gossip, weather, and all the ordinary things that suddenly seemed alarmingly fragile. Behind those things, or beneath them, the old story waited with new teeth. Jasper could feel it now, not as romance, but as pressure. history pushing upward through cracked ground, and for reasons he could not entirely defend, he kept walking toward it. Chapter 6. A Noblewoman at the Gate. By afternoon, the rain had stopped pretending to be useful and settled into a fine damp chill that made everything smell of earth, soot, and old wood. Jasper stood at his bench with the folded map hidden beneath a square of scrap leather and a bent hinge in his hand that he had straightened twice already and was now in danger of improving into ornament. He set the hinge down before he insulted it further. The forge was quieter than usual, not empty. Quiet was impossible in a village that treated any warm doorway as an invitation, but quieter. People still came in with split buckles and cracked pot hooks and a wheel rim that needed rebanding before dusk. They also came in with eyes that lingered too long and conversation that wandered toward him by indirect, suspicious routes. "So," said Widow Fenn, collecting the repaired latch for her goat pen, "you've had important visitors." Jasper handed over the latch. "You say that as if I'm charging admission." She sniffed. "People notice things. People should try hobbies. They have hobbies. One of them is noticing things." He gave her his best wounded expression. "Terrible village. No standards." It brought him a snort, which was as much a victory as most days offered. When she left, however, the door had barely finished swinging shut before he glanced toward the loose board under his tools. The map was there. Still hidden, still folded, still somehow taking up more room in the forge than the anvil. He had begun to hate how often his eyes went to it. Outside, voices rose in the lane. A horse stamped. Not the lazy, patient shifting of a farm mare waiting for grain, but the clipped, restless strike of an animal that had travelled a distance and knew it deserved better than village mud. Jasper looked up. A small knot of children had gathered by his doorway, with all the natural dignity of ducks around dropped bread. He heard one of them whisper, "She's got silver on the bridle," and another say, "That means nobility," in the tone of a scholar making a final ruling on the heavens. Jasper wiped his hands on his apron and went to the door. The woman sitting the dark bay mare did not look built for the road, which only made the road on her more striking. Her cloak had once been rich enough to turn heads in a hall, and was now brushed with dried mud to the hem. Beneath it showed a fitted gown of deep blue wool, cut well and mended expertly at one sleeve, by someone determined that repair should not be mistaken for defeat. Her gloves were pale and clean despite the weather. Her boots were practical. Her posture said she had spent a life being watched and had decided very early to be worth the trouble. She was perhaps 30, though the set of her mouth suggested years spent arguing with creditors, cousins, or fate had tried to add to the count. Her hair, the colour of ripe wheat gone almost gold in the weak light, was braided and pinned beneath a travelling hood. Her eyes were clear blue and unsettlingly direct. Not beautiful in the soft village sense, Jasper thought. More dangerous than that. The sort of face that made men straighten their backs and inspect their own words before speaking them. One of the children stepped closer to the mare. The woman looked down and said, without heat, "If you pull at that strap, boy, and she decides to remove your hand, I shall consider it an educational matter." The child jumped back. Jasper liked her immediately, which was inconvenient. "Good afternoon," he said. "If you've come for horseshoes, I'm afraid your horse looks wealthier than I am." Her gaze shifted to him. It took in the apron, the soot, the scar on his forearm, the hammer within reach, and whatever else a person with that sort of expression noticed in half a breath. "Then you must be Jasper Alden," she said. He leaned one shoulder against the doorframe, as if being identified by strange noble women, was a thing that happened often and bored him. I was this morning. Afternoon may yet improve me. A flicker touched her mouth. Not quite a smile. More the acknowledgement that a joke had been offered and found technically competent. I am Evelyn Bright. The name meant something. Not enough at first. Then memory caught up. House Bright. Minor nobility from the eastern ridges. Old enough to have a history and poor enough lately that even villagers had heard of its troubles by way of merchants who liked discussing the collapse of people richer than themselves. Jasper made himself only politely blank. Well, that explains the silver bridle. It was my mother's, Evelyn said. The horse is less impressed by lineage than by oats. May I come in? Or do you conduct all business from thresholds, only the alarming kind? Then I am in the correct place. He stepped aside. The children made a collective sound of disappointment when the door closed on them. Inside, the forge heat met her and turned a faint flush over her cheeks. She unfastened one glove, finger by finger, careful, controlled. Even that looked expensive, though Jasper suspected expense and preservation were no longer the same thing in her life. She glanced once around the forge, not like a noble visiting a curiosity, more like a person measuring exits, tools, habits. Her eye caught on Sir Eldric's armour pieces stacked beneath canvas in the far corner, then on Jasper again. That small movement sharpened every instinct he had. If you're here on Eldric's business, he said lightly, you may join the line of people trying very hard not to admit it. Sir Eldric, she said, has a habit of turning a straightforward matter into a moral weather system. That is the best description of him I've yet heard. So you know him. I know he pays badly in conversation and well in coin, and you repaired something for him. Jasper picked up the bent hinge again, though he had no earthly need of it. That scarcely narrows matters. Men with armour tend to break a variety of things. Evelyn's gaze dropped to the hinge, then returned to his face. Do you always answer a question with smoke? Only when strangers arrive knowing my name. Reasonable. She moved closer to the workbench, but did not touch it. Then allow me to be less of a stranger. My family once held stewardship over lands near the old ridge roads. Those roads are older than my house and older than the crown pretending it invented them. On milestones, gate arches, even old cistern covers, there was a mark. Half a sun, toothed, crude to anyone not taught otherwise. Jasper did not move. He had learned in the last few days that surprise was a thing best experienced privately. The symbol she described sat in charcoal on the scrapboard near his elbow. He placed the hinge down with care. A great many things are crude to anyone not taught otherwise. Most men's manners, for example. This time she almost smiled properly. So you have seen it. I have seen many ugly marks made by dead men, and one of them concerns you. That depends on how dramatic we wish to be. Not dramatic. Her tone flattened into something more serious. Urgent. The forge seemed suddenly smaller. Fire shifted in the coals with a low, settling breath. Jasper said, you should know this village is very fond of urgent visitors. We collect them like wet dogs, and yet no one else has sent me away. Perhaps they have manners coarser than mine. Perhaps they have less to hide. That one landed cleanly. Jasper felt it, and he rather admired her for not dressing the blow. He crossed his arms. You rode a fair distance to accuse a blacksmith of secrets. I rode a fair distance to keep a fool from opening the wrong door. He laughed once despite himself. There it is, nobility. You all speak as if the world were a cupboard only you know how to arrange. A flash of irritation crossed her face, quick and real. Do not mistake breeding for comfort, Master Alden. Some of us inherited titles the way others inherit roof leaks. The answer came with enough edge to cut pride off at the root. Jasper studied her more carefully. The quality of the wool, yes. The precision of the stitching. Also the travel wear she had not had servants enough to prevent. The mended sleeve. The exhaustion around her eyes hidden beneath discipline. Not a woman playing at hardship then. He eased his tone. All right. Say I believe you know the symbol. Say I further believe you've not come merely to admire my charming soot. What is it to you? Evelyn reached into her cloak. Jasper's hand went instinctively to the hammer on the bench. She noticed, again, that near smile. Sensibly done. From an inner pocket, she drew a narrow strip of parchment protected in wax cloth. She laid it on the bench between them and unfolded it. It was not a map, not exactly. More a copied fragment. 3 sketch marks, a line of cramped writing in a careful hand, and beneath it the same toothed half-sun Jasper had seen on old fittings and carved stones. His pulse kicked hard anyway. Where did you get this? He asked. My grandfather's chest. Hidden in a false bottom under account rolls no one had touched in 20 years because they were depressing. Her gaze remained on the parchment. My family used to guard records, roots, holdings, old obligations. Much was sold, lost, or quietly stolen when our fortunes began to fail. This survived because ruin is sometimes the best disguise. No one values paper from a house they assume is already dead. The last words were too dry to be self-pity. They were simply fact. Jasper looked at the copied marks. One matched the strange circle struck through with a line on his own hidden map. Another resembled the triangular notation he and Lila had argued over the night before. He felt the now familiar lurch of recognition and danger arriving hand in hand. He kept his face as still as he could. A family relic does not explain why you're in my forge instead of your own hall. My own hall, Evelyn said, has roof tiles missing over the western gallery, and 3 servants loyal enough to stay because no one wealthier wants them. I am here because a month ago, one of my tenants was beaten on the road by men asking after old markers near the ridge. Last week, a sealed letter meant for another hand found its way to mine. Yesterday, I learned Sir Eldric had passed through this village in haste, with armour damaged less by battle than by concealment. Jasper's eyes narrowed despite himself. She saw that too. Yes, she said softly. You are not the only person capable of listening where he is not invited. Comforting. I've always wanted competition. I doubt you have lacked for it. For a moment, Gideon's face flashed in Jasper's mind, sharp-eyed, bitter, watching customers linger in Jasper's forge as if goodwill itself were theft. He pushed the thought aside. What was in the letter? He asked. Evelyn hesitated. It was the first hesitation he had seen from her, and for that reason he trusted it more than he would have trusted a smooth answer. Enough to tell me that old roots and sealed stores matter again, she said. Enough to suggest Dragon's End is not merely a story told to make children fear cliffs. At the name, the forge heat seemed to draw tighter around him. He had heard Bartholomew's tale, had watched Eldric go hard and cold at the mention of it, had begun, slowly and against preference, to understand that treasure might be the least important meaning attached to the legend. Evelyn studied him. So, you have heard the name. People in this village hear many names, and flinch at only a few. Jasper rested both palms on the bench. Suppose I have. Suppose I've seen enough to know that whatever this is, it has put more nerves into old men than is healthy. Why should I tell you anything? Because, she said, if you have what I think you have, then others are already moving for it. Men with less patience than I possess. Men who will not ask politely in a forge while children count the buckles on my tack outside. That is not an answer. It is the most honest one. He wanted not to like that. It made things untidy. What do you want? He asked. There it was at last. The real question, under all the others. Evelyn looked down at the strip of parchment, then folded it once, not fully, as if even with him she would reveal only so much. My family has lands, she said, or had them. Holdings carved smaller by debt, bad harvests, war levies, and the quiet hunger of larger houses. Old rights have a way of vanishing when no one powerful bothers to remember them. If Dragon's End is what I suspect, if it is tied to charters, stores, succession claims, defences, anything of that order, then proof could restore what was taken from my house. Not by miracle, by law, by leverage, by making men look where they preferred not to. Jasper listened. No trembling greed, no fevered talk of gold. She spoke like a woman reciting an inventory of losses and daring the world to deny the count. And if it is treasure, he said, then I shall be disappointed in history. That one earned a short laugh from him before he could stop it. Evelyn's expression eased by a degree. I do not need piles of coin, Master Alden. I need my people through winter. I need tenants not stripped for arrears by creditors who smell blood. I need my name to mean protection again instead of memory. The word settled into the forge with more weight than any noble plea had a right to carry. Jasper thought of the village beyond the door. Flour rising, men muttering about levies, women counting sacks and pretending they did not. War always came first for those far away and hardest for those nearest the ground. He had begun this business thinking in terms of mystery, danger, perhaps even the indecent thrill of not being ordinary. But every new piece of it dragged some ordinary life in after it. He said carefully, "You've made a very polished case for yourself." I had to. No one else was likely to make it for me. And if I decline to help, then I ride elsewhere and continue hunting with poorer odds. She met his gaze without flinching. But if you are involved, you should understand this much. Sir Eldric is not the only keeper of half-truths. Nor is your village the only place old marks have begun to matter. You stand at the edge of something wider than local gossip and a damaged knight. He believed her. That was the problem. How did you know to come to me? He asked. Because village gossip travels faster than armed men, Evelyn said. A smith repaired a knight's armour in secret. A blacksmith began asking old questions. Dragon's End was spoken near a tavern by people who should have known better. There was the dry wit again, turned just enough that he felt the sting. You may wish to choose quieter friends. Tragically, I'm fond of all my loud ones. Then keep them alive. That struck harder than her earlier accusation. Jasper looked toward the door, though he could not see through it. Somewhere beyond, Lila would be counting cups and hearing too much. Finn would be making jokes at danger's expense because someone had to. Eldric would be watching everything and explaining nearly nothing. And now this woman had arrived from another world entirely to tell him the secret in his forge belonged to more than one desperate hand. He said, "If you know so much, why not take your concerns to Eldric directly?" At that, something like actual weariness crossed Evelyn's face. Because Sir Eldric remembers my father's house when it still mattered, and cannot decide whether that makes me an ally or a nuisance. Because he thinks caution is the same thing as virtue. Because if I approached him first, he would tell me to go home and bar the doors, while men settled the matter for me. And you object to that plan, with passion. Jasper couldn't help it. He smiled. There you are, a human detail. I had hoped to avoid one. very nearly managed it. They stood regarding one another across the bench, each with the unmistakable sense of speaking to someone capable of being useful and dangerous in equal measure. At length, Evelyn gathered the parchment and wrapped it again. "I'm lodged at the old granary house beyond the well," she said, "for one night only. If you decide ignorance has lost its charm, send word." "On whose authority?" "Mine," she said. "I find it increasingly sufficient." Then she paused and added more quietly, "Whatever you possess, do not show it to anyone, because they seem convincing. Conviction is cheap, desperation is common. Both can wear decent manners." Jasper raised an eyebrow. "Is that warning meant to exclude you?" "It includes me first." For the first time since she had entered, he had no ready answer. She drew on her glove, turning toward the door. At the threshold she stopped and looked back once, blue eyes steady in the shifting forge light. "There is one more thing," she said. "The toothed sun is not merely a marker. In older records it signified wardship, custody, holding in trust until rightful claim or rightful need." Her gaze rested on him, a fraction too knowingly. "Remember that before you assume everyone seeking Dragon's End is hunting the same prize." Then she left. Cold air slid in around her and was gone. The children erupted outside in delighted questions. He heard her answer one of them with grave courtesy, heard the mare stamp, heard tack creak and hoofbeats begin again through the mud. Jasper remained where he was, one hand flat on the bench. Wardship, custody, trust, not treasure. Or not only treasure. He pulled the scrap leather aside with fingers that had gone strangely careful and looked down at the folded map hidden beneath. The marks on it seemed less like a puzzle now than a gathering of claims, old promises, and people hungry enough to call those promises theirs. Sir Eldric with his silences, Bartholomew with his legends full of missing teeth, Lila warning him that secrets drew trouble, and now Evelyn Bright, proud as frost and twice as sharp, arriving in village mud to say that what lay hidden might restore a house, feed tenants, alter law, or invite armed men to tear the place apart. Jasper let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. He had wanted adventure in the abstract, where it wore a good cloak and arrived with flattering purpose. What he kept getting instead was responsibility with several bad tempers and no clear instructions. Outside, a cart rattled past. Somewhere in the lane, someone began retelling what they had just seen, with the confidence of a man improving facts for public benefit. Jasper refolded the map and slid it back beneath the board. Then he stood very still in the heat of his forge and understood, with a clarity that left little room for comfort, that he was no longer wondering whether others were hunting the same secret. He was wondering how many. Chapter 7. Whispers in the Yard. By the next morning, the village had decided to become subtle in the way geese were subtle. Jasper knew it before anyone said a word to his face. He knew it in the pauses, in the glances that stopped half a second too late when he looked up, in the odd, strained cheer with which people greeted him, as if he were either about to die nobly or asked to borrow money. The forge yard, usually a place of practical impatience, carts backing badly, men swearing at wheel rims, women comparing weather and children while waiting for nails or hinges, had taken on the air of a chapel where someone had misplaced the sermon. People still came. They simply came with caution now, and caution in a village was louder than shouting. Jasper set a bar of iron into the coals and worked the bellows with more force than the fire required. Sparks leaped up in a spray of orange. Across the yard, Thomas Weaver stood beside his broken hoe and spoke too quietly with Widow Fenn. Widow Fen looked over once, found Jasper already looking at her, and immediately became absorbed in the sky. Interesting, Jasper thought. The sky had not seemed that compelling a moment ago. He drew the iron out, laid it on the anvil, and struck. The blows rang clean through the morning chill. Usually the sound settled him. Today it only made him feel as though he were announcing his own unease to the entire lane. Thomas shuffled nearer at last. Morning. Still is, unless someone has improved the sun without consulting me. Thomas gave a weak smile, then let it fade. How long on the hoe? An hour if you stop staring at me, as if I've hidden a duke in the coal bin. Thomas's ears went pink. Didn't mean anything by it. No, of course not. This village would never mean anything by anything. We merely breathe pointedly. Widow Fen clicked her tongue. You needn't be sharp. I find it saves time. He wished, the moment he said it, that he had not. Thomas looked hurt rather than guilty, and that was worse. Jasper scrubbed a forearm across his brow, leaving a darker streak of soot there. Sorry, he muttered. I've had a poor night's sleep and an excellent morning for regretting it. Widow Fen folded her arms. People are worried. About hoes. About you. That landed harder than it ought to have. Jasper turned the iron, struck again, and kept his face bent to the work. I'm flattered. It's nice to know my ordinary incompetence has grown so interesting. Widow Fen did not laugh. Gideon says you've gotten mixed in with noble business. There it was, not even dressed properly before being brought out. Jasper set down the hammer with care. Heat pulsed up through the anvil block into his palm. Gideon says many things. Last winter, he said my left hinge ran crooked by nature and offended honest carpentry. It did run crooked, Thomas offered. For 1 week, Jasper said, and in weather no hinge could reasonably be expected to survive. More importantly, Gideon is talking about my work now. Widow Fen's mouth tightened. He says important visitors don't call at a forge for nothing. Says you've been keeping private counsel. Says if trouble comes from it, it won't be noble folk who pay first. Jasper looked from her to Thomas. Neither met his eye. The anger that rose in him was sharp, but embarrassment moved quicker. Because there it was, beneath the insult, a real fear, not malice for its own sake, not entirely. War rumors had already made everyone count flour, patch shoes twice over, and eye the road as if soldiers might come boiling over the hill by supper. Add a night, a map hidden under Jasper's floorboards, and a noblewoman with a careful voice and too much knowledge, and the whole thing looked less like adventure than like a splendid way to get one's neighbors killed. I haven't done anything to endanger anyone, he said. Widow Fen lifted one shoulder. You don't know that. Neither did he. He hated her for saying it plainly. A cart rattled in from the lane, and with it came Gideon Blackwood, walking beside a farmer whose plowshare Jasper had repaired twice in 3 years. Gideon's forge apron was newer than Jasper's and cleaner this early in the day, which Jasper felt was morally suspicious in a smith. Gideon saw him at once. A small satisfaction touched his mouth. Not a grin exactly. Something meaner and thinner. Morning, Alden, he called. Busy with secrets? The yard went still in that ugly, hungry way crowds did when given permission to become a crowd. Jasper rested both hands on the anvil. Morning, Blackwood. Busy following other men's customers. The farmer beside Gideon cleared his throat and shifted his plowshare from one hand to the other. Gideon spread his hands. I'd hate to interrupt important work. Royal commissions and all. I mend hose, hinges, and the occasional wounded pride. If you've brought the last one, I'm overbooked. A few people snorted. Not many. Not enough. Gideon's eyes hardened. There you are then, joking while the rest of us wonder what you've invited into the village. I invited a knight with damaged armor, Jasper said. I did not summon plague. You don't know what you summoned. The word struck close enough to truth that Jasper felt it like a thumb pressed into a bruise. Gideon saw it. Of course he did. He stepped into the yard as if it were his own. You think because a noblewoman stops by your forge and an old warhound asks for repairs, you've become something more than the rest of us. Gideon glanced around, making sure everyone heard. But when great people bring trouble, they don't eat the cost. We do. That from a man eager enough to mention noble visitors before I had, Jasper said. Gideon's face flushed. I mention what everyone sees. No, Jasper said, more quietly. You mention what makes you useful. Something changed in Gideon's expression then, quick as a blade catching light. Not guilt, not exactly, but a flare of alarm before bitterness covered it. Thomas looked between them and took one step backward. Widow Fenn gathered her shawl closer. Gideon laughed once, harsh and humorless. Useful. There's a fine word from you. You've had half this village bringing work here for years because you know how to smile at them while taking their coin. Now you've found a fresher way to feel important. Jasper felt the humiliation burn under his skin because that, too, held a shard of truth twisted wrong. He did like being liked. He did like hearing people choose his name. He did want more than iron and smoke and the same lane forever. Wanting had always sat under his ribs like a shameful little ember. He said, If this is about customers, Gideon, try better workmanship and less public weeping. This time the laughter came quicker, and Gideon's jaw tightened. The farmer beside him muttered something about coming back later, and retreated with his plowshare before either blacksmith could claim him by force of personality. Coward, Jasper thought, then immediately felt unfair. The whole village was learning caution. Perhaps that was all. Gideon leaned closer. His voice dropped, but not enough. One day your mouth will fail you. Jasper smiled because there were eyes on him and because he had no idea what else to do. Then I'll be forced to rely on my many other sterling qualities. Gideon stared another moment, then turned sharply and strode back toward the lane. He did not look beaten. He looked pleased, which was worse. The yard breathed again after he left, though no one quite relaxed. Widow Fenn collected her basket. Thomas mumbled that he would return in the afternoon. By the time Jasper glanced up from the anvil, half the waiting customers had found elsewhere to be. He stood in the thinning yard with the heat of the forge against his front and the cold of public doubt at his back. It was an ugly sensation. By noon he had repaired 2 nails, 1 bent hook, and a pot handle no one needed until next week. Work that should have filled the bench sat absent. The spaces where jobs ought to have been looked accusatory. Finn arrived carrying a sack of charcoal over one shoulder, as if it weighed no more than a chicken, and should therefore be applauded for its good manners. His hair was wind-tossed, his stockings mismatched, and his expression bright with the determined cheer of a man entering a funeral with a lute. Well, Finn said, dropping the sack with a grunt, I've just passed 3 women discussing your moral decline beside the well, so congratulations on your growth as a public figure. Jasper shoved a pair of tongs into the slack tub harder than necessary. Steam hissed up. Was it a detailed decline? Or am I still only generally suspect? Oh, richly embroidered. You've charmed a knight, seduced a countess, stolen crown property, and perhaps started the war yourself for variety. Finn leaned in. Personally, I think starting a war is ambitious. Good to see you setting goals." Jasper laughed despite himself, though it came out thin. "A countess? I may have improved the title. Noble women sound grander if one imagines them carrying unnecessary jewels and old grief. One did carry old grief." Finn's smile eased a little. He knew when a joke had brushed bone. He glanced toward the lane, lowered his voice, and said, "It's Gideon. Yes, I had gathered that from the part where he used my morning for target practice." Finn pulled himself onto the chopping block near the door and folded his long legs badly. He's been at it since yesterday. At the well, in the lane, near the chapel steps, telling anyone who'll listen that you're hiding things from honest folk and courting ruin because being a blacksmith was not dramatic enough for your tastes. That does sound like him. Also offensively like me. Finn pointed. "No, important distinction. You do crave drama in a lovable way. Gideon means to sour people against you." Jasper looked at the half-empty yard. I had not noticed. Finn let that sit. His lightness had limits, and when he chose seriousness, it always landed harder for being rare. "They're frightened," he said. "That makes them stupid. Not evil, mostly. Comforting. It's meant to be." Jasper braced both hands on the bench and bowed his head for a moment. The folded map seemed to exist even through wood and floorboards, as if his whole forge had developed a second hidden foundation. What if he isn't wrong? Finn blinked. "Which part?" "The part where trouble follows this. Eldric, the map, Evelyn, all of it." Jasper gave a short, humorless breath. "I wanted one interesting thing to happen to me, and now every old woman with onions thinks I've invited invasion by being curious." Finn slid off the block. "First, old women with onions are the true governors of earthly life, so never underestimate them. Second, you didn't ask any of this to arrive, you found it. And kept it." "Yes." Finn met his eyes. "Because you thought it mattered." That was the trouble. Jasper still thought it did. He rubbed soot between finger and thumb. "There are moments," he said, "when I feel very brave for all of half a minute. Then Thomas Weaver looks at me as if I'm a crack in the church wall, and I remember I am one man with a hammer." Finn considered him with unexpected gentleness. "You're also the man half this village comes to when things break. Less enthusiastically now. Temporarily." Finn cocked his head. "Unless you plan to become unbearably tragic, in which case I'll have to stop visiting." Jasper smiled again, more honestly this time. "Your loyalty overwhelms." "It should. I practice." A shadow crossed the doorway. Lila stepped inside carrying a covered basket on one hip, the wool of her cloak damp at the hem from the muddy lane. Her gaze flicked from Finn to Jasper, to the near-empty workbench, and whatever she saw in Jasper's face made her mouth lose its usual easy curve. "I brought bread," she said, "and cheese before Finn eats all the bread and calls it sacrifice." Finn drew himself up. "Madam, I resent this attack on my devout character. You may survive it in the yard," Lila said. "Go split wood. Be useful at a distance." He looked between them, decided correctly that survival favored obedience, and took himself off with the charcoal sack and an exaggerated sigh. Lila set the basket down on the bench and uncovered a round loaf still faintly warm. The smell of it filled the forge, homely and soft, and for one absurd instant, Jasper nearly hated it because it made him want to be comforted. "That bad?" she asked. He reached for the bread simply to have something to do with his hands. Depends whether one enjoys being discussed like an infected pig. "Widow Fenn asked me this morning whether I thought you'd always had secret ambitions, or whether they'd come on sudden with the weather." Jasper shut his eyes briefly. "And what did you say?" That your worst secret ambition at 12 was to grow taller than your own rake. That was not secret. I was vocal about it. I remember. He tore off bread, but he was no longer hungry. Lila watched him for another beat, then moved closer, lowering her voice. How much did Gideon say? Enough. Noble trouble, hidden dealings. Great people bring ruin and we all pay. Jasper looked past her toward the lane. The irritating thing is that sounds sensible when put badly. Lila's eyes sharpened. Jasper. He leaned a hip against the bench. What? You're doing that thing. He frowned. My winning thing? Your cowardly thing, where you make yourself the punchline before anyone can ask the real question. He looked at her, then away. There was no use pretending he did not know what question she meant. Lila folded her arms. How much danger are we in? The forge seemed suddenly very loud, the fire settling, Finn outside attacking wood as if it had insulted his ancestry, the faint drip from damp eaves. Jasper wished, not for the first time, that Sir Eldric would either explain everything or become less dramatically correct. I don't know, he said at last. That is not the same as none. No. Does Gideon know more than he should? Jasper hesitated. Lila caught it immediately. Oh, splendid. He doesn't know about the map, Jasper said. I'm nearly sure. Nearly. I said splendid first. She exhaled through her nose and looked toward the floorboards, where, if one knew exactly where to look, and had no respect for privacy, one might find a scrap of kingdom-changing trouble hidden beneath old iron filings. You should have brought this to Eldric. I brought part of it to you. Yes, because I can be trusted, and because you were frightened, though you tried to dress it up as charm. Her gaze returned to him. But that is not the same as asking what happens to everyone around you if this turns worse. The word struck because they were fair. Jasper hated fair things when they cut. He set the bread down untouched. Do you think I haven't asked myself that? I think you've asked yourself, and answered with worry instead of action. That stung enough to make him snap. What action would you like exactly? Shall I stand in the lane and announce I possess a mysterious scrap, tied to old legends and uncertain power? That should soothe people. I'd like you, Lila said, very calm now, to decide whether this is about proving you matter, or about protecting anyone. Silence opened between them. Jasper felt heat rising off the forge, and another, meaner heat in his face. Because there it was, the shame beneath everything else. He did want this to mean something about him. He wanted not to be merely the blacksmith boys became when brighter futures failed to arrive. He wanted the map to be a door and not simply a burden. He wanted Lila to look at him and see someone equal to the size of what he imagined in private. None of that made the danger less real. Lila's voice softened. I'm not accusing you of selfishness. It sounds remarkably like it. I'm accusing you of being half honest, which is worse in practical matters. Outside, Finn shouted triumphantly at a log. The sound was ridiculous enough that Jasper nearly laughed and couldn't. He said, if I walk away now, Gideon still talks. Eldric still keeps his silences. Evelyn still wants whatever this leads to. Trouble does not vanish because I become sensible. No, Lila said, but the people who'll be hurt by it are not pieces on a game board either. They are Thomas, Widow Fenn, Finn, me. Her saying me so simply was more unsettling than if she had raised her voice. Jasper looked at her then, really looked. Damp hair curling near her temple, flour still caught in one sleeve from the morning bake, mouth set in determination, because she was angry and worried in equal measure, and had no intention of choosing only one. The whole village lived in her bones. He had always loved that about her, and occasionally resented it because it left him nowhere to hide. "I know," he said. "Do you?" He swallowed, enough to be afraid of it. Some of the fight went out of her face, not all, but enough. "That," she said quietly, "is a better answer." He let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. "Marvelous. I improve under scolding. It's one of your finest skills." For a moment, the old ease flickered back between them, thin but real. Then footsteps sounded in the lane, and both of them glanced toward the yard on instinct. No one entered. A pair of villagers passed by slower than necessary, speaking low. Jasper caught his own name, then Gideon's, then the words, "not safe." The ease vanished. Lila followed his gaze. "You can't let him define this." "I know. Do you have a plan?" "Not one I'd boast about." "Good. Boasting rarely improves plans." He rubbed a hand over his mouth. "I need to know what Gideon is after, truly. This isn't only jealousy anymore." Lila studied him, and he could almost see the point at which worry gave way to reluctant acceptance. She knew him too well to mistake stubbornness for impulse when it settled this deep. If anything, she probably understood before he did that once he had crossed some inner line, he would rather break than back away from it. "All right," she said, "then stop drifting in the middle of it. If you're going to continue with your eyes open." He gave a faint smile. "There's the encouragement every man dreams of. You'll survive. Eat the bread before I take it personally." "Yes, tavern tyrant." "Blacksmith fool." Finn poked his head around the doorway at once, proving he had been listening for tonal shifts, if not the words themselves. "Are we reconciled enough for cheese?" Lila turned without moving anything else. "You may have the heel." "I am cherished," Finn declared, and disappeared again. Jasper took a bite because she told him to. It tasted of barley, smoke, and the stubborn steadiness of ordinary life. He held it in his mouth a moment longer than necessary. When Lila left, she squeezed his wrist once on the way past. Brief, practical, nearly nothing. It did not feel like nothing. By late afternoon, the yard had thinned almost entirely. A woman who usually would have left 3 knives for sharpening claimed she had remembered another errand. A cooper's apprentice asked Gideon's rates aloud while standing in Jasper's doorway. Even those who stayed seemed to stand at a slight angle, as if ready to disclaim loyalty should events require. Jasper worked through it. He repaired what came. He answered shortly when spoken to, and politely when he remembered. All the while his mind moved elsewhere, to Gideon's flare of unease at the word useful, to Evelyn's measured warning, to Sir Eldric's habit of acting like a man trying to hold shut a door against weather no one else yet felt. As dusk gathered over the yard, he closed the forge doors himself and stood for a moment with his hand on the latch. The lane beyond was muddy, dim, and full of low voices drifting from supper fires. His name might be in some of them. His danger certainly was. He felt, with a clarity almost cold, how easy it would be to put the map in Eldric's hands and say, "Take it then. Let older, grimmer people bear this burden. Let the village think what it liked. Let his life shrink back to iron and orders and all the ordinary hurts he knew how to survive." The thought lasted, then passed, because Gideon was moving for reasons larger than spite, because fear had already entered the yard and made itself at home, because if trouble was coming, ignorance would not soften it. Jasper slid the latch into place and turned back toward the darkening forge. Publicly, he had never felt more alone. Privately, for the first time all day, his purpose steadied. Let them whisper then. He would find out what the whispers were hiding. Chapter 8. The Night's Warning. The warning came at the end of a bad afternoon, which felt discourteously appropriate. Jasper had spent most of the day pretending not to notice that half his customers now spoke to him, as if he had become both delicate and contagious. The other half were trying so hard to seem ordinary that they circled every subject worth mentioning like frightened hens around a puddle. By dusk, he had repaired a kettle hook, reset 2 loose cart rim bands, and ruined the temper of a nail set by striking harder than the work required. The forge was cooling when Sir Eldric stepped through the doorway without knocking. He filled the entrance in the way old soldiers did, without haste, without apology, carrying weather and authority in on their shoulders, as if both belonged to them. His cloak was damp at the hem. The scar beside his mouth looked deeper in the low light. Jasper had seen him angry, secretive, and briefly alarmed at the mention of Dragon's End. He had not yet seen him look tired enough to seem mortal. That ought to have made the man easier to like. It did not. "If you've come for the armor," Jasper said, not looking up at first, "you're in luck. I was about to begin charging it rent." Eldric shut the door behind him. "Is anyone else here?" Jasper glanced toward the yard. Empty. The lane beyond lay in rainy grey shadow, with only a chicken committing some private offence near the fence. "Unless that bird has developed a taste for treason, no." Eldric's expression did not move. "Bolt the door." That was not encouraging. Jasper set down the tongs. "You do know this manner of speaking makes every ordinary conversation sound guilty. Bolt it." Against his better judgment, Jasper did. The iron bar fell into place with a heavier sound than it ought to have made. When he turned back, Eldric had already crossed to the bench, where the knight's armor lay in pieces under a cloth. Jasper's skin tightened. He moved before thinking, and set himself between Eldric and the loose board beneath the tools where the map was hidden. It was not a graceful action. Too quick by half. Too obvious by all of it. Eldric noticed. Of course he noticed. For a moment, neither spoke. The forge ticked around them as metal cooled. Somewhere in the coals, a buried ember shifted and gave off a faint red breath. "At last," Eldric said. "Something honest." Jasper folded his arms. "You might try it sometime. It has a certain rough charm. You found it." There was no point insulting them both with denial. Jasper lifted one shoulder. "Found what?" Eldric gave him a look dry enough to season timber. "Do not waste my patience, boy." Jasper's jaw tightened before he could stop it. Boy. There it was. The word itself was not the wound. It was how neatly it slid into the place all the village whispers had already hollowed out in him. Too young, too curious, too pleased with himself. A blacksmith who had mistaken a secret for an invitation. He leaned back against the workbench with a care he did not feel. If you wanted a man incapable of noticing hidden compartments in damaged armor, you brought your business to the wrong forge. I wanted a man who could repair what was in front of him and leave buried things buried. Well, then you brought your business to the wrong forge. Something almost like irritation crossed Eldric's face, though on him it looked very close to pain. "What exactly have you done with it?" "Looked at it," Jasper said. "Thought about it. Failed to become a duke with it, regrettably." Who knows? Jasper considered lying and heard Lila in his mind telling him that if he was going to make poor decisions, he could at least choose only one at a time. "Lila," he said, "Finn knows something exists, though not much. Bartholomew knows less than he thinks and more than is comfortable. Evelyn Bright knows enough to be annoying." Eldric closed his eyes for one brief moment. That many, he said quietly. That many what? That many ways for this to end badly. Jasper bristled. You speak as if I've been tossing it from rooftop to rooftop with a note tied on. You took a matter of state into a tavern. It is Lila's tavern, not a marketplace in the capital. To gossip, there is no difference. That stung because it was true. Jasper hated when truth arrived wearing someone else's voice. He pushed away from the bench. Then perhaps, if anyone had explained what this matter of state was, I might have known whether to hide in a cellar or merely stop discussing old symbols over ale. Eldric's gaze fixed on him. Perhaps if anyone had explained it, you would already be dead. The words landed cleanly. No raised voice, no flourish. That was what gave them force. Jasper laughed once, though there was no humor in it. That is a grand method of instruction. Keep the blacksmith ignorant for his own good. Yes. The answer came so fast it robbed Jasper of the next line waiting on his tongue. Eldric stepped closer, boots scraping cinders. Listen to me carefully. The thing you found is not treasure in the village story sense. Not a chest, not jewels, not some fool dream fit for drunk men and winter fires. It is tied to old claims, old defences, and men who would gladly burn 5 villages to secure one advantage they think belongs to them. Jasper's pulse quickened despite himself. What advantage? I'm not telling you. Because you don't trust me? Because the fewer words in your head, the fewer words anyone can beat out of you. A silence stretched. The forge seemed suddenly too small for both of them. Jasper hated that part of him heard protection in the harshness. He hated it more because another part heard contempt. So that is it, he said. I meant to mend your plate, nod at your warnings, and keep my little commoner hands away from things larger men understand. Eldric's stare sharpened. Do not put vanity in my mouth and call it wisdom. Oh, that is rich. Is it false? Jasper opened his mouth and shut it again, because no, not entirely. He had not chased the map only for the kingdom, or for the village, or for truth itself. Some shabby, private part of him had thrilled at being chosen by accident, at finding something hidden inside noble steel, as if the world had briefly looked down at his soot-black hands and admitted they might matter. That did not make his concern false. It only made it crowded. Eldric saw enough in his face to press the point. You want to prove you are more than a smith in a small village, he said. That is plain. And if I do, then prove it by surviving long enough to be useful. Jasper looked away, furious at the heat rising under his skin. You make usefulness sound very noble when what you mean is obedience. What I mean is this. Eldric's voice roughened. You are standing at the edge of something you do not understand. Men with banners behind them have drowned provinces for less. Houses have been erased over disputes hidden in ledgers and tombs. If certain names hear Dragon's End spoken aloud in the wrong room, men will ride before dawn. They will not ask whether the blacksmith was curious. They will ask where the map is, who read it, and who else must be silenced. Outside, rain began again, fine and steady against the roof. Jasper stared at the dark mouth of the hearth. He imagined riders coming down the village road through mud and smoke. Imagined Lila in her doorway watching them, Finn trying to joke his fear smaller, Bartholomew too proud to run. The image sat cold in his stomach. But fear had a talent for arriving arm in arm with stubbornness. You asked me to stop, he said at last. Yet you brought the thing here. You hid it in armor and carried it through my door. You saw what kind of village this is. You saw me. If you wanted silence, you should have taken it to a blind cobbler. I had reasons. Conveniently secret ones. Yes. Jasper let out a breath through his nose. Do you enjoy being impossible, or is it devotional? Eldric ignored that. I did not expect the compartment to be discovered so quickly. That is almost insulting. It is a fact, not an insult. You are good at what you do. There it was, the smallest scrap of praise, delivered like a man setting down a blade by the handle and hoping not to be accused of affection. Jasper did not know what to do with it. He settled for saying, a moving tribute. Shall I carve it on the wall? Eldric's mouth twitched, not quite into a smile. It vanished at once. When I was younger, he said, I thought secrecy was cowardice. I thought a clean blade and a clean truth were always enough. The shift in his tone made Jasper still. Eldric was no longer speaking like a man delivering orders. He sounded instead like someone opening a door he had held shut for years and disliked the draft coming through. There was a town in the north, he said. Border country, stone bridge, grain stores, chapel with a cracked bell. We had warning that a certain record, old oaths, old lines of succession, matters half the realm had forgotten, might be hidden there. My commander wanted quiet. Search discreetly, remove what mattered, leave no panic behind. He looked not at Jasper now, but at the armor on the bench, as if the dents in it held the shape of the memory. I thought that too careful, too slow. I told a local reeve enough to gain his help. He told his brother. The brother told a priest. The priest told a man he thought loyal. By sunset, 3 factions knew. Before we did. By dawn, the town burned in the confusion. Not by dragonfire, by men, which is always uglier. Jasper said nothing. He had never heard Eldric speak so many words in succession, and certainly not about himself. We recovered nothing, Eldric went on. Only bodies, ash, and proof that information once loosed does not return because you regret your mouth. The rain tapped steadily overhead. Jasper became acutely aware of the smell of wet wool, old metal, banked coal. How many died? He asked. Eldric's gaze came back to him. Enough. It was not refusal. It was worse. It was answer enough to show the number had never stopped counting itself in the man's head. A different anger moved through Jasper then, less sharp, less youthful. Not gone, but altered by the sight of grief sitting so plainly in another man's posture. Eldric was still controlling, still maddening, still keeping too much. But whatever secrecy he practiced had not been grown from arrogance alone. Jasper rubbed soot from his thumb against his palm. You could have said that earlier. Yes. And I did not. That at least was honest. Jasper turned away and crouched by the loose board beneath the bench. He lifted it, took out the folded map, and stood with it in his hand. Eldric watched the parchment as if it were capable of teeth. For one reckless second, Jasper considered tossing it into the fire. End the matter. End the staring, the whispers, the noble woman's careful questions, the pressure in his chest each time someone mentioned roads or old stories. Let the kingdom keep its own cursed secrets. Then he thought of the punched marks inside the breastplate, of Bartholomew's broken legend, of Evelyn's urgency that had not looked greedy so much as desperate, of the village itself sitting, perhaps unknowingly, near the edge of something old and sharpened. Burning the map would not end the danger if others already hunted what it signified. It would only leave him blind. He held it out. Eldric reached for it. Jasper stepped back. The knight's hand stopped in midair. No, Jasper said. The word surprised them both by how steady it was. I understand enough to know this is not a game, Jasper went on. I understand less than I'd like, which appears to be your preferred arrangement. But I'm not giving it over and returning to shoeing farm horses while the village sits in the middle of whatever storm this is." Eldric's expression hardened again. "You mistake involvement for control, and you mistake silence for safety." For a moment, it seemed they might begin the whole argument from the start and simply hammer one another flat with different tools. Instead, Eldric let his hand fall. "What are you proposing?" That was not surrender, but it was not command either. Jasper folded the map carefully, buying time. "I keep it hidden. I speak of it to no one else. I stop waving curiosity about like a tavern singer with a new chorus. A sensible beginning. Do not sound pleased. It sits badly on you." Eldric ignored that too. "And when Evelyn Bright returns, she will discover that blacksmiths, though humble, are capable of lying with astonishing grace. Can you? Not well, but with commitment." Again, that almost smile touched Eldric's face and vanished. "You will watch who watches you," the knight said. "If strangers come, if Gideon's talk sharpens, if any mention certain names—" "Which names?" "I said certain." Jasper exhaled sharply. "You are impossible. I am alive. That hardly seems proof of virtue. No, only method." Jasper tucked the map inside his jerkin. Its presence there felt heavier than parchment had any right to feel. "If I find something more," he said, "something that suggests the danger is here, not merely passing through, then you come to me at once." "And if I choose not to?" Eldric looked at him with weary severity. "Then I will come after you and remind you, in terms less patient than these, that courage and stupidity are cousins often mistaken for twins." "That sounds very nearly like concern." "It is strategy." "Of course." Eldric drew his cloak closer and turned toward the door. His limp showed more plainly now than when he had entered. Jasper wondered if it always worsened in rain or only in memories. At the threshold, the old knight paused. "You were wrong about one thing," he said without facing him. Jasper frowned. "Only one? A miraculous day. I did not bring the armor here because you were convenient." Eldric's hand rested on the bolt. "I brought it because you notice what matters." Then he lifted the bar and stepped out into the wet dusk. The door closed. Rain and forge and cooling iron rushed softly back into the space he had left behind. Jasper stood very still. He ought to have felt triumphant. He had kept the map. He had not yielded like a child sent from a dangerous room. Instead, he felt as if he had agreed to walk a road whose first stones he still could not see. After a moment, he crossed to the bench and laid a hand on the battered breastplate. The punch marks along the inside edge caught the dim light, shallow and stubborn. "Useful," Eldric had said. Jasper stared at the armor and thought of burning towns, hidden claims, riders on the road, and Lila telling him that secrets did not stay put simply because one wished them better manners. At last, he unbolted the door again and looked out into the lane. The village seemed ordinary in the rain. Smoke, mud, a shutter banging somewhere in the wind. Farther off, a laugh from the direction of the tavern, brief and human and so painfully normal, it nearly undid him. He pressed a hand against the map beneath his jerkin. Then he stepped into the evening carrying both the warning and his refusal, with no clear sense which one would prove heavier. Chapter 9. Ledger of Iron. Morning arrived bright enough to be offensive. After days of damp skies and suspicious faces, the sun came out over the village with the confidence of a man who had not once been accused of meddling in noble trouble, Light spilled through the forge door and struck the dust in gold bars. The yard beyond was still muddy, but now the mud shone as if it had ideas above its station. Jasper stood at his workbench with the map spread open between a horseshoe ledger, 3 broken buckles, and a cup of tea gone cold enough to be used in mortar. He had slept poorly and decided, in the absence of sense or caution, to answer that condition with method. If the map was made by human hands, then human hands had left habits on it. That, at least, was the sort of thought that comforted a blacksmith. He bent over the parchment. The marks that had seemed half random at first no longer looked random at all. Not clear, which would have been a kindness, but not random. The repeated symbol, the half-sun, or crown, or wheel fragment with little teeth, appeared beside 2 of the map's lines and once near the edge where the parchment had been repaired with old thread. Evelyn had recognized it, or pretended to. Bartholomew had said it stirred old stories. Eldric had gone tight as a trap at the name Dragon's End, which left Jasper in the agreeable position of being the least informed person attached to his own problem. He reached for a stack of old work slips, wax tablets, charcoal scrawls on scrapwood, and the stitched leather notebook his father had kept before him. The notebook smelled faintly of oil and smoke and old hands. He opened it with care. His father's marks were neat where Jasper's tended toward impatient. Repairs listed by family name. Tool orders. Payments promised and eventually made, usually in turnips, labour, or apology. Along the margins were notes about maker's marks. A cross chisel for the quarryman, a little sheaf for the fen mill, a 3-line gate for the Carterans. Jasper turned pages until soot smudged his fingers darker than usual. There, a sketch in the margin near an entry for plowshare bands, nearly 15 years old. A toothed half-circle, small as a thumbnail. Beside it, his father had written, Old road mark, found on hinge from lower storehouse. Keep. Jasper stared. Well, he said to the empty forge, that is either extremely promising or a sign my family has been hoarding nonsense for generations. The forge, as ever, declined comment. He crossed to the shelves by the back wall, where old pieces waited for mending, melting, or the mercy of being useful one day. Every forge had such shelves. They were where objects went when no one had heart enough to throw them away, and no one had time enough to fix them. Jasper began pulling things down. A cracked latch from the abandoned granary, a bent lantern hook, a rusted strip of harness buckle, the hinge from a storage chest no one had claimed in years. On the 3rd piece he found it, not carved deeply, not meant for display, just there on the underside, protected from weather and wear, a toothed half-circle stamped into the iron. His pulse kicked. He set it beside the map and looked for more. By the time someone knocked at the open door, he had 6 pieces on the bench and the same small symbol on 4 of them. All old, all from households or store spaces near the village edge, or from repairs his father had done on things brought in without much explanation. One had come from the old mill track, one from the disused sheep pens beyond the western field, one, according to the notebook, from Stone House by Aldercopse, which sounded less like an address and more like the beginning of a murder ballad. Jasper. Lila stood in the doorway with a basket on her hip and the morning behind her. She wore a blue dress, faded at the seams, and an apron dusted with flour. A strand of chestnut hair had escaped and stuck to her cheek in the breeze. She took one look at the bench and lifted her brows. That, she said, is the face you make when you've either solved something important or forgotten to eat. Those faces are very similar. That is not a defense. She came in without waiting to be invited, because she had known him since both of them had been short enough to lose arguments with tabletops. She set the basket down and began unloading bread, cheese, and 2 fresh cups of something that smelled far better than his dead tea. "I brought provisions," she said, "in the hope of preserving your life and keeping you from trying to drink whatever that is." He looked at his cup. "That is an honorable beverage with a long and difficult past. It has the appearance of regret. It has character. It has a skin." He surrendered the cup. "You argue unfairly." "I argue successfully," he smiled despite himself, then pointed at the pieces on the bench. "Look." Lila leaned in. Her expression sharpened at once. That was one of the things Jasper liked best about her, and one of the things that made being near her occasionally unbearable. She never treated his thoughts as decoration. If he said look, she looked. At the map first, then the iron scraps, then the open notebook. "The same mark," she said. "Yes." "On old pieces?" "Yes." "Pieces from where?" "That," Jasper said, feeling a little brighter than he had in days, "is the useful question. And at last, I have one of those." He showed her the ledger entries, translating his father's clipped notes and his own more chaotic additions. Lila braced one hip against the work table, tearing bread absently as she listened. "Lower storehouse," she said. "That's the old grain place near the south lane. Empty now except for rats, broken sacks, and the occasional boy pretending to be a knight. A natural military centre then." She ignored that. "Stone house by alder copse. There's no house anymore, only foundation stones. The widow Harrow's grandfather lived there before the fever years." He looked up. "You know all this because I listen when people complain in my tavern. It is my most marketable skill." I thought that was refusing credit with a smile. "That's the second." He grinned and tore off a piece of bread. The feeling moving through him was strange and welcome, something steadier than excitement, more useful than fear. Work, actual work, not waiting for warnings, not being stared at like a dangerous curiosity, but using his hands and eyes and the habits he had learned at this bench. Lila pointed to another note. "Mill track. That one matters." "Why?" "Because no one calls it that now. It's just the West Road. But old people still say mill track when they mean the route that skirts the ridge instead of cutting through the marsh. Carts used it before the bridge was rebuilt." Jasper looked at the map again. One of the crooked lines, the one he had thought might be river or road, had 2 of the tooth symbols near it and a triangular mark beyond. If it was a route rather than a border, the spacing changed everything. He took charcoal and marked a fresh scrapboard. "Lower storehouse, mill track, alder copse." He looked at the arrangement. "These aren't random holdings. They line outward." "Toward what?" "That," he said, "is what I was hoping an elderly man with inconvenient memory might tell us." Lila's mouth twitched. "Bartholomew. Unless you know another village elder who smells faintly of onions and prophecy." "We do not, though I'd pay to see 2 of them arguing." They left the forge together after Jasper banked the fire and hid the map under leather and tools. He hesitated at the threshold, scanning the lane from habit now. A cart rolled by. Widow Fenn was hanging washing with the stern purpose of a woman who considered linen a moral undertaking. Across the way, Gideon's yard stood open and busy. Jasper caught a glimpse of him at the anvil, shoulders squared, hammer rising and falling with unnecessary force. Gideon saw him. The look lasted only a moment before turning back to the iron, but it was enough to roughen the good edge of Jasper's mood. Lila noticed. "Leave him to his temper. I was planning to leave him to a cartwheel if fortune grew generous." Jasper. I said if. You think saying things with that face makes them less foolish. It often does. It absolutely does not. He walked beside her down the lane, carrying the old hinge, latch, and buckle in a sack over his shoulder. The village smelled of wet earth drying in sunlight, dung, yeast, and wood smoke. Children ran past in a noisy pack. Somewhere a woman was scolding a hen, as if the bird had entered into sin deliberately. Ordinary sounds. Jasper had not realized how much he needed them to seem ordinary again. Bartholomew was where old men with stories tended to be when sought, outside his door on a stool, patch cloak over his knees despite the mild day, carving at a stick with a knife too blunt to be entirely safe. He peered up as they approached. If you're here to ask whether dragons ever nested in the church tower, the answer is no, though there was once a bishop with a voice much like one. We'll save that for this afternoon, Jasper said. I've brought iron. Then at least you've brought something with manners. Bartholomew set the knife aside. His cottage smelled of dried herbs, stale pipe smoke, and the peculiar dust of rooms where every shelf carried objects no one else was allowed to throw away. Jasper laid the pieces out on the table by the window, then showed him the symbol. The old man's eyes narrowed. For all his muttering and digressions, there were moments when age seemed to drop away from him and leave only attention. He said. Jasper waited. Bartholomew tapped the hinge. Not household vanity, not a maker's boast. Too hidden for that. That was my thought. Dangerous habit, Bartholomew said. Keep it, though. Lila folded her arms. Do you know it? No is a proud word. He bent closer. I know I've seen it in old stone cuttings west of the village. Not on church work. Older than that. On a boundary slab that toppled when I was a boy, and on a ring bolt in the cellar beneath the old tithe house before they filled half of it in. Jasper felt his pulse quicken again. What did it mean? Bartholomew sat back slowly. A root, I think. Or a pledge, tied to one. My grandfather called it the mark of the keeper's way. Lila exchanged a look with Jasper. That sounds very much like the beginning of a lie. Many truths do. Bartholomew sniffed. In the old stories, before roads were roads, and every hill had two names, there were places set aside for retreat. Not castles, smaller. Hidden stores, sheltering cells, wells kept secret in famine or war. Places sworn to certain households and wardens. Not for the rich to hoard silver. His gaze flicked to Jasper. For keeping people alive when raiders came through. Jasper went very still. The room seemed suddenly more solid around him. The crooked shelves, the dim light. Lila's hand resting on the chair back beside him. He looked at the symbol again and imagined it not as treasure mark, but instruction. Safe road, hidden store, refuge. That fits, he said quietly. Better than gold. Gold always fits badly in stories told by hungry people, Bartholomew said. They talk of treasure because treasure is what later men understand. But old villages counted wealth differently. Salt, grain, iron, clean water, a place to outlast winter or swords. Lila leaned over the table. Dragon's End. Bartholomew's mouth tightened. A name collected many uses. End of the dragon. Edge of the dragon's lands. Shelter from dragon fire. If you like poetry better than accuracy. But yes. Some say it was a hoard. Some say a tomb. My grandfather said, when he was feeling contrary, that it was a gate no coward should pray to find. That clears everything up beautifully, Jasper said. It should. Confusion is a sign of honest memory. Jasper drew the map from inside his coat and spread it carefully before them. Bartholomew frowned at the parchment, tracing nothing, touching only air above the lines. There, Jasper said, pointing to the toothed marks. If these are root signs, then this line's no river, Lila said. It's road. Or was, Jasper said. An older way. Bartholomew nodded slowly. Road to the western ridge. Before the marsh crossing changed. Before the last wars, perhaps earlier. Jasper followed the line with his eye. It passed beyond the last homes, past the mill track, toward the rougher country where the land lifted into broken stone and scrub oak. One of the triangular symbols stood there. Marker stones, he murmured. Or lookouts. Or both, said Bartholomew. Lila studied the spacing. If this was meant to guide someone carrying supplies or people, it would avoid open ground. Jasper looked at her. You've thought about smuggling? I run a tavern. Of course I've thought about smuggling. Bartholomew made a dry noise that might have been laughter. Girl's right. Routes like this are for reaching safety without announcing yourself to every armed fool with a horse. A warmth moved through Jasper then. Not from the sun and not from the forge. It was the sharp, clean feeling of pieces touching at last. Not all of them, not enough, but enough to make a shape. Dragon's End might not be a chest of coins under a ruined tower. It might be a hidden refuge, an old defensive place, a store kept secret because secrets outlived kings. That would explain Eldric's fear, explain Evelyn's urgency, explain why a map would be hidden in armor rather than boasted over ale. It also made the whole matter worse, because men killed for power more eagerly than for stories, and a hidden refuge with old claims tied to it might be worth far more than gold to the wrong people. Lila seemed to arrive at the same thought. If there's truly something out there, she said, and if others know enough to search, they'll search the road, Jasper finished. Bartholomew looked at him over the rim of his age. And roads, boy, cut both ways. Silence held for a moment. Outside, somewhere in the lane, a dog barked. A cart rattled by. The world had the audacity to go on. Jasper rolled the map carefully. I need to see the western ridge. Lila's head turned toward him at once. No, he blinked. That was quick. Yes, it was meant to be. I didn't say I was going this instant. You were thinking it in a very immediate sort of way. That is slander. I think recklessly in many tempos. Bartholomew snorted. Lila fixed Jasper with the look that had ended many bad ideas in his life, and, with depressing unfairness, made him want to earn her good opinion at the same time. You may need to see it, she said. You do not need to go alone, and you do not need to go stupid. He considered objecting, mostly from habit. Then he looked at the map, the marked iron pieces, the old man who remembered half a century and forgot his own spoon, and the woman beside him who had brought him breakfast and practical sense in equal measure. For the first time in days, he did not feel like a fool chasing rumor. He felt useful, more than useful, placed, as if all the years spent noticing the small language of metal had been leading, improbably, to this table. All right, he said. Not alone, not stupid. Lila's expression softened by a degree. That is as close to wisdom as I've heard from you this week. High praise. I shall record it in my own ledger. Gee, then perhaps one day historians will know you occasionally listened. Jasper gathered the iron pieces back into the sack, keeping out the hinge with the clearest mark. He wanted it in his hand, something solid to remind him this was not only story. The lead they had found was real enough to hold, real enough to follow. And real enough, he thought, as he looked west through Bartholomew's small window toward the rising land beyond the village roofs, to be dangerous before long. Chapter 10. Road to the Ruins. They left before the village had fully decided what sort of day it meant to be. A pale morning hung over the roofs and lanes, all thin light and damp air, with the kind of sky that looked harmless only until a man trusted it. Jasper stood in the forge yard with a satchel over one shoulder, a walking stick in his hand, and the folded map tucked beneath his tunic where it felt unreasonably warm against his skin. He had not slept much. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the marks from the map laid over the scratched half-suns and tooth symbols he had found on old ironwork, on gate fittings, on a cracked harness buckle no one had bothered to mend in 20 years. Bartholomew's voice had turned in his mind through the dark. Old root, old oath, refuge in bad years, though refuge from what the old man had not been able to say. War, perhaps. Raiders, hunger, kings, cheerful possibilities all around. Finn arrived first, striding into the yard with an expression of determined usefulness and a loaf of bread tucked under one arm, as if he expected to negotiate with the wilderness by feeding it. "I've brought provisions," he announced. Jasper looked at the loaf. "One loaf. There's cheese in my pocket." That sentence has never improved my confidence. Finn ignored him and peered toward the lane. "Is she coming then?" As if summoned by the note in his voice. Lila turned in through the gate. She wore a dark wool cloak over a sturdy kirtle, her skirts hitched for walking and her hair braided back in a way that always made Jasper think dangerous thoughts about perfectly respectable rope work. She carried a basket on one arm and looked, infuriatingly, as if she had been born prepared for difficult journeys and other people's bad decisions. "You're both late," she said. Jasper blinked. "I have been here the entire time." "Yes, delaying in place still counts." Finn brightened. "I'm only mostly late." Lila handed Jasper the basket. Dried apples, cold meat, bandage cloth, because you two attract trouble with the devotion of saints. "We're going to look at an old marker," Jasper said. "You're going to tramp half the morning over wet ground chasing a legend while several parties may already be doing the same," she said. "That is simply trouble with scenery." He should have had a better answer than that. He did not, which was becoming an irritating pattern when she looked at him this directly. Instead he said, "If I'm killed by scenery, I'll try to make it dignified." "You won't," she said, and gave him a look so familiar and fond that something in his chest shifted before he could stop it. Finn clapped once. "Excellent. We're all frightened and insulted. It feels organized now." They went out by the north lane, where cottages thinned into kitchen plots and then into pasture cut with stone walls older than memory. The village fell behind them in pieces, the forge smoke, the tavern roof, the chapel bell that did not ring this early unless someone had made a serious error in dying. Ahead, the land lifted in folds of rough grass and scrub. A cart track wandered toward higher ground before dissolving into two narrower paths, one toward the woods and one toward the old boundary ridge Bartholomew had described. Jasper kept the map in his head more than in his hands. The parchment was too dangerous to be flourished in open country like a fair notice. He had traced the route enough times to trust the shape of it, the line that might be a stream or road, the three angled marks, the toothed symbol set near a bend. Bartholomew had tapped the table with one knotted finger and said that if the old oath road still existed in any useful form, it would run northeast toward the broken ridge stones that once marked village lands before the boundaries shifted. People used to hide things in border places, the old man had said. Not because borders are strong, mind, because everyone thinks they belong to someone else. The fields gave way to rougher ground. Grass brushed wet against Jasper's boots. Thorn scrub tugged at their hems. The sun disappeared behind a bank of cloud with suspicious speed. Finn looked upward. That sky has plans. The sky always has plans, Lila said. Yes, but today they seem personal. Jasper smiled despite himself. He liked them like this, out of the village and its listening walls, where every sentence did not have to pass through rumour before it reached another pair of ears. Here there was only the wind moving over the ridge, the damp smell of earth, and the occasional cry of a distant crow. For perhaps half an hour, the walk was only a walk. Then the signs began. At first, it was nothing more than trampled grass where the ground narrowed between two stones. Jasper slowed, lifting a hand. Lila nearly walked into him and stopped with a sharp breath. "What?" Finn whispered instantly, in the loudest whisper known to mankind. Jasper pointed. There. The grass had been flattened recently, and by more than sheep. Boots, he thought. More than one set. The marks were muddied by the night's damp and a little spread at the edges, but the heel shapes were too square and deep for grazing animals. Someone had passed this way within a day. Lila crouched beside the track. 2, maybe 3, or one very indecisive man circling his own thoughts, Jasper said. She glanced up. You'd know. He put a hand to his heart. Wounded in the wild. Finn bent over the prints with exaggerated seriousness. Could be soldiers. Could be shepherds, Lila said. Could be shepherds with excellent boots and poor respect for narrow places, Jasper said. But his voice had gone quieter. They went on more carefully after that. Conversation thinned. Jasper found himself listening to the land in a way he never needed in the forge, waiting for wrongness inside ordinary sounds. The path climbed toward a rise where old stones jutted from the earth like broken teeth. Beyond them, the ground fell away into a shallow hollow choked with bracken and low ash trees. On the far side, half hidden by ivy and weather, stood what remained of a boundary marker or shrine, a squat pillar of old stone with one toppled slab leaning against it. There, Jasper said. The sight of it gave him a quick, unreasonable thrill. He had expected disappointment. A pile of old rock, sheep droppings and a wasted morning. Instead, the place looked exactly like the sort of thing legends would ruin a man's peace over. Ordinary from a distance. Strange the moment one came close. The pillar had been carved once, though time had done its level best to argue against it. Rain had eaten the edges. Lichen veiled much of the face. Still, as Jasper stepped nearer, he saw the shallow curve of a familiar mark. The half-sun, the toothed crown, whatever it truly was. Damn me, he murmured. Lila came beside him. It matches? He brushed wet moss away with his thumb. Close enough that I'd prefer it not to. Finn hovered at his other shoulder. That's encouraging, isn't it? It depends, Jasper said. If this is an old refuge marker, encouraging. If it's a sign that everyone else who wanted the map was right to care, less so. He knelt in the damp and studied the stone. The symbol had been carved above a line of older script so worn it was barely more than grooves. Beside the marker lay the fallen slab, and on its underside, shielded from rain for who knew how many years, another set of marks survived more clearly. Not words, directions. 3 cut lines branching from a central point, one broken at the end, one crossed, one marked with the same tooth sign. Jasper's pulse kicked. Finn, he said, can you clear those brambles a little? With pleasure, Finn said, and then, after wrestling with a hooked branch, no, not with pleasure, with loyalty and scratches. Lila crouched across from Jasper. What do you see? He traced the cuts lightly without touching the deepest grooves. Not treasure directions, I think. Route instructions. Look, this one ends. This one's blocked or forbidden. This one matters. And where does it go? He looked up toward the hollow and the ridge beyond. If the map and Bartholomew's tale are speaking to each other at all, then somewhere under or beyond this line, there was a place to shelter people or store something worth protecting. Lila watched him with that intent, practical focus she turned on work and wounded people and stubborn men. "You're enjoying this?" He gave a short breath that might have been a laugh. "I'm terrified, but yes. That sounds more like you." Finn, now scratched but triumphant, said, "If there's a hidden cellar full of ancient royal wine, I'd like the record to show I supported this venture from the beginning." Jasper stood and looked around the hollow more carefully. Once seen, the disturbances became impossible to miss. Bracken had been kicked flat near the pillar. Mud showed a fresh scrape where something metal-edged had struck stone. Under the ash trees lay a coil of rope fibers, snapped and abandoned. Someone had not merely passed through. Someone had searched. The thrill in him turned cold. "Back," he said quietly. Neither of them argued. Lila rose at once. Finn stopped smiling. Jasper moved toward the ash trees and found the clearest sign yet, a patch of earth recently turned over and then hastily stamped flat again, as if whoever dug there had not liked what they found, or had found nothing at all. Beside it, half hidden under leaves, lay the broken end of a wooden tool handle. Not village-made. The grain was finer, the shaping cleaner, more expensive than a farm spade required. Lila saw it too. They were digging. Yes. For what? He looked toward the marker. Either exactly what we're looking for, or the next step toward it. Wind moved through the hollow with a hiss. Somewhere uphill a stone clicked loose. All three of them froze. Jasper lifted his head slowly. Voices. Not close, but close enough. Men speaking low beyond the ridge. Words blurred by distance and gusting air. Then another sound. The unmistakable ring of iron touching stone. Finn mouthed, "Oh, hell." Jasper did not disagree. He snatched up the broken handle and shoved it into his satchel. "Down," he whispered. They dropped behind the leaning slab just as two figures appeared on the ridge above. Not armored knights, which would almost have been a relief because at least one knew where one stood with knights, but hard-looking men in travel-stained cloaks with swords at their hips and short spears in hand. Hired men then, or scouts. One of them pointed toward the hollow. Jasper pressed himself against cold stone and tried not to breathe like a frightened horse. Beside him, Finn had gone astonishingly still. Lila's shoulder touched Jasper's for a heartbeat, steady and warm through wool and damp. The men started down. "Maybe they won't see us," Finn breathed. Jasper stared at him. Finn winced. "Yes, fair. I heard it too." The first man reached the trampled ground near the marker and crouched. He had a scar across his shaved jaw and the bored manner of someone accustomed to other people doing the dangerous part badly first. The second kept watch uphill. "Tracks," the crouching man said. Jasper's stomach dropped. Fresh. Fresh enough. The second man swore softly. "Locals? Maybe. Then kill them if we must and be done with it." Lila's fingers closed, quick and hard, around Jasper's wrist. Not panic. Warning. The crouching man stood and moved around the pillar. Jasper did not think. He moved. He came up fast from behind the slab and slammed his walking stick across the man's forearm just as the spear lifted. The blow jarred all the way to his shoulder. The man shouted and stumbled. Finn, bless him, and every saint with a sense of humor, sprang up from the other side and hurled the loaf of bread directly into the second man's face. It was not, strictly speaking, a weapon of legend. It worked far better than dignity required. The second man cursed, flinching blind. Lila snatched up the dropped spear and drove its butt into his knee with a crack that folded him halfway down. Jasper rammed his shoulder into the first man's chest. They both went into the bracken hard enough to lose breath and grace together. A knife flashed near Jasper's ribs. He caught the man's wrist with both hands and smelled sweat, leather, old ale. The man was stronger than he looked and looked strong already. Then Lila was there. She struck the man across the temple with the shaft of the spear. Not enough to kill, but enough to slacken him. Jasper tore free, scrambled up, and heard Finn yelp. He spun. The second man had recovered quicker than seemed polite and was dragging Finn by the collar toward the ridge. "Leave him!" Jasper shouted, and charged uphill. He hit the man at the hip. All three of them crashed into wet grass. Finn wriggled free with a noise of outraged survival and kicked backward with surprising force. His boot caught the man under the chin. The fellow reeled. Lila seized Finn's sleeve. "Run!" This, finally, was advice all of them could commit to wholeheartedly. They bolted across the hollow and into the scrub beyond it, branches whipping at their cloaks. Behind them came shouts, then the crash of pursuit. Jasper plunged through a stand of young ash, ducked a low limb, nearly lost his footing in mud, caught himself, kept going. Lila was ahead of him now, faster than she had any right to be on wet ground. Finn pounded along at his side, breathing like a broken bellows. "Left," Jasper gasped, spotting the cut of a shallow gully. They slid into it, half ran and half fell along the narrow channel, where last week's rain still clung in black pools. The banks hid them for a dozen precious yards. A spear hissed overhead and vanished into the brush ahead with a thud. Finn made a sound Jasper had never heard from him before and hoped never to again. At the end of the gully, the ground rose sharply toward a wall of old stone, collapsed in places but still high enough to slow men who cared for their ankles. Lila reached it first and scrambled through a gap barely wide enough for her shoulders. "Here," Finn shoved through after her. Jasper turned once, saw the two pursuers breaking from the trees, and grabbed a loose stone from the wall's fallen edge. He hurled it, not to hit, but to startle. It struck near the lead man's feet and bought half a second. Enough. He dove through the gap, scraped skin from his hands, and came up on the far side in a sheep pasture thick with nettles and startled animals. Behind them, one of the men tried the same passage and got stuck just long enough for all three fugitives to gain distance. They ran until the shouts faded. Then, farther still, because wisdom had finally entered the arrangement. Only when they reached the shelter of a low copse overlooking the south fields did they stop. Finn folded over with both hands on his knees and began laughing in helpless, horrified bursts. Jasper leaned against a tree, chest burning. "If," he managed, "you say one word about heroic bread, I'll leave you to die." Finn wheezed. "It saved us. It embarrassed us to safety." Lila, breathing hard but upright, looked from one of them to the other, and then laughed too. A quick, breathless sound edged with disbelief. There was colour high in her cheeks, and a tear in one sleeve where brambles had caught her. "You two are impossible," she said. "Yes," Jasper said, "but alive, which I feel should be given proper weight." Her laughter faded first. She stepped closer and took his chin in one hand before he understood what she meant to do. She turned his face toward the light. "You're bleeding. It's hardly worth the poetry. Hold still." A cut ran along his cheekbone where a branch or buckle had caught him in the flight. He had not noticed. Lila dabbed it with water from her flask and a strip of cloth from her basket. Efficient, despite the tremor still living in her hands. Jasper held very still indeed, partly because she told him to, and partly because she stood close enough to make thought inconvenient. Finn straightened slowly. They weren't random. No, Jasper said. The word settled over them. Below, the village lay peaceful in the distance, smoke rising from chimneys as if morning had remained ordinary there. From up here it looked small, protectable perhaps, if the world were kinder than it usually proved. Lila tied off the cloth and let her hand linger for the briefest moment against his jaw before stepping back. What did you take? Jasper blinked, then reached into his satchel. He drew out the broken tool handle and wrapped in the pocket of his cloak the thing he had snatched in the confusion near the turned earth without fully looking at it. A small disc of tarnished metal, no bigger than a coin but thicker, pierced at one edge as if once attached to a chain or seal. Dirt still clung in its grooves. He rubbed it clean with his thumb. The same toothed symbol emerged on one face. On the other was a stamped device he did not know, a tower above crossed lines, formal and deliberate, not village work at all. Finn's expression lost its last trace of levity. Is that theirs? I think, Jasper said, hearing how flat his own voice had gone, that it belongs to someone who got there before us. And someone else was sent after whatever they learned. Lila looked back toward the ridge they had fled. So the ruin matters. Yes. And they know enough to search local markers. He nodded. No one spoke for a moment. Wind moved through the leaves overhead, gentler here, but Jasper could not shake the memory of those men in the hollow, the casualness with which one had said, "Kill them if we must." It had not been personal. That made it worse. He folded his fingers around the metal disc. The road outside the village no longer felt like possibility. It felt like proof. Finn let out a long breath. Well, he said faintly, I would like it entered into record that this has become vastly more serious than my loaf deserved. Jasper looked at him, then at Lila, and something inside the fear settled into harder lines. We go back, he said. We tell Bartholomew what we found, and Eldric. Lila's brows lifted. You're volunteering information to Sir Eldric now, only because men with spears have improved my respect for grim old knights. That is growth, she said. It's survival with better manners. She smiled, tired but real. Come on then. They started down toward the village together, muddied, scratched, and quieter than when they had left. Jasper kept one hand on the satchel all the way home. The marker in the hollow, the fresh digging, the hired men, the stamped disc in his palm. Each step seemed to drive the truth deeper. Whatever Dragon's End had once been, people were hunting it now, and they were close. Chapter 11. The Rival's Edge. By the time Jasper got back from the ruins, the village had already begun doing what villagers did best with danger, folding it into the day's work and pretending that made it smaller. It did not. The lanes looked the same. Mud in the ruts, hens under carts, smoke lifting from low chimneys in thin grey threads. But Jasper noticed too much now. A stranger's horse where no stranger ought to be. A door shut quickly when he passed. Two men at the well cutting off their talk at the sight of him, then recovering with the stiff cheerfulness of guilty children. Even the forge yard felt altered, as if the air there remembered things before he had decided whether to say them aloud. He had mud dried on his boots from the road to the ruins, and a bruise gathering along his ribs where someone's elbow, or stick, or shoulder. The whole scramble had gone a bit vague in the middle. had found him during the retreat. Finn had gone home under orders from Lila to wash and stop boasting about his own heroics until the bruises had chosen their colours properly. Lila had gone to the tavern to hear what had shifted while they were away, because no watchtower in the kingdom could compete with an inn full of worried people and weak ale. Jasper had come to the forge with the new clue from the ruins, wrapped in cloth inside his satchel, intending to think. Instead, he found himself staring across the yard toward Gideon's place. The other forge stood beyond a narrow lane and a stack of timber left too long in the weather. It was not poor work. Gideon's never was. His chimney leaned a little, and his yard was less tidy than Jasper's. But the bellows were sound, and the shed roof had been patched before the last rain. A man could make a decent life there. A man could also stand in his doorway and watch his neighbour with the expression of someone cheated by the existence of sunlight. Gideon was not in the doorway now. The yard stood empty. Jasper would have liked to claim he went back to work and let that emptiness mean nothing. Instead, he crossed to his bench, put down his satchel, picked up a rasp, set it down again, and looked once more through the open door. There had been signs at the ruins. Too many. Footprints not made by villagers out rabbiting or boys pretending to hunt. A scrap of fine leather caught on stone where no shepherd's pouch would have brushed. A length of cord, cut cleanly. Someone had reached the place before them, and not by guesswork. Someone had known enough to search there. It might have been Evelyn, though Jasper did not think so. She had the look of a woman who preferred being seen to skulking in wet weeds. It might have been men sent by whoever had spoken with Eldric outside the forge. It might have been any number of larger, darker possibilities. Or it might have been someone local carrying other people's questions for them. He did not enjoy how neatly that thought settled into Gideon's shape. Jasper scrubbed a hand over his face, left a smear of soot on his cheek, and told himself he was being unfair. Gideon was a bitter ass, yes. Gideon had spread rumours with all the delicacy of a plague bell. Gideon enjoyed Jasper's troubles in ways no decent man ought to enjoy another's. None of that proved treachery. Envy was common. Villages were built on envy as much as on stone. Then he saw movement at the far end of the lane. Gideon came fast around the back of the cooper's shed, not from his forge, but from the path that led out toward the old mill road. He walked with his head down and one shoulder angled as if against weather that did not exist. In his hand was a folded packet wrapped in oiled cloth. He slipped it under his jerkin before reaching his own yard, then looked once sharply over each shoulder. Jasper went still. People who had merely been out for air did not look behind them like hunted thieves. Gideon disappeared inside his forge. Jasper waited a count of 10, reached 20, then 30. By the time he hit 40, his patience had become insulted enough to move him. He crossed the lane without bothering to invent a noble reason. The door to Gideon's workshop stood ajar. Heat breathed from within, carrying coal smoke, hot iron, and something sourer, old ale perhaps, or damp wool. Jasper paused on the threshold and listened. No hammer, no hiss of quenching water, only a rustle, a scrape, and the quick thud of something set down too hard. He knocked against the frame with his knuckles. "Careful," he called. "I know your standards are lower than mine, but if you've started hiding from customers entirely, people will talk." The scrape stopped. A moment later, Gideon appeared from behind the partition wall, broad shoulders stiff, green eyes narrow beneath a fall of dark hair stuck with sweat. He had taken off his apron. That, more than anything, gave Jasper a little cold certainty. A smith in the middle of honest work kept his apron on. "What do you want?" Gideon said. Such warmth. I almost checked whether I'd come to the wrong forge. You've got a talent for turning up where you're not wanted. And yet you keep discussing me with half the village. It's practically affectionate. Gideon's jaw shifted. If you've come to start something, find another fool. Jasper leaned one shoulder on the doorpost and let his eyes move lazily around the room. Workbench, tongs, swage block, pile of horseshoes, a travel cloak thrown over a stool that Gideon did not usually own, and that was too well made for him if he had. On the bench behind him sat an inkpot. Jasper looked back at Gideon. Writing letters now. What business is that of yours? None, Jasper said. Though I admit I'm curious who taught you. I'd always assumed your words travelled by spite alone. Gideon took a step forward. Say what you came to say. Jasper did not yet. He let the silence stretch until Gideon's anger had to hold it up by itself. Then he said lightly, You are out toward the mill road. Gideon did not answer quickly enough. Lots of interesting company out that way these days, Jasper went on. Strangers at ruins. Fresh tracks where there shouldn't be any. Men asking questions they don't ask in the tavern because they know Lila would hear the wrong shape in them. It does make a man wonder. Then perhaps you should wander somewhere else. Perhaps, Jasper straightened, or perhaps I should wonder why you looked like a rabbit bolting home with a hawk over it. For an instant something flickered in Gideon's face. Not guilt exactly, fear. Then pride came down over it like a slammed gate. You think because you've spoken to knights and noblewomen you know everything now, Gideon said. You think every road in this village belongs to you? No, Jasper said, and heard the edge in his own voice. I think someone knew where we went. Gideon's expression changed again, and this time the answer was there. Small, immediate, enough. Jasper felt it like a dropped hammer striking through his chest. He stepped inside and pushed the door shut behind him. The room seemed to contract around them. Who did you tell? Jasper asked. Gideon laughed once, harsh and unbelieving. Listen to him. One muddy walk beyond the hedges and now he talks as if he's captain of the king's secrets. Who did you tell? I don't answer to you. No, Jasper said. You answered to whatever fool you sold us to, and I'd like to know how expensive we were. Gideon moved fast then, not to strike, but to shove past him toward the door. Jasper caught his arm. They crashed against the bench, sending a chisel clattering to the floor. The inkpot tipped, blackening a spread of paper. Gideon jerked free with a curse. The paper slid half open under his hand. Jasper saw lines of writing, cramped and ugly, and beside them a mark that turned his stomach colder than before. The same broken half-sun, the toothed symbol he had traced from old iron and hidden roots and the map itself. Not a villager's note then, not harmless. He looked up slowly. Gideon understood at once what he had seen. Colour drained from his face, then surged back darker. Move, Gideon said. Jasper did not. Move. Is this what you've been doing? Jasper asked, quieter now. Passing news for men on the road? Feeding them whatever you can snatch from the yard and the alehouse and hoping they'll pat your head for it. Gideon's mouth twisted. You've no idea what you're talking about. Then explain it. The words came out sharper than Jasper intended, sharpened by the memory of the ruins, by Lila slipping on wet stone because someone had been waiting there, by Finn trying to joke with fear in his teeth. Explain why strangers keep arriving one step behind us. Explain why every rumour in this village finds my doorstep wearing your boots. Explain why there's a cipher mark on your bloody bench. For a heartbeat, Gideon looked as if he might swing at him after all. Jasper almost wished he would. A fist was simple. A fist could be met and answered. What stood in Gideon's face instead was uglier because it was familiar. Humiliation, resentment, the long ache of being seen less than one wanted. "You want the truth?" Gideon said. "Fine. Here's truth. Everything bends toward you. Always has." Jasper blinked. "That is not remotely an explanation." "No, because you don't hear it. You never have." Gideon jabbed a finger at him, hand shaking with more than anger. "You grin. You joke. You stand there with your easy manners and your clever hands, and people line up to be charmed by you, while I work twice as hard to be thought half as good. That is not my fault." "Isn't it?" Gideon snapped. "When Sir Eldric came, who did he choose? You. When the noble woman arrived, whose door did she darken? Yours. When there's a mystery, a rumour, some grand damn purpose dropped from the heavens, somehow Jasper Alden is at the centre of it all, while the rest of us are meant to clap and say how natural it is." Jasper stared at him. Some hot answer rose to his tongue and faltered there, because beneath the venom lay something plain enough to hurt. "You spread those rumours because you were jealous," he said. Gideon gave a bitter smile. "Jealous? That's a tidy word for it. Try tired. Try finished with watching men like you stumble into chances the world never bothers offering twice." Jasper thought of Gideon in boyhood then, though he had not meant to. Two gangling apprentices at opposite ends of the yard behind old Master Hob, both black with soot, both desperate to strike true. Gideon had always hit harder. Jasper had learned faster. Hob had praised one for strength and one for finesse, which was the sort of balance adults called fair and boys called war. "We were boys," Jasper said. "We are not boys now." "No," Jasper glanced at the marked letter. "Now you carry tales to strangers." Gideon's face tightened. "You think this was about hurting your feelings, wasn't it?" "It started there," Gideon said, and the admission seemed dragged out of him like a nail through wood. "Happy? No. Good." Gideon laughed again, but the sound broke at the end. "You want the rest?" Men came asking after old signs and old routes. First in the market, pretending they wanted a guide. Then later, properly. They knew names. They knew there was a map loose in the village, though not where. They knew Sir Eldric had been seen at your forge. They knew enough to make trouble for anyone who looked unhelpful. A chill moved down Jasper's back. Who were they? Gideon shook his head. Not men who wore their lord's colours in plain view. Hired blades, maybe. Riders with money. One had the speech of the South Marches. Another never spoke at all, only watched. They wanted news. Who visited whom? Who left the village and when? Whether the old stories had stirred anyone's memory. And you told them? They paid. The word landed flat. Gideon saw the disgust in Jasper's face and flared at it at once. They paid, he repeated louder. Do you think coin has been easy this year? Do you think iron appears by prayer? Half the farmers wait weeks to settle what they owe, and the other half bring me work only after you've laughed them into preferring your company. I've got rent on the coal shed, and a mother with a cough that won't loosen, and creditors from Market Stoke who don't care whether I've had a thin month. Jasper's anger checked itself just enough to let that in. He had known Gideon's mother was unwell. Everyone had. He had not known it had become so bad. Or perhaps he had and filed it in the unworthy corner of his mind, where rival troubles went to avoid becoming human. That still doesn't justify this, he said. Gideon looked suddenly exhausted. No, it doesn't. The answer was so simple, Jasper almost hated him more for giving it. Silence sat between them, heavy as pig iron. At last, Jasper said, "The ruins." Gideon looked away. "What did you tell them?" "That you'd been asking about old oath marks, that you were sniffing around Bartholomew, that you might try the boundary stones west of the village." He swallowed. "I didn't know they'd be there so fast." "Lila and Finn were with me." "I know that." The shame in it came too late to be useful. Jasper turned away before he did something stupid and satisfying. His hands wanted motion. His jaw hurt from holding shut words that would not improve either of them. When he spoke again, his voice came out low and dangerous. "If they'd been hurt..." Gideon stepped back as if the unfinished thought had struck him. "I didn't mean for that." "No," Jasper said. "You meant for me to fail. There's a difference, but not enough of one." Gideon's throat worked. "They said it was only information." "Men who come armed to hidden ruins rarely mean only information." "I know that now." Jasper let out a breath through his nose. "Do you?" Another silence. The forge fire ticked softly in the brazier. Outside, a cart rolled over ruts in the lane, ordinary and distant and absurdly intact. Jasper looked at the paper again. "How long?" Gideon did not pretend not to understand. "A few weeks. Long enough for the rumours. Long enough for the watchers. Long enough for strangers to begin moving around his life like hounds tightening a circle." "Have you given them the map?" "No." Gideon met his eyes then, fierce with something like insult. "I don't have it. That was not the question." A beat. Then grudgingly, "No." Jasper believed him. Not because Gideon deserved belief, but because if he had possessed the map, he would either have sold it already or fled with it. Gideon was reckless, not subtle. "They're expecting more from you," Jasper said. "Yes." "When?" "Soon." Gideon hesitated. "There's meant to be a rider near the mill road at dusk tomorrow." Jasper filed that away instantly, though his mind snagged on the fact that Gideon had given it to him without bargaining. Not freely, exactly. More like a man discovering too late which side of a trap he occupied. "Why tell me that?" Gideon's laugh this time held no humour at all. "Because if I don't, I'm finished with you. And if I do, I may be finished with them. The day has become crowded with bad choices." For one raw second, Jasper saw not a villain, but a frightened man standing knee-deep in the consequences of wanting too much and fearing too little. It would have been easier if he had looked monstrous. Easier to hate. Easier to hand to Eldric. Easier to be done. Instead, he looked like Gideon. Stubborn, angry, tired, ashamed, and still proud enough to make honesty painful. Jasper thought of Master Hob again, long dead now, cuffing both their ears for quarrelling over tongs. "You can ruin good iron two ways," the old man had said. "By striking it too cold, or by heating it till there's nothing left but sparks." He had not been talking about character. He might as well have been. Jasper bent, picked up the fallen paper, folded it closed, and set it back on the bench out of habit more than generosity. Gideon watched him with wary confusion. "You should have come to me," Jasper said. Gideon's face hardened at once. "For what? Charity? For help? That's the same word dressed better." "No, it isn't. To you, maybe." Gideon swallowed, looked past him at the wall. "You think because people like you, asking costs nothing. It costs." Jasper could not deny that. He knew too well what it cost to ask for anything that mattered. Still, this cost more. Gideon shut his eyes briefly. When he opened them, the anger had burned down to something rougher. "I know." Jasper believed that too, which was inconvenient. He moved to the door and lifted the latch. Behind him, Gideon said, "What now?" Jasper paused. "What now?" "Drag him to Eldric by the collar. Announce it in the square. Put a fist through his lying mouth. Use him. Forgive him." None of the choices arrived pure. At length, Jasper said, "Now I know." Gideon made a small, bitter sound. "That's all? For the moment?" Jasper looked back over his shoulder. "If you warn them before tomorrow, if you run, if one whisper of what we found reaches the wrong ears through you again." "I know." Jasper studied him. "Do you?" Gideon did not answer. Jasper opened the door and stepped into the lane. Evening had begun to lower over the village, turning the smoke above the roofs blue-grey and the wet ground dark as forged metal. Somewhere farther down the road, someone was calling children in. From the tavern came the muffled lift and fall of voices, life going on in defiance or ignorance of the knives moving under it. He stood a moment with his hand still on the latch, feeling anger and disappointment wrestle in him like two dogs that had never learned to quit. He had wanted Gideon to be merely petty. It would have been simpler. Petty men could be mocked, avoided, beaten at trade, and left behind. This was worse. This was someone he had grown beside, someone who knew the shape of his days, someone who had helped place enemy eyes upon the road he walked. Jasper started back toward the forge, his bruise aching with each step, and his thoughts already turning toward Eldric, toward Lila, toward the rider expected at dusk tomorrow. Behind him, Gideon's forge door shut with a hard wooden crack. Jasper did not turn around. He did not need to. The sound followed him all the way across the lane, sharp as a blade being set to stone. Chapter 12. A Debt Called Duty. Rain had begun by evening, thin at first, and then steadier, tapping at shutters and turning the lane outside the tavern into a ribbon of black mud. The common room of the Fox and Hearth was full enough to feel safe and not so full that a man could disappear in it, which Jasper was finding to be the natural size of his life now. Too watched for comfort, too ordinary for glory, precisely inconvenient in both directions. He sat at the corner table beneath the wall peg, where someone had hung a cracked hunting horn 3 winters ago and never reclaimed it. The map lay folded in the inner pocket of his coat. He could feel it there even while doing nothing, as if parchment had learned accusation. Lila set down a bowl of stew in front of him and narrowed her eyes. "You're glaring at turnips," she said. "They haven't earned it. I distrust anything that survives boiling with its dignity intact. That is because you've confused dignity with stubbornness. Common mistake. I live among men." The corner of her mouth twitched, but it faded quickly. She glanced toward the door. "He asked for you." Jasper nodded. At dusk, in the chapel yard, of all places. That cheerful old nest of confessions. "He does like an audience made entirely of dead stone." Lila wiped her hands on her apron and leaned one hip against the table. In the warm light, her hair had escaped its tie in 2 loose strands near her face. He had known that face so long he sometimes forgot how disarming it could be when she looked at him without teasing. "Will you go?" she asked. He's a knight with a tragic expression and a habit of delivering warnings as if they're holy writ. Naturally, I'm tempted to run the other way out of pure principle, but if I don't go, he'll probably come find me in the forge again, and I'm running out of useful things to throw at him. Take Finn. He can throw himself between you and solemnity. Tempting, but Eldric asked for me alone. Lila's gaze sharpened. That part I dislike. Jasper lifted his spoon, set it down, then gave up on pretending hunger. "I know." She was quiet for a moment. Around them, mugs thudded. Somebody laughed too loudly at a joke not worth the noise, and rain muttered against the shutters. "Then listen carefully," she said. "Not just to what he says, to what he refuses to say. Men like Sir Eldric build whole rooms out of silence and then act offended when you trip over the furniture." Despite himself, Jasper smiled. "That is very nearly poetry. It is years of serving ale to liars. Useful education. The best kind." Her expression softened. "You do not owe him blind trust because he looks weathered and guilty. Those are common conditions, not proofs of character." He looked at her a beat longer than was wise. "And if I come back still not knowing whether to trust him? Then you decide whether he is moving toward the right thing or away from it." She tipped her head. "That's usually clearer than motives. Motives are vain creatures. They dress themselves nicely." There were times Lila said something so plain and exact, it made him feel as if she had reached into his head and put the muddle in order by hand. He stood. "If I am murdered in the chapel yard, I want it known I died reluctantly. You'd complain through the stabbing." "Yes, but with style. I'll pray for the poor bastard's patience." He wanted to say something warmer than a jest, something that would admit how much steadier he felt simply because she was in the room. Instead, he touched 2 fingers to the edge of the bowl in thanks and headed for the door before courage improved enough to become dangerous. The rain chilled him at once. The chapel stood at the far end of the lane, a low stone shape with a square bell tower and a yew tree bent by older storms than anyone living. Water ran from the eaves and darkened the worn graves in the yard. Eldric waited under the shallow porch, cloak beaded with rain, one hand resting on the pommel of his sword more from habit than threat. Jasper mounted the slick steps and stopped just short of him. "You do know there are easier ways to arrange a meeting," Jasper said. "A note, a message, fewer opportunities for ghosts." Eldric looked at him from beneath heavy brows. "You came. A flaw in my character, among others. Comforting to know you've made a list." Eldric's mouth did not quite smile. "Walk." They went around the side of the chapel, where the yew tree thickened the darkness and the wall cut some of the rain. Beyond the graves, the fields were only suggestion under cloud. Jasper folded his arms against the damp and waited. Eldric did not begin at once. That, more than the place, made Jasper tense. Men who prize control did not hesitate unless the thing cost them. "At the ruins," Eldric said at last. "What did you find beyond the marker stones?" Jasper considered lying, then abandoned the effort. "Footprints, signs of recent digging. 2 men who objected to our curiosity and fled when we objected back." "And the iron ring?" Jasper's head came up. "You knew about that?" "I asked what you found." "We found the ring set into the stone floor beneath brush and rubble, and a cavity below it, mostly collapsed. No entry worth the name. Not in daylight, with company chasing us." Eldric nodded once, as if some private pattern had aligned. Rain tapped on yew needles overhead. "You've gone farther than I hoped," he said. "That sounds very much like blame from a man who delivered a mystery in pieces and told me not to touch it. I told you to leave it alone. Yes, that generally encourages me. I've noticed." Jasper waited. Irritation kept him warm, but only just. Eldric let out a slow breath. The armor was not lost by chance. Jasper stared at him. "No, no," Eldric repeated. "It was meant to reach hands that could read damage honestly. Hands that understood old work, repair marks, hidden joins." Jasper felt the words settle one by one, each more offensive than the last. "You planted it. I carried it. For me. For a smith in this village whose father trained under men who still knew the old route marks. Yes. Jasper's laugh came out short and sharp. That is either the kindest thing anyone's ever said about my trade or the most irritating. It may be both. You could have told me. I could not. You mean you would not? Eldric's gaze hardened, but not in anger. In endurance. I mean, if I had named you openly, spoken to you in daylight, asked you before witnesses to examine that armor, you would already be dead or in chains. The rain seemed louder for a moment. Jasper looked past him toward the black stretch of fields, trying to arrange his thoughts around the blow. You expected me to find the map, he said. I hoped you would. Hoped, splendid, very comforting word. You found it because you were careful. I found it because I'm nosy. That too. Jasper pushed a wet hand through his hair. Start speaking plainly, for the love of all decent weather. Why me? Why this village? Why hand a map to a blacksmith and then spend days pretending I was a child with a spark too near dry straw? Eldric looked toward the chapel wall, as if memory preferred stone to faces. 23 years ago, he said, I rode in a campaign for the crown along the eastern marches. There was famine behind us, raiders ahead, and 3 lords arguing over whose duty mattered most, while villages burned between their claims. We were sent to hold a road and keep stores moving. What we found instead was that half the stores had vanished before they reached us. Stolen. Hidden, diverted, miscounted on ledgers by men with seals and titles. Eldric's voice stayed level, which somehow made it heavier. A king can lose a battle to an enemy. He loses a realm when his own servants learn to feed on it. Jasper did not interrupt. There were routes built in older reigns, Eldric went on. Ways to move grain, iron, records, and sometimes children out of threatened lands. Quiet roads, refuges, storeholds. Some forgotten. Some deliberately buried in story when the wars changed and the men who used them died. His eyes came back to Jasper. Dragon's End was one name among several. Not treasure in the tavern song sense. Not chests of gold waiting for a lucky fool. Something more dangerous. Useful, Jasper said. Yes. A cold knot tightened under Jasper's ribs. Power. Of a kind. And now someone wants it. Several someones. The answer should have been satisfying. It was not. It only made the night feel larger. You said 23 years, Jasper said. What has that to do with your debt? Eldric was still a moment. I was given charge of a convoy that winter. Records, supplies, and one surviving guide who knew a portion of the old routes. We were betrayed before dawn 3 days out from Kettering Ford. Someone had sold our course. His jaw worked once. Men died for that. Villagers waiting on those stores died as well. The guide was killed before he could be questioned properly, and the records vanished. Jasper heard then, beneath the control, the old wound in it. You think this map is tied to that loss? I know it is tied to it. Eldric's hand tightened on the pommel. Months ago, I learned that a set of recovered items from that campaign had reappeared in private hands. Armor, fragments of correspondence, a coded chart, things never meant to survive together. I went to reclaim them before they passed to men who would know exactly what they held, and failed. Eldric did not flinch from the word. Partly, I recovered the armor, not all the rest. Who has the rest? If I knew, we would not be standing in the rain discussing my shortcomings. Jasper almost said something flippant and found he had no appetite for it. You said chain of custody. Eldric nodded. The map was concealed in the armor decades ago by someone trying to keep one piece alive after the betrayal. If the wrong people opened it, it would seem only another knight's battered shell. If the right person handled it, the signs might speak. And somehow the right person was me. You, Bartholomew, if he were younger. Perhaps your father, if he still lived. Eldric's voice lowered. Your family repaired oath iron, boundary marks, old fastenings no one else in this village even notices. That knowledge dwindles. I needed someone outside the court, outside the garrisons, outside the lists of men already watched. That struck in two directions at once. Pride, hot and treacherous, and anger close behind it. So I was useful because I'm obscure. You were useful because you were honest. Jasper barked out a laugh. You have not met me properly. I've met enough men to know the difference. They stood in silence while rain slid from branch tips in intermittent drops. At last Jasper said, You might have asked. I might have condemned you. You did anyway. Eldric accepted that without protest. Yes. Something in Jasper wanted to keep striking, to make the old knight feel the full shape of it, the manipulation, the danger, the infuriating confidence that Jasper could be drawn into this like a tool taken from a rack. Yet another part, less comfortable and more honest, understood what Eldric had said about daylight and witnesses. Gideon's rumours had spread from less than this. Stranger men had already searched the ruins. If Eldric had named him openly from the start, Lila might be serving mourners instead of stew. That's not all, Jasper said quietly. No, of course not. Why begin now? Eldric ignored that. I cannot act openly because there are eyes on me as well. Some loyal to the crown. Some loyal only to themselves while using the crown's name. If I ride to a magistrate, if I send formal word, if I gather men under my banner, those watching will know the trail still lives. They will move faster than I can, and if a village smith stumbles into it, that draws less notice. It draws contempt, Eldric said. Contempt is often useful. Men overlook what they think beneath them. Jasper thought of every sneer about station, every muttered warning that he was meddling above his place. He hated how practical the answer was. So the kingdom is being quietly eaten by important men, he said. And the best defense against that is apparently me, some old symbols, and whatever patience Lila has left. Not the best defense, Eldric said. Only the one presently at hand. That is somehow worse. It is reality. Jasper looked at him then, really looked. The old knight seemed carved out of fatigue and discipline, the rain silvering his grey hair at the temples. There was no grandeur in him at that moment, only persistence and a kind of hard shame. You're trying to make right something you failed to stop, Jasper said. Yes. For the king? For the realm. Eldric's expression sharpened. Do not make the mistake of thinking they are always the same. That landed heavily enough to leave Jasper silent. Footsteps sounded on wet grass before he saw her. Lila emerged around the chapel corner with a hooded cloak over her head and displeasure under it. I gave you 10 minutes, she said. Then I remembered neither of you can be trusted with proportion. Jasper blinked. Were you following me? Watching for signs of murder. Very inconsiderate of you not to provide any. Eldric inclined his head. Mistress Thorne. Sir Eldric. She moved under the yew shelter and folded her arms. If this is the part where you tell him half a truth and expect gratitude for the portion, I should like to object in advance. A flicker, nearly amusement, crossed Eldric's face. Your objection is noted. Good. Continue being difficult, but perhaps more usefully. Jasper should have felt annoyed. Instead, relief moved through him so quickly it was almost embarrassing. Lila had a way of entering a conversation and forcing it to become real. He looked at her. He admits the armor was meant to reach me. Her brows lifted, but she only said, I assumed as much. Did you? You are not the only one in this village who notices when old soldiers pretend to be accidental. Eldric said, There was reason. There usually is, Lila replied. The question is whether the reason excuses the cost. The old knight studied her, then Jasper. Not fully. Honesty, when it came from him, was almost violent. Lila nodded once, as if he had met a minimum standard and ought not expect praise for it. Then perhaps we can save time. Jasper is angry because you used him. You are grim because you think using him may have saved his life long enough to be angry. Both things can be true. Jasper exhaled through his nose. Are you always this efficient with human misery? Only when the weather is poor. She looked to Eldric. What are you asking of him now? Judgment, Eldric said. And patience I have not earned. That is a terrible request, Jasper muttered. Yes, Eldric said. Lila's gaze moved between them. Then answer him plainly, Jasper. Not whether you like the method. You don't. Whether the man is trying to prevent harm now. Jasper opened his mouth, closed it again, and found, to his deep irritation, that the answer was not difficult. Yes, he said. Even if he's keeping things back? Yes. Even if he thinks he alone gets to decide how much danger other people are allowed to know about. Eldric said nothing. Jasper looked at him, then away. Yes, he said again, more reluctantly. Lila's expression gentled. Then there's your next step. It should have simplified matters. Instead, it made them heavier. Because once stripped of his complaints, and he had several excellent ones, deserving of proper care, what remained was this. Eldric had lied by omission, manipulated him, and set him in danger. Eldric had also been trying, in the only way he thought possible, to keep something vital from vanishing into the hands of men who measured villages as if they were tokens on a board. No one involved was clean. Not nobles, not knights, not clever seekers with polished manners, not village rivals with grievances, and certainly not Jasper, who had gone chasing truth with half pride and half hunger to be more than ordinary. Rain whispered in the churchyard. Somewhere within the chapel, a beam creaked. Eldric drew something from inside his cloak and held it out. A narrow strip of waxed linen wrapped around a small metal tag. On it, stamped faintly, was the half-sun symbol Jasper had seen on the map, an old ironwork alike. Found in the armor seam, Eldric said. I kept this back until I knew whether you'd run toward glory or toward sense. Jasper took it, his fingers brushing cold metal. And your verdict? Eldric's eyes were tired, undetermined. Lila snorted softly. Jasper looked down at the stamped mark, then at the knight, then at the woman standing beside him, with rain on her cloak and steadiness in her voice. The world had become inconveniently complicated. Authority was not clean. Secrecy was not always selfish. Duty could be honorable and still leave blood on its hands. He disliked all of this intensely, which, he suspected, did not make any of it less true. Fine, he said at last. I'm still angry. You should be, Eldric said. I don't forgive you. I did not ask it. Jasper tucked the tag away. But I'm listening. That was not trust. It was not peace. It was only the next honest thing. For now, it would have to do. Chapter 13. Smoke on the Wind. Come morning, the village smelled wrong. Not the ordinary wrongness of damp wool, pigs, old ale, chimney soot, and the river when the current ran sluggish. This was sharper, bitter. A thin, charred scent drifted through the lanes on the breeze, too faint to place at first, and too steady to ignore once noticed. It caught in the back of Jasper's throat as he opened the forge shutters and looked out over the yard. Smoke marked the eastern edge of the village in a pale grey ribbon. He stood still, one hand on the warped wood, and listened. No alarm bell, no shouting, no running feet, only the usual clatter of buckets, cartwheels, a child being scolded for something inventive and probably deserved. The calm made the smoke worse. It meant whatever had burned had done so quietly. Finn came around the side of the forge a moment later, carrying a sack of charcoal on one shoulder, and wearing the expression of a man who had seen trouble but preferred to greet it with sarcasm until it proved itself unavoidable. "You look as if the sky has insulted you personally." Jasper pointed. "What's burning?" Finn followed his gaze. "Old Mercer's goat shed, I think. That seems an excessive response to owning goats. Depends on the goats." Jasper looked at him. Finn sighed and shifted the sack down. "It caught before dawn. Small fire. Put out quick enough. Mercer says a lantern tipped. And do you believe him?" Finn considered. "No. But I do believe he would rather eat his own boot than admit someone came creeping around his yard in the dark." That sat unpleasantly with what Jasper already knew, and what he had spent the last week trying not to imagine every time a stranger lingered too long by a fence. He stepped back into the forge and set a kettle on the edge of the hearth, more for the comfort of the motion than from any urgent desire for tea. Anything taken? A coil of rope, 2 sacks of feed, and his good axe. Finn leaned in the doorway, which is either a thief with very practical tastes or a man assembling a bad day one item at a time. Jasper grunted. The forge felt close already, heat settling under the rafters, morning light striping the bench where old iron marks, sketches, and copied symbols still lay scattered from the previous day's work. He had meant to spend the day on ordinary repairs. A plowshare, 3 hinge pins, a cracked spit bracket from the tavern. Honest work, useful work, work that did not ask whether hidden roots and dead oaths could still pull living men into danger. Instead, the air itself seemed to say otherwise. Before he could answer, a woman hurried past the open yard gate with a basket against her hip and called, "Jasper, if you've time later, my latch is gone." "Broken?" he asked. "Gone," she repeated, not slowing. "Door wide this morning. Nothing stolen. Yet." Finn watched her go. Very festive. By noon there were 4 such stories. A missing latch. A stable door lifted from its pin and left leaning against a wall. A grain store lock scored, as if someone had tested it with a blade and thought better of finishing. A cottage window shutter forced and then closed again. Nothing large taken. Nothing obvious ruined. It had the feel of fingers tapping along a tabletop, counting where the wood was weakest. Jasper kept working because customers still came, and because blacksmiths were expected to answer with iron, even when their minds were somewhere less sensible. He reset a mattock head for the miller and listened to the man talk too fast about weather. He mended a broken chain hook for a shepherd, whose eyes kept slipping toward the lane outside. Every ordinary exchange dragged a thread of fear beneath it. By mid-afternoon, he gave up pretending he was the only one who noticed. He was fitting a new clasp to a chest hasp when he glanced through the open forge door and saw a man standing at the far end of the lane near the water trough. Nothing remarkable in that at first. Men stood in lanes. Men existed near troughs. This one, however, had no bucket, no horse, no visible business, and the sort of patience that made Jasper's skin tighten. The man wore a faded brown cloak and kept his head bent as though considering his boots. When Jasper looked up fully, he moved on, not hurriedly, not guiltily, just enough to seem accidental. Jasper set the class down. "What?" Finn asked from the bellows. "That man." Finn craned his neck. "Which man?" "We are, despite rumours, in possession of several. The one pretending mud is fascinating." By the time Finn looked, the lane held only a woman with turnips and 2 boys arguing over a hoop. Finn turned back. "You may need more sleep, or less stupidity around me. Hard to say." Still, the feeling stayed. Near dusk, he carried the finished spit bracket across to the fox and hearth, partly because Lila needed it, and partly because he had learned to trust the warnings that arrived without shape. The tavern yard was muddy from the previous evening's rain, the sign above the door creaking softly as the wind shifted. He had almost reached the back entrance when he saw the mark. A boot print in the soft ground beside the ale barrels. Deep-heeled, narrow in the waist. Not a village pattern he recognized at once. There were other prints over and around it, blurred by traffic, but this one sat angled toward the shuttered tavern window rather than the door. Watching, not arriving. He crouched, touched 2 fingers to the edge of it, then felt faintly ridiculous for doing so. He was a blacksmith, not a hound. The mud did not yield grand confessions because he frowned at it. The kitchen door opened above him, and Lila nearly struck him in the shoulder with it. "Why are you kneeling in my yard?" she asked. He looked up. Private devotion. "To the barrels?" "They've given me less trouble than most people." She had flour on one sleeve, and a line between her brows that said she had already spent the day adjudicating 3 disputes, stretching 2 sacks of onions into 4 meals, and stopping some idiot from bleeding on her floor. She saw the print when he pointed it out, and her expression changed. "You noticed one too?" he asked. "I noticed a man in a dark cloak yesterday afternoon who bought 1 cup of ale, drank half, and spent the rest of the hour learning the room with his eyes." She stepped out, wiping her hands on her apron. When Tom Weaver asked where he was from, he said South Road. "That is not a place." "No, but it is an answer people use when they'd like to be left alone and also thought respectable." Jasper stood. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I am telling you now." He opened his mouth, then shut it. "Fair enough." Lila glanced toward the lane. There were 2 more at midday, not together, too careful for that. One asked whether we keep our cellar locked at night. Jasper felt a small cold space open low in his chest. "And what did you say?" "That if he wanted to find out, he was welcome to try and lose some fingers." She brushed past him into the yard proper. "Jasper." He looked at her. "This has changed," she said quietly. "It isn't just questions anymore." No, he thought, it wasn't. He carried the bracket inside and fixed it while Lila set out mugs for the evening rush. The common room smelled of yeast, old oak, rosemary, and wood smoke. Yet even there, the sharpness from the morning fire seemed to linger under things. A pair of drovers at the front table were discussing a theft from the cooper's yard. A handcart missing gone some time after moonrise. Not much by itself. Too much when laid beside the rest. Jasper was fastening the last pin when the tavern door opened and Evelyn Bright entered with the weather behind her. She wore a dark riding cloak with the road dust at the hem and no expression at all until she saw him. Then something like relief flickered across her face and vanished so quickly he might have imagined it. Lila did not look delighted. "Lady Bright," she said, in a tone that made the title neat as a knife edge. "Mistress Thorne." Evelyn dipped her head. "Master Alden. A word, if you please." Jasper wiped his hands on a cloth. I was hoping for 3 words and a tray of sweet cakes, but a word will do. Your optimism remains astonishing. That is because my experience keeps trying to kill it. Evelyn's mouth twitched, but she did not waste time. Not here. Lila folded her arms. If you've come to lure him into another excellent decision, you may at least buy a drink first. Evelyn reached into her purse and set down enough coin for a full bottle. Satisfied? Deeply suspicious, Lila said. But yes. They went into the back room, where the tavern stored sacks of grain, extra stools, and casks waiting their turn. Jasper shut the door behind them. The dimness there softened the hard lines of Evelyn's face, but not her urgency. What's happened? He asked. I was followed on the North Road, she said. Jasper went still. By whom? If I had names, I would give them. 2 men at first, then 3 by the time I changed roads. Hired blades, not soldiers. Disciplined enough to keep their distance, and poor enough to think cloaks make them invisible. She drew off one glove finger by finger. More importantly, they were not interested in robbing me. They wanted to know where I was going, to a village full of gossip and bad weather. Mysterious. Evelyn ignored that. One of them used a phrase I've heard before in my father's hall. Not recently. Years ago, when men thought children and daughters lacked ears. He spoke of old claims being secured before the roads turned. Jasper frowned. Claims to what? That is exactly the question. She held his gaze. You have assumed, reasonably, that this hunt concerns whatever Dragon's End protects or conceals. I am telling you that others may care just as much about where it sits. He thought of Bartholomew's stories. Old route, old oath, refuge. He thought of the marks on the map lining up not with treasure chests from a storybook, but with boundary stones, fittings, hidden stores, passage. A route, he said. Yes. For troops, for supply, for movement, for leverage. Evelyn lifted one shoulder. For any man ambitious enough to see villages as stepping stones instead of homes. The words landed hard because they fit. He had been looking at symbols and secrets, at Gideon's betrayal, at Eldric's silences, at the map folded and refolded until the creases were nearly part of his own hands. All the while, he had still been imagining danger as if it were aimed mostly at him, or at the people already tangled in the search. But Rhodes did not care who had found the map first. Rhodes cared where power could pass. If there is an old route here, he said slowly, if Dragon's End marks a refuge or store or crossing, then your village is not simply nearby, Evelyn said. It is inconvenient. The back room seemed smaller. Jasper let out a breath through his nose. You do have a gift for comfort. I was not raised to decorate catastrophe. He gave a short, humorless laugh. No, evidently not. There was a brief pause, and in it he saw that she was more tired than proud at the moment. Dust had settled in the braid at her shoulder. There was a loose thread at one cuff she had not noticed. Declining fortunes, he thought, had not made her soft. Only careful. Why tell me? He asked. Why not take what you know to whichever interest pays best? Evelyn's eyes sharpened. Because if armed men move openly here before I understand what my family once guarded, then whatever chance I have of bargaining for my house vanishes under someone else's boots. And because... She hesitated only a beat. I am beginning to think you care enough about this place to act before that happens. That was not trust exactly, but it was close enough to matter. A knock came at the door, then Finn's voice. If this is the sort of secret conversation that ends in murder, I'd like to register in advance that I object. Jasper opened it. Finn nearly fell in, caught himself, and straightened with dignity he had not earned. "I bring tidings," he said. "Do they improve the day?" Jasper asked. "No, but they are energetic." Finn glanced at Evelyn, remembered to offer a small bow, and continued. "I was at the cooper's yard helping search for the missing cart, which is the kind of charity the saints had in mind when they imagined me, and I heard something from a carrier out of Dunmere." "That name again," Jasper muttered. "Yes, and not in a friendly way. According to him, men have been buying up rights of passage on the lower roads. Storage barns too. Grain sheds, ferry claims, old toll arrangements. Anything half forgotten enough to be cheap until suddenly it isn't." Finn spread his hands. "And he swears there's talk that this stretch of country sits over some older line worth more than the fields themselves." Evelyn looked grimly unsurprised. Jasper felt his heartbeat pick up. "What kind of older line?" he asked. Finn lowered his voice instinctively, though they were already behind a closed door. He didn't know. Military, maybe. Crown business once. Something from the old wars. He said men with money and men with swords are sniffing around the same patch of mud, which is usually a sign the mud is planning to become very expensive. Lila had come up behind him at some point, soundless as weather, and now leaned one shoulder against the doorframe. "So," she said, "our cheerful collection of thieves, watchers, and liars may not be here for one parchment after all." Jasper looked from one face to another. Lila steady and sharp. Finn trying for levity and not quite finding enough of it. Evelyn composed by force. In their different ways, all three were waiting for him to fit this into shape. Outside, somewhere down the lane, someone shouted about a loose pig. A dog barked. The ordinary world went on making noise around the edge of a changing one. He thought of Mercer's scorched shed, of tested locks, of the boot print in the tavern yard, of Gideon passing secrets because he had wanted to matter, and perhaps because someone had known how to use that want, of Eldric saying danger would come if the wrong eyes turned this way. They had turned. "The forge," Jasper said suddenly. Lila's head came up. "What about it? If I were looking for signs of old traffic, old stores, old repairs, I'd watch the blacksmith. People bring me things without knowing what they carry. Marks, hinges, fittings, old stamps." He looked at her. "And the tavern hears everything before the church and after the market. If someone wanted the village measured without announcing it, those are the two places I'd watch first." Finn swore under his breath. Lila did not. She only went very still, which was worse. Evelyn said, "Then assume they already have." Jasper's first instinct was anger. Bright, hot, useless. His second was the colder knowledge that he had helped invite this. He had pursued the map because he could not bear to remain ordinary and shut out while larger men handled larger matters. Now the larger matters had come down into the mud where everyone lived. He turned toward the yard door. "I need to speak to Eldric." "And then?" Lila asked. He stopped. That was the question, wasn't it? There was no tidy answer waiting in his mouth. No clever line to make all of them feel less hunted. "And then," he said, "we stop behaving as if this is only about me being followed, or you being questioned, or one noblewoman being chased on the road. If they want a route, or a claim, or whatever lies under the story of Dragon's End, then they will use this village to get it." The words sounded different once spoken, harder, more real. Finn gave a brittle little laugh. "Well, I preferred it when your dangerous hobbies were limited to hot metal." Jasper managed to glance at him. "I'll return to those if the world ever develops good sense. It seems committed to the opposite." Lila stepped fully into the room. If the forge and tavern are watched, we change how we talk, how we store things, who knows what. Her eyes held his. No more assuming we have time. He nodded. Evelyn drew her gloves back on. That would be wise. From outside came another smell of smoke, borne faint and acrid on the wind. Not close, not yet, but near enough to remind him that small fires could be tests, warnings, or practice. Jasper went to the door and opened it. The evening light had turned thin and coppery over the yard. Beyond the tavern roofs, another grey smear rose into the sky from somewhere west this time. Not one fire then, more than one. He stared at it, and at last the full shape of his fear settled into place. This was no longer a secret passing between a blacksmith, a knight, and a folded scrap of old parchment. No longer a rivalry, a rumour, a curiosity. The thing moving toward them had begun to touch fences, sheds, storehouses, roads. It was learning the village by pressure, the way a man learned a blade's weak point before striking. The village itself was now on the board, and once he knew that, he could not unknow it. Chapter 14. Ashes Before Storm. By dusk, the forge had become a red-eyed creature that refused to sleep. Jasper fed it anyway. The bellows breathed, the coals answered, and heat pressed against him until sweat ran under his shirt and soaked the collar at his neck. Outside, evening dragged itself across the village in a slow grey smear. Inside, iron moved from black to cherry to yellow-white beneath his hammer, and every strike gave him one blessed instant in which the world made a clean sort of sense. Metal yielded, work mattered. A flaw could be found, heated, corrected. Pity people were not so obliging. He set the glowing strip on the anvil and drove the bend he wanted into it, jaw tight, shoulders aching. Not a sword this time, not proper weaponry, not unless one wished to insult every soldier in the kingdom. It was a bracket for old Mercer's damaged shutter, thickened and reinforced, because a goat shed had burned 2 mornings ago, and no one in the village trusted small accidents anymore. Beside it waited a stack of half-finished jobs that had all acquired urgency at once. A gate hinge, 2 long nails for a chapel door, a wagon pin, 3 kitchen knives sharpened more keenly than their owners required, and a spearhead Eldric had requested without explaining whether he meant to use it or merely wanted the comfort of seeing useful steel in reach. That made 2 of them. He plunged the iron into the slack tub. Steam burst up with a hiss. For a moment, he saw his own reflection broken in the dark water. Eyes too bright, curls damp against his forehead, soot on one cheek like a smudged thumbprint from some giant hand. He looked like a man who had mistaken exhaustion for discipline, which, in fairness, was not wholly inaccurate. The forge yard beyond the open door lay in deepening blue. The last of the light caught on damp mud and the stacked wood by the wall. Jasper glanced out by habit now every few breaths, as if watching often enough might itself become protection. He had been doing it all day, since the goat shed, since the theft of 2 grain sacks from the widow Nance's store, since Finn came running with the news that someone had seen strange riders at the far road, and then, a little later, had very carefully failed to see them again. Since Evelyn Bright had appeared in the yard before noon, with travel dust on her hem and impatience in her eyes. External forces may soon move openly, she had said, in that controlled voice of hers, as if she were discussing weather, and not the possible ruin of everyone he knew. If they do, they will strike where you are softest. He had nearly told her that he had precious little else. Instead, he had thanked her with all the warmth of a tax collector and spent the remainder of the day making the village look less soft by sheer stubbornness. It was ridiculous work, small work, necessary work, the sort of labour a frightened place clung to when larger powers played games over its roof. He liked it better than waiting. The scrape of a shoe at the threshold made him reach for the poker before his mind caught up. Finn stopped dead in the doorway, a loaf tucked under one arm and a jug under the other. "That," he said, looking at the poker, "is a very rude welcome to a man bringing supper." Jasper lowered the poker. "You should announce yourself." "I did. My announcement was the sound of a loyal friend risking his life under the weight of bread. That was not loyalty. That was clumsiness." Finn came in anyway, wrinkling his nose at the heat. "You smell like boiled nails. You've brought stale bread and criticism. It's like a feast day. I also brought ale." Finn lifted the jug, and Lila sent instructions, which I am to deliver exactly because she said if left to my own devices, I'd improve them and ruin everything. That sounds unfairly accurate. It's one of her gifts. Finn set the loaf and jug on the workbench, then looked over the spread of iron with the sagging dismay of a man discovering his friend had decided to become several mules at once. "Jasper." "No, I haven't said anything." "You arrived carrying Lila's opinion in liquid form. I know the shape of this conversation." Finn folded his arms. "Then spare us both time and surrender." Jasper took the shutter bracket from the tub and set it aside. "I'm busy." "Yes. We can all see you're attempting to shoe the entire village. Only the useful half." Finn ignored that. "You've been at this since morning. I paused to insult Evelyn at noon, so technically not without interruption. That's restorative in its own way, I grant you, but not the same as sleeping." Jasper reached for the spearhead blank. "I'll sleep when there's less to do." Finn watched him a moment, humour thinning. "There won't be less to do." It landed because it was true. The village had tipped into that strange state where every repaired thing only revealed three more waiting behind it. Every latch mattered, every door bar, every length of chain. People came not only with work, but with eyes that asked him, without saying so plain, whether iron could save them if men failed. He had no idea. He kept hammering anyway. Finn came closer and lowered his voice. "You can't guard the whole place by refusing to sit down." Jasper did not look up. "No, but I can repair what I can reach. And if you drop from tiredness, we'll have to repair you, which I expect would be expensive and badly done." The laugh Jasper gave was short and dry. "I'm touched by your confidence." "Lila's coming," Finn said. "If you intend to be stubborn, I advise doing it with more dignity. She's less forgiving than I am. That would require you to have begun forgiving me in the first place." Finn opened his mouth, then glanced toward the yard. Something in his face shifted, not fear exactly, but alertness turning its head. Jasper followed his gaze. Beyond the low wall, where the lane bent past the cooper's shed, a figure stood a moment too still in the dusk. Just a shape at first. A man, perhaps. Cloaked dark against the paling road. As Jasper looked, the figure moved on. Nothing in that, perhaps. Villages had people in them. A man was allowed to stand in a lane without immediately becoming a threat. Yet Jasper felt the small tightening at the back of his neck that had become too familiar. Finn saw it too. "You know him?" "No." "Do you know everyone who ought to be standing there?" That would be a much shorter list. Finn tried for lightness and only half found it. Comforting. Jasper went to the doorway, wiping his hands on a rag. By the time he reached the yard, the lane had swallowed the figure into evening. A dog barked somewhere near the well. Cartwheels rattled over stones farther off. Nothing moved by the cooper's shed except a scrap of straw turning in the wind. He stood there longer than sense required. From behind him, Finn said, "If this is your way of getting fresh air, I remain unconvinced." Jasper did not answer at once. There was a smell on the wind beneath the forge smoke. Damp earth, old leaves, and something faintly sharp. Pitch? Tar. It came and went too quickly to trust. He looked toward the woodpile by the wall, toward the thatch edge above the lean-to, toward the narrow strip between his forge and Gideon's abandoned charcoal shelter, where shadows collected early. Nothing. That, more than anything, unsettled him. He went back inside. Probably nothing. Finn snorted softly. That phrase has murdered better men than us. Before Jasper could answer, another set of footsteps crossed the yard, quicker and more certain. Lila stepped through the doorway carrying a covered bowl against her hip, her hair braided back for work, sleeves rolled, expression already set in the shape that meant she had come to be reasonable at him, until one of them surrendered. She looked at Finn, at the bread, at Jasper still standing over hot iron, and sighed as if the three of them had conspired to become idiots in her absence. "You're both dreadful," she said. Finn brightened. "Thank you. I've been trying to improve." "I wasn't speaking to you, though it remains applicable." She set the bowl down and lifted the cloth. Stew smell rolled warmly through the forge, rich with onions and herbs and the kind of practical mercy that had kept half the village alive through lean winters. Jasper's stomach betrayed him with a sharp ache. Lila caught it in his face and pointed a wooden spoon at him like an accusation. "Sit. I'm working. You're swaying. That's called movement. It happens while alive." "That," she said, "was nearly funny, which means you're overtired." Finn nodded gravely. "He threatened me with a poker. Our friendship may never recover. I should hope not." "Sit, Jasper." He set the tongs down with more force than necessary. "People need these done." Lila folded her arms. "People also need the blacksmith conscious. Very sentimental of them. Don't be clever at me. It won't serve." It almost never did, which was one of the many inconvenient things about loving her. The thought came clean and sharp and entirely unhelpful. He pushed it away with the same reflex that had been failing him for years. "I'm not trying to serve cleverness," he said. "I'm trying to stay ahead." "Of what?" He gestured vaguely with one soot-blackened hand to the forge, the village, the road, the rumors, the hidden map folded now, inside a leather wrap beneath a loose stone under the bench, to Gideon somewhere out there, with his bitterness and his terrible need to matter, to enemy men who knew enough to watch and wait. "Everything," he said. Lila's face softened, which was worse than anger. Jasper. He hated that softness just then because it made room for his own fear. Finn busied himself with the loaf, perhaps in mercy. Lila came closer. She smelled of soap, rosemary, and the tavern's warm, yeasty air. All the ordinary human things that made him want to lean and rest and forget for one treacherous minute. That rest was exactly what danger wanted from him. "You cannot hammer the whole night into obedience," she said quietly. "No," he said. "But I can make sure Mercer's shutters hold if someone tests them. I can mend the chapel bar. I can give Eldric a spearhead he trusts. I can do my bloody work." Her eyes flicked up at the oath, but she let it pass. "And if someone means to strike here?" He almost said then they would find him ready, but the boast turned to dust before it reached his tongue. Ready for what? A hidden hand? A rider with orders? A rival with a wounded pride and men behind him? Instead he said, "Then I'd rather meet it standing." For a moment neither of them spoke. The forge popped and settled. Outside, the light thinned further into true evening. Finn ladled stew into a bowl and thrust it toward Jasper, with the solemnity of a priest administering sacrament. If heroism requires fainting on an anvil, at least eat first. That drew the ghost of a smile from Lila, and after a second from Jasper too. He took the bowl. The first spoonful was too hot and burned his tongue. He welcomed it. Lila watched until he had taken another, apparently needing proof that he had not only accepted food, but understood its intended use. "You'll come to the tavern after this," she said. He shook his head. "Jasper, I've still got the hinge, the spearhead, and those nails. Then leave them till dawn, and if dawn brings trouble, then you'll face it after 2 hours' sleep instead of none." He opened his mouth to argue and stopped. Outside, a board creaked. All three of them heard it. Jasper set the bowl down at once and crossed to the doorway. The yard lay dark now, except for forge glow spilling in a ragged rectangle over the ground. Beyond that was only shape and suggestion. The well bucket by the wall, the cart axle leaning near the fence, the woodpile looming thicker than it ought. "Who's there?" he called. No answer. Finn came up behind him holding the poker now, which would have been funny under gentler circumstances. Lila stayed by the bench, one hand braced on the wood, chin lifted as if staring hard enough might make honesty appear. Jasper stepped into the yard. His boots sank slightly in damp earth. He listened. A drip from the eaves, wind fretting through the hedge. The distant burst of laughter from the tavern road, thin and ordinary and strange against the silence here. Then a soft scrape. To his left. He turned sharply. A shadow detached itself from the far side of the woodpile and slipped through the gate into the lane. "Damn it!" Jasper snapped, and ran. He reached the gate in time to glimpse a broad back disappearing past the hedge. Not a stranger this time. The stride was too familiar, heavy through the shoulders, one side dipping slightly from an old strain earned years ago, hauling bloom iron, too young and too proud to ask help. Gideon. Jasper shoved through the gate into the lane, but evening had thickened enough to turn pursuit foolish. He caught only the last impression of movement near the bend, and then nothing. No challenge, no backward look, just absence, practiced and infuriating. Finn reached him first. "Was it?" "Yes." Lila came a moment later, breath quickened. "Are you sure? I know how Gideon runs." Finn peered into the dark as if resentment might still be visible at a distance. "What was he doing in your yard?" Watching, Jasper thought. Counting. Looking for where to hurt. His anger came hot and immediate, but under it was something colder. Gideon would not risk being seen for nothing. Not now. Not after the exchange in the lane days ago. After the half-spat confession of being useful to men who promised him notice and coin and a place above the rest of them. "What did he touch?" Lila asked. That was the right question. Always the useful one. Jasper turned back at once and searched the yard by forge light. Woodpile, water barrel, lean-to door, shutter latch, the pile of scrap near the wall. Nothing overturned, nothing stolen. At first glance, nothing altered at all. Then he crouched near the side wall, where a coil of rope hung from a peg, and saw it. A small smear on the timber, dark and tacky, no larger than 2 fingers laid side by side. He touched it, sniffed, and felt his stomach drop. Pitch. Not from his work. He used grease, oil, tallow. This was rougher, heavier, meant for sealing casks or feeding flame once laid. Lila saw his face. "What is it?" He straightened slowly. Someone's marked the wall with pitch. Finn went very still. For burning. Jasper looked up at the thatch edge, at the dry bits under the eaves where a thrown ember could catch if the night turned mean enough. He thought of the goat shed, thought of small fires, odd thefts, men watching lanes, Evelyn's warning. Softest place. The forge suddenly seemed less like a stronghold and more like a stack of patient tinder around the center of his life. Lila swore softly. Jasper wiped his pitch-blackened fingers on the rag at his belt and hated that his hands were shaking. Get a bucket. No, two. We'll wash the wall down. Finn moved at once. Lila caught Jasper's wrist before he could step away. You come to the tavern tonight. I can't leave it. You cannot stay here alone after this. He looked at the forge behind her, the bench, the anvil, the low roof he knew better than his own prayers. Leave it. The thought struck him as wrong in the bones. If they meant to burn it, how could he walk away? If he stayed, what exactly did he imagine he could do? Sit on the roof all night with a bucket and glare at darkness until dawn surrendered? Stubbornness and sense wrestled briefly, neither managing a clean victory. I'll clean the wall, he said. Set water by the door. Bar the yard gate. Then I'll come. Lila studied him long enough to know he was lying at least a little. Jasper, I said I'll come, which was not the same as promising when. She knew that too. It showed in the tightness around her mouth. But Finn was already hauling water, and the night was leaning harder over the yard, and practicality won the moment where tenderness could not. Don't be noble, she said. It's a bad colour on you. He managed, somehow. That's unfortunate. I've been cultivating it. Her hand squeezed once at his wrist and let go. They scrubbed the pitch from the timber under bucket after bucket until the wall smelled of wet wood and ash. Finn checked the latch twice. Lila made Jasper eat the rest of the stew standing up between tasks. The village noises faded one by one into the kind of silence that did not soothe. When at last they left the yard, the forge stood dark except for the banked coals breathing low within, like an animal pretending sleep. Jasper paused with his hand on the door bar and looked back. Nothing moved. Yet on the bench, where he had laid aside the half-finished spearhead, something pale caught the last sliver of moonlight through the shutter crack, a scrap of parchment. He was certain it had not been there before. He crossed the room and picked it up. No words. Only a mark drawn in hurried black strokes. The same half-sun, half-wheel symbol from the map. And beneath it, a single line slashed through the center as if by a knife. Not random, not warning alone. Someone knew exactly which secret had brought the village to this edge. Behind him, Lila said his name, quiet and afraid. Jasper folded the scrap into his fist. Then he barred the forge door and stepped out into a night that felt full of dry wood, waiting sparks, and men who had already chosen where to aim them. Chapter 15. Fire in the Forge. He ought to have left sooner. Jasper knew that later, and hated the knowing because it changed nothing. By full dark the forge had grown thick with heat and cinder dust, every surface carrying the day's labour in some layer of soot, filings, or half-cooled iron. The last bracket sat finished on the bench. 2 hooks lay beside it. He had nearly done with the chapel nails, and only 1 hinge remained to be fitted true. The work had become less a list than a stubborn bargain with dread. If he kept moving, if he made enough things solid enough, perhaps the village would hold together by iron and will alone. Outside, wind worried at the yard gate. Somewhere farther down the lane, a dog barked once. Then again, in the sharp, uncertain way dogs had when they sense people, where no people should be. Finn leaned in through the forge door with his hair blown crooked and a lantern in one hand. Lila says, if I fail to drag you to the tavern, she'll come herself. And I'm telling you plainly that if she arrives in one of her moods, I shall deny all friendship and claim to be passing by. Jasper did not look up from the hinge. A loyal man. A realistic one. It's late. It was also late an hour ago. And yet here we both are, defying time itself. Finn stepped farther in, wrinkling his nose at the heat. You smell like an argument with a chimney. You smell like beer you haven't been paid for. Worse, I've been paid in stew. Come before they serve the good bread to people with sense. Jasper set the hinge in the vise and rubbed a forearm across his face. Tiredness had sunk deep into him, into wrists and shoulders, and the place behind his eyes where worry sat now, as naturally as thought. Another quarter hour. Finn sighed with great theatrical suffering. That is what men say just before losing 3 fingers or starting a war. I'll do my best to limit myself to one of those. The joke landed weakly, and Finn's expression softened. Jasper glanced up then. Finn was trying not to show it, but there was real strain under the usual foolishness. Everyone was carrying it now. The village did not panic exactly. It tightened. Doors latched earlier. Buckets stood ready. Men who had spent 20 years pretending not to remember soldiering began checking old spearheads and discussing watch rotations in low voices. Jasper lifted the hinge out of the vise. Fine, I'm done. You are not done, Finn said, relieved. You are merely being interrupted before you become a cautionary tale. Jasper quenched the peace, steam hissing up hot and white. He glanced once around the forge before shrugging off his leather apron. Bench, tools, coal bin, tongs, swages, chisels, hammer rack. The long familiar shape of the anvil rising dark and blunt from its block. The place looked tired and overworked and imperfect. It looked like him. That thought should not have mattered. It did. He banked the coals lower than he would have liked, checked the water bucket by the door, and reached beneath the bench for the wrapped oilcloth packet that held the map. His fingers touched only rough wood. He stilled. Then he crouched and felt farther back. Nothing. For one bright instant, panic leapt clean through him. Then he remembered. He had moved it earlier, when old Hester brought in the broken trivet, and would not stop glancing suspiciously at every flat surface, as if secrets might hatch from them. Jasper crossed to the rear shelf, shoved aside a sack of scrap rivets, and found the oilcloth tucked where he had hidden it. He let out a breath he did not care to have witnessed. Finn watched him. You sleep like that now, don't you? Like what? Like a man trying to remember whether he's left a knife in his bed. Jasper tucked the packet inside his coat. I sleep beautifully. Heroically, even. You look haunted. I have expressive eyes. Finn snorted and held the door for him. Jasper blew out the side lamp, pulled the forge door shut, and dropped the bar into place. The metal settled with a sound too slight for goodbye. They crossed the yard together. At the gate, Jasper paused. The lane beyond lay mostly empty, washed in moonlight and shadow. A cart stood by the well. Shutters were closed along the opposite cottages. At the corner near the cooper's wall, something moved, just enough to catch his eye. A shape slipping back from sight. His body went taut before his mind supplied anything useful. Did you see? Finn followed his gaze. By then, there was nothing there but darkness and a strip of pale wall. See what? Jasper stared another heartbeat. Nothing. That was the wrong answer. He knew it while saying it. But tiredness and pride and the simple desire to have one meal without sounding an alarm made cowards of better men than him. They headed for the tavern. The fox and hearth was crowded in the way places became crowded when danger pressed near, not festive, not easy, but unwilling to be alone. The common room held too many bodies and too little laughter. Tankards knocked wood, boots tracked in mud. Low voices rose and fell around rumour, weather, patrols, missing grain, burned sheds, strangers on the road. Lila moved through it all, with sleeves rolled and hair tied back, carrying 2 plates at once and looking somehow both busy and watchful enough to count every soul in the room. She saw Jasper near at once. Relief flickered across her face, followed by irritation sharpened by concern. "You came," she said as she reached them. "I was fetched under threat." Finn laid a hand to his chest. I prefer to think of it as loving intervention. Lila's gaze went to Jasper's face, reading more than he wanted read. "Have you eaten?" He considered lying and lacked the energy. "Not memorably." "That means no." She nodded toward the corner table. "Sit, both of you. If either of you gets underfoot, I'll put you to work and charge you for the privilege." Finn brightened. "Will there be stew?" "There will be what I give you." "A queen among women," Finn murmured as he obeyed. Jasper sat because standing suddenly felt ambitious. The warmth of the room seeped into him by degrees. Not forge heat. Softer, human, a dangerous sort tonight. His bones had begun to notice how tired they were, and once they noticed, they complained. Lila returned with bread, stew, and ale that tasted more watered than honest, but was hot enough to count. She set Jasper's bowl down and rested her fingers briefly against the back of his hand. He hated how much that nearly undid him. "You should have come earlier," she said quietly. "I know." "Did you lock up?" "Yes." "Bank the fire?" "Yes." "Check the yard?" He hesitated half a beat. Her eyes narrowed. "Jasper, I checked it." Not a lie, which made it irritatingly close to useful. "I saw a shape by the lane corner. It might have been nothing." That sentence has killed generations of men. Finn looked up from his bread. "I've said for years that shadows are untrustworthy." Lila kept looking at Jasper. "Who?" "I couldn't tell." She straightened slowly. "I'll send Tom to take a look." "No." Jasper reached for her wrist before he thought better of it. Her skin was warm from work. "If it was anyone, they're gone." Her gaze dropped to his hand and then rose again. Neither of them spoke for a moment. Finn, who had the survival instinct of a fox and the manners of one when convenient, bent over his bowl with saintly concentration. Lila said, very softly, "You're not allowed to go to pieces before I've fed you." "I'll do my best to arrange my collapse considerately." The corner of her mouth moved. "Good." She slipped away again into the press of the room. Jasper watched her longer than was wise. It had become impossible lately not to notice the shape of his life wherever she was in it. She steadied things, annoyingly, competently, with entirely too much grace for a woman who had just threatened to weaponize supper. He had taken only 3 spoonfuls when the tavern door slammed open hard enough to strike the wall. Cold air rushed in with a boy from the lane, Miller's second son, face white under flour dust, breath soaring in his chest. "Fire!" he shouted. The word cut through the room faster than any bell. Everyone moved at once. Benches scraped, tankards overturned. Lila was already at the door before the echo died. Jasper had half risen, still stupidly holding his spoon, when the boy gasped the next words. "Alden's forge!" Something in Jasper simply vanished. Then he was moving. He hit the lane at a run, the cold air knifing his lungs. Ahead, over rooftops, Orange light punched at the dark sky in violent pulses. Not lantern light, not a hearth gone careless. The kind of light that ate. Smoke rolled upward thick and black, and sparks were already lifting above the houses like a swarm of maddened stars. No, 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 no. He ran harder. Mud splashed up his boots. Someone shouted behind him. Someone else was ringing the chapel bell, wild and uneven. By the time he turned into his lane, the forge yard was a wall of heat. Flame had burst through the roof on the left side, roaring from beneath the shingles in a long, vicious line. The workshop door stood open. Jasper did not remember leaving it open. Fire leapt through it in gusting orange sheets, throwing light across the yard where half the village seemed suddenly to be in motion. Buckets passing hand to hand from the well, men dragging the water cart round, women hauling wet blankets, children crying until someone shoved them back indoors. The sound was worst. Not only the crack and devour of wood, but the shrill popping of trapped sap, the groan of beams beginning to fail, the hiss when water struck and vanished uselessly into steam. Jasper took 2 steps toward the door. 3 men caught him at once. "Let go!" he shouted, twisting hard enough to wrench his shoulder. "Are you mad?" Old Mercer had one arm around his chest with surprising strength. "The roof will come down. My tools. Your tools are in hell with the rest of it if you go in there now." Jasper drove an elbow back and nearly freed himself. But Finn was suddenly there too, grabbing for him with both hands. "Jas, stop. It's my forge." He heard his own voice break on the last word and hated that. Hated the pleading in it more than the panic. Through the open door he saw the workbench collapse in a shower of sparks. The rack above it went next, tongs and hammers dropping into the blaze with a clatter that struck him like blows. The long handle of the sledge he had shaped with his father split apart in a burst of embers. His father's hammer. No. He lunged again. Mercer swore. Finn nearly lost his footing in the mud, still clinging to him. Another pair of hands joined them. Tom Weaver's this time, broad and shaking. "You'll die for nothing," Tom said, breathless with effort. Jasper stopped fighting only because the heat hit his face so hard his eyes streamed shut. It was not the known heat of labor, harsh but useful. This was a living thing in rage. It pushed him back by force. The bellows must have gone by then, because a muffled burst sounded from within, and the flames surged. Taller, brighter. Someone screamed for more water. Someone else shouted that the next cottage roof was catching. Villagers broke left at once, slapping at sparks with soaked sacks. Jasper stood in their grip and watched his life burn. The anvil remained for a while, visible through the smoke in brief black glimpses, like some impossible stubborn beast refusing to kneel. Around it, everything else came apart. Shelves sagged, pegs blackened, the coal bin flared. One shutter tore loose and fell outward into the yard, spraying embers where 2 boys were filling buckets. They scrambled back, swearing. A horse in the next yard reared and screamed until its owner dragged it away by the halter. Lila reached him at last, breathless, her skirts dark with mud at the hem. Her cheeks were flushed from heat and speed. "Are you hurt?" He looked at her as if the question were in a language he had once known and forgotten. She took his face in both hands, forcing his gaze steady. "Jasper, are you hurt?" "No." He could barely hear himself over the fire. "No." She turned at once. "Finn, get him back. I'm not going anywhere. You're useless if the roof takes you too." "It's already taken." He broke off because he could not force the next words out without either choking or howling. Lila saw it. Of course she saw it. Something in her expression shifted, not softer exactly, but deeper, as if she had stepped into the same wound. "We can save the house wall if the wind holds," she said, practical through sheer act of will. Tom and Mercer have the line at the well. Eldric's sending men to the rear side. Stay out of the doorway, as if he might sensibly choose otherwise now. Sir Eldric was indeed in the yard beyond, coat thrown over one shoulder, barking orders with the old battlefield authority he could never quite hide. 2 men with him were levering burning debris away from the side wall to keep the flames from the stable. Another hauled Jasper's water trough farther back before it cracked from heat. Even in catastrophe, the old knight moved like a man sorting chaos into duties. Jasper should have been with them, doing something, anything. Instead, he stood rooted. Every instinct dragged toward the doorway and every practical part of him, knowing the place was lost. Then he saw why. Near the threshold, half kicked under the fallen side stool, lay a clay bottle broken open by the heat. Thick, dark liquid streaked the floorboards around it, catching light with an ugly sheen before vanishing beneath flame. Oil. Not accident, not stray spark, not carelessness after too long a day. Deliberate, planned. His stomach turned so sharply he thought for one stupid moment he might vomit into the mud. Gideon. Perhaps not Gideon's own hand. Perhaps some hired bastard he had led there. But Gideon all the same, in the way rot belongs to the tree that grows it. Jasper remembered the shape at the lane corner, the door bar. Had he set it right? Had someone lifted it? Had he been watched leaving with Finn like a fool going willingly from his own unguarded throat? Lila followed his stare and saw the shards. Her hand closed around his forearm hard enough to anchor. "Don't," she said. "I know what that is." "So do I. I left it. You did not set this fire." "I left it," he said again, because the words had become a spike in him, and he needed someone else to feel their point. "I saw someone in the lane and I bloody left it." She faced him fully then. The orange blaze reflected in her eyes until they looked lit from within. "Listen to me. The blame belongs to the hand that lit the flame. Easy to say when it isn't your..." He stopped too late. Pain moved across her face so quickly anyone else might have missed it. Jasper did not. It landed with sickening accuracy. Her tavern had been watched. Her people had been threatened. This was not only his loss, and he had flung ownership of grief at her like an insult. He shut his eyes. Lila. A crack like thunder split the yard. The roof beam gave way. Half the forge front dropped inward in a roaring collapse that threw sparks high over the lane and drove everyone back. Heat slammed across them. Mercer stumbled, Finn hauled him upright. Someone shouted for children to get down. Jasper felt Lila drag him 2 paces by main force, as burning fragments spilled outward from the doorway and died hissing in the mud. When the smoke thinned enough to see, the interior was gone as a place. It was only wreckage now, a red collapse of timber, iron and fire. The anvil still stood, but canted. The bench was ash. The hammer rack was a memory. Every small arrangement of years, every habit of hand and eye, every tool put where he expected to find it in darkness, had been erased in a quarter hour. His throat hurt. He had not realized he was breathing smoke until then. Buckets kept moving. The villagers fought on, not for the forge now, but for what stood around it. The nearest cottage, the stable, the lane. Ordinary salvations. Jasper watched them save what they could not bear to lose next, and some bitter part of him registered that this too was right. A forge was wood and iron. People slept in the houses beyond. Animals stood tethered. Families had one roof and no other. His ruin did not get to become everyone's. That thought should have been noble. It felt only empty. At some point, Finn pressed a damp cloth into his hand and swore at him until he held it over his mouth. At some point, Eldric came close enough to say, "We've kept it from spreading." And Jasper nodded as if the sentence belonged to a world he still occupied. At some point, the fire lowered from roaring violence to deep devouring, the sort men could approach in intervals to pull out twisted pieces and drown what still glowed. The hours after that lost shape. He found himself standing in the yard long after the danger had passed, while the village thinned around him in exhausted knots. Smoke drifted low and greasy. The smell was everywhere. Wet ash, charred wood, cooked oil, hot iron cooling too quickly. Dawn remained far off, but the hardest black of night had eased into that strange dimness, when everything looked both ruined and unreal. The forge no longer had a roof. One wall had collapsed entirely. The other two stood in broken sections, blackened and steaming. The work table was a mound of glowing wreck, a twisted circle of iron hoops marked where a barrel had been. Nails lay in the mud like spilled teeth. He could see the warped shapes of tools inside the wreckage, some half buried, some recognizably his only because he knew where they ought to have been. His anvil had survived. Of course it had. Stubborn brute. It sat among the ruin tilted on its block, black and grim, one horn shining dull red at the edge where heat had caught it. The sight of it undid him more than if nothing had remained. Lila came back when the last of the buckets were being stacked aside. She carried his coat. He did not remember losing it. "You need to come inside," she said. Inside, as if that word still meant what it had yesterday. He did not take the coat. "I'm staying. You can't stand in smoke till morning. Watch me." Her jaw tightened. Jasper. He heard the care in his name and could not bear it. Care implied future, repair, comfort, all the things that required him not to be this hollowed shape in a muddy yard. "If you're about to tell me it's only wooden tools, don't." "I wasn't going to say that." "Good. I was going to say you can grieve it without freezing to death in front of it." Something wild and mean rose in him then, born of smoke and shame and helplessness. He wanted to strike somewhere softer than the ruin, because he could not strike the men who had done this, and Lila was near and kind, and therefore dangerously possible. "I don't need managing." Her face changed, not wounded this time, angry. "No," she said. "At present you need common sense, but as that appears to have burned with the roof, I'm making do." Under any other sky he might have laughed. Instead, the sound that came out of him was sharp and joyless. "I'm sorry I'm disappointing your plans for me." "My plans?" She stared at him. "You think this is about my plans? I think everyone will have a use for me tomorrow. A task, a brave speech, a sensible next step, and I have nothing left with which to be useful." The words came too fast once begun, dragged out of some dark cellar he had been pretending not to own. This was the thing I was good for, the one thing. Metal in, metal out, and somehow that counted as a life. And now look at it. He spread a hand toward the wreckage. His hand was shaking. "Look at me." For the first time that night he understood, not as an idea, but as a blow, that the forge had not merely been his work. It had been his proof, his place, the way he met the village on equal terms. People came needing things, and he made them better. He could not mend kings or maps or treachery or whatever large rotten game had descended on them all, but he could straighten bent iron and put edges where edges belonged. He could matter in practical ounces. What was he without that? Lila's anger had gone very still. She stepped closer, coat still in hand. "You are not the building." He looked away. "Jasper, don't," he said low and raw. "Please don't stand there and be kind to me. I can't." He could not finish. Could not say receive it, deserve it, survive it. Any of the three might have been true. Silence held for one breath. 2. Then she set the coat over his shoulders anyway. The wool smelled faintly of smoke and tavern spice. Her hands lingered only long enough to settle it. Not an embrace, not even close. Mercy in its most unbearable form, measured enough not to ask anything of him. "All right," she said. That was worse than argument. She stepped back. Her face was pale now beneath the soot at her temples, exhaustion pulling at the corners of her mouth. But her voice stayed steady. "I won't ask you for anything tonight. Not sense, not thanks, not softness. Stand here if you must. Hate the world if you must. But hear this much before you decide what's left of you." He did not look at her. He could not. "This was meant to break more than wood," she said. "Remember that." Then she turned and walked back toward the lane, where Finn was speaking in low tones to Eldric beside the water cart. Jasper stood where she left him. The forge smoked. The anvil cooled. Somewhere beyond the lane, a child cried in sleep and was hushed. The chapel bell rope knocked idly once against the frame in the wind. Above the ruined roofline, the stars had returned, indifferent and clear. He looked at the wreckage until shapes ceased being shapes and became only absence. His tools were gone, his bench, the hammer his father had left him, the shelves he had built crooked and corrected, the labor of years, the place where the village had known where to find him, the place where he had known where to find himself. In the black wet mud before the threshold lay a bent hinge he had finished that evening, half buried, one edge bright where flame had not reached. He stared at it as if it belonged to another man. When at last he moved, it was only to step nearer the ruin and stop again. He stood in the remains of his forge with smoke in his clothes, and ash settling on his boots, feeling as if someone had burned the shape of his life out of the world and left him behind by mistake. Chapter 16. What Remains. Morning came grey and thin, as if the sky itself had not slept. Jasper stood in the blackened shell of the forge and tried not to look as though he was waiting for someone to pronounce him dead. The fire had gone out hours ago, but the place still stank of wet ash, scorched wood, and iron shocked too quickly from heat to ruin. Water dripped somewhere in a slow, maddening rhythm. The yard was a churn of mud, soot, and boot prints where half the village had trampled through the night, trying to save what could be saved. It was not enough. The roof over the main workspace had partially fallen in. One beam leaned at a slant like a broken leg. His workbench was split and blistered. Tongs lay half buried in muck near the threshold, twisted useless by heat. The bellows were a scorched carcass of leather and warped frame. Even the anvil, which had survived, looked wrong to him now, merely because everything around it had been torn away. He had thought, once or twice in foolish moments, that if he lost the forge, he would at least know himself by what remained. At present, what remained was a soot-covered idiot staring at wreckage and feeling offended that grief had such poor manners. He heard footsteps behind him and did not turn. "If you've come to say it could have been worse," he said, "I'll save us both the trouble and agree that I might also have been struck by lightning while naked in the chapel yard." Finn stopped beside him. "I was going to say you look terrible, but your version has a certain poetry." Jasper kept his eyes on the ruined bench. Go away, Finn. There was a brief silence, then the soft thump of something being set down. All right, Finn said. I've left bread. Jasper glanced despite himself. A wrapped loaf sat on an overturned bucket, still warm enough to steam faintly in the chill morning air. I'm not hungry. Excellent. Then you may preserve it as a decorative tribute to your stubbornness. Go away. Finn shoved his hands into his sleeves and looked around the forge with the careful expression of someone trying not to pity out loud. That was somehow worse than if he had cried. I will, he said. In a moment. I only thought I ought to say that if you decide to stand in ash all day, try not to do it near the loose beam. It's giving me ideas about funerals, and I've not the clothing for one. Jasper gave a short, humorless breath that nearly became a laugh and failed. Finn caught it anyway. He always did. See, Finn said quietly. Still in there somewhere. Unfortunately. Finn's face softened. Jazz. The name, spoken without jest, scraped at something tender. Jasper turned away at once, crouching near the broken bench as if there were urgent business in studying charred nails. I said go. Finn did not argue this time. He laid one hand briefly between Jasper's shoulders, a touch light enough to refuse to trap him, and then stepped back. I'll be at the tavern, he said, or hauling salvage, or being shouted at by Lila for doing both badly. If you need me, make a noise like a distressed goose. When Jasper did not answer, Finn left. The forge seemed larger after he was gone, emptier. Jasper hated him a little for that. He hated nearly everyone this morning, which was convenient, because it prevented him from distinguishing too sharply between those who deserved it and those who did not. Someone had already stacked what timber could be saved into a neat pile by the far wall. Not his work. Someone had covered the surviving bars of iron with a cloth against the damp. Not his work either. A bucket of clean water stood near the doorway, and beside it a rag. He had not put them there. Jasper stared at the rag as if it were an accusation. He knew these hands. He knew what they were for. Hammer, file, punch, rasp, tong. Measure, grip, shape, mend. Work that took stubborn material and persuaded it into usefulness. But no tool in his life had taught him what to do with being looked after. The thought made him angry enough to seize the rag and scrub soot from the anvil with vicious, pointless force. By the time old man Bartholomew appeared, Jasper had cleaned exactly one corner of the anvil and managed to blacken himself further. The old man approached with a walking stick in one hand and a basket over the other arm. He took in the wreckage slowly, his clouded eyes missing little, then looked at Jasper and nodded as if confirming a detail in some private ledger. When a tree is struck, Bartholomew said, the first thing young fools do is touch the bark and say, "Ah, yes, burnt." The wiser sort notice whether the roots still hold. Jasper braced both hands on the anvil. Good morning to you too. It is a poor morning, Bartholomew agreed. No sense insulting us both by pretending otherwise. He set the basket on a surviving patch of bench and began removing items from it with grave ceremony. Cheese wrapped in cloth, 2 onions, a small pot of dripping, and a handful of nails so old and bent they looked archaeological. Jasper frowned. Have you come to feed me or furnish a museum? Both, if possible. The cheese is for your stomach. The nails are to remind you that men before you also made a spectacle of ruining perfectly sound buildings. Jasper stared at him. You carry comfort strangely. I have had practice. Sit down. I'm not. Sit down, boy, or I shall be forced to tell a very long story standing up. And age has made me ruthless about the suffering of others. Jasper might have laughed if his chest had not felt full of stones. He sat on a low stool with one leg shorter than the others. It rocked beneath him. Bartholomew lowered himself onto an overturned trough with a hiss through his teeth. For a while, he said nothing. He merely looked around with the patience of old men and ruined fields. Jasper found the silence unbearable first. You needn't all take turns. All? The village. Finn with bread. You with philosophical onions. Lila with that face. What face? The one that says she'd like to help and knows I'm enough of an ass to make it difficult. Bartholomew considered. Ah, her mother had that face. That was unfairly effective. Jasper scrubbed a hand over his mouth. Please don't bring her family into this. I've enough women disappointed in me already. Lila is not disappointed in you. She ought to be. Because your forge burned. Because I let it. The words came out sharper than he intended. Because I knew something was closing in and still managed to be surprised by flames like a village idiot in a cautionary tale. Because people warned me. Because I kept thinking if I worked hard enough, I could nail the world together. Bartholomew turned one of the bent nails over in his fingers. And can you? No. Pity. It would save us all trouble. Jasper shut his eyes. The anger had gone ragged now, too tired to hold shape. It was mine. Yes, Bartholomew said. And no. Jasper looked at him. The old man gestured with his chin toward the yard. Who mended Widow Hensley's gate last winter when the hinge split in frost? Me. And who shod the miller's horse after that brute threw a shoe in planting season? Also me. And who fixed the chapel latch so the priest could stop giving sermons to drafts? Jasper made a face. If this becomes an accounting of every dull object I've ever improved, I may walk into the pond. Bartholomew's mouth twitched. The point, boy, is that this place was yours because your labour lived here. But it belonged, in part, to every hand that came through needing something made whole. Jasper glanced away. Across the yard, one of the side posts had been braced with fresh cut wood. He had not noticed before. Someone had taken time this morning, perhaps in the dark before dawn, to keep the structure from collapsing further. Not his work. Bartholomew followed his gaze and nodded. You see, I see meddling. You see investment, which is merely meddling with loyalty attached. Jasper huffed, despite himself. A shadow crossed the doorway. Sir Eldric ducked under the lintel, with the caution of a man entering a church after failing it. He carried no helmet, no shield, only his cloak, and the sternness that seemed stitched into him. Soot marked one sleeve. Jasper had a sudden image of the old knight, hauling buckets in the night alongside bakers and boys and women in aprons, and something in him shifted unpleasantly. Eldric's gaze moved once over the ruin, then settled on Jasper. Can you stand? Jasper's temper flared on instinct. I've been doing it all morning. It's become a hobby. Good. There's work. Bartholomew sighed softly. His bedside manner remains a wonder. Eldric ignored him. Mercer's shed can be cleared by noon if enough hands are lent. We'll use the salvage there, and from here to reinforce doors on the east lane. The tavern cellar is being turned into a store for grain and water if we need shelter. Chapel bell will ring twice for warning, once for meeting. Finn's carrying word. I need to know what iron survived. Jasper stared at him. My forge burns, and by breakfast you've made a campaign of it. By breakfast your enemies were still awake. Eldric's voice stayed level. So must we be. No apology, no soft phrase, no comfort awkwardly offered and worse received. A part of Jasper resented him for that. A larger part was so deeply relieved by it, he could have sworn. He rose and brushed ash from his hands. There are bars under the canvas by the wall, some horseshoes half finished, a crate of nails if the back corner didn't flood too badly. The anvil's sound. One vice might be salvageable. Eldric nodded once, already turning details into structure. Good. You sound surprised. I sound occupied. Bartholomew made a dry noise that might have been a laugh. Eldric looked at Jasper more closely then, the line between his brows deepening. You need food. Apparently, I'm under siege by charity. Eat anyway. Then he was gone, barking instructions outside before Jasper could decide whether to be offended. Bartholomew pushed the cheese toward him. I begin to understand why you like him. He treats misery as a scheduling difficulty. I do not like him. Jasper cut the cheese with a blackened knife he found by chance. His hands shook more than hunger justified. He hated that too. By midday, the village had begun moving around him in practical circles. Men hauled timbers. 2 women from the North Lane came to collect damaged hinges and left behind a folded blanket without comment. A boy Jasper barely knew arrived with a basket of charcoal fragments, swept from someone else's hearth, and fled before thanks could be organized. Widow Hensley sent broth in a covered pot and instructions through a granddaughter that if Jasper failed to eat it, she would come administer sense with a spoon. He nearly sent it all back. Nearly. Instead, he worked in fits and starts, sorting what remained. Sound iron from warped, tool from scrap, loss from use. The labour steadied him by degrees, though every object carried a sting. Here the hammer with a split haft Finn had once mocked for looking philosophically exhausted. Here a pair of tongs Eldric had brought years ago, with a buckle to mend. Here the half-finished latch for the chapel, blackened but serviceable if cleaned. By afternoon, his motions no longer felt like mourning alone. Lila came when the light had turned pale and slant, bringing nothing in her hands. That, more than anything, told him she had thought carefully. He was kneeling in the rear of the forge, prying open a scorched chest that had fused half shut. He knew she was there before he looked. She had a way of changing the air simply by entering it, as if a room had remembered what it was for. I haven't brought stew, she said. Then the day truly has collapsed. I thought if I arrived armed, you'd take it as an act of war. He sat back on his heels. Soot streaked her sleeve. Her hair had been tied hastily and was coming loose near one temple. She looked tired enough to make his chest ache. I'm sorry, he said at once, because it seemed safer than anything else. For what? For being difficult. Her mouth softened, though she did not smile. You are often difficult. I've built up a tolerance. That's comforting. It is meant to be. She came closer, stopping short of touch. Wise woman. I'm not here to force kindness on you, Jasper. Good. I'm here to tell you the tavern has 6 men sleeping in shifts by the common room door. Evelyn has somehow bullied 3 farmers into improving the watch rotation without offending them. Finn nearly fell off Mercer's cart trying to look heroic, and your name has been said approximately 40 times today by people asking what can be saved. He looked down at the scorched chest. Not much. That wasn't the question. Silence stretched. Outside, somewhere down the lane, a hammer struck wood in measured blows. Not his forge's voice. Not yet, but still work. Lila crouched across from him, balancing on the balls of her feet. You pushed me away last night, she said. I know why. I'm not asking you to fix it this minute. But don't mistake being hurt for being alone. The words landed more gently than they had any right to. Jasper rubbed soot between thumb and forefinger, watching it stain the lines of his skin. I don't know what I am if I'm not this place. Lila looked around the ruins of her forge, at the collapsed roof and cracked boards and salvaged iron under cloth. Then she looked back at him with that clear, infuriating steadiness of hers. You're the reason half of this village knows how to ask for help without shame, she said. You're the fool who repaired toys when there was no money in it, and sat up nights for sick animals because children cried harder than their mothers. You're the man people come to when something breaks, even if it isn't iron. The forge mattered because you were in it, not the other way around. He tried for a joke. That sounds suspiciously like praise. It's dreadful, I know. Bear up. Something in him gave way, not dramatically, not cleanly, just enough for breath to move where it had been caught all day. He bowed his head once, hard, and when he looked up again, his eyes stung. Lila saw and pretended not to. He loved her a little desperately for that. She rose. There's stew at the tavern anyway. You said you didn't bring stew. I didn't. I'm capable of strategic honesty. A laugh escaped him then, ragged and surprised. It hurt. It also helped. Lila's expression eased. There he is. Don't sound so pleased. I'm still filthy and uncharming. You've been uncharming for years. It's never stopped you. She left before he could answer, which was probably mercy. The forge grew quiet again after dusk, but it was no longer the dead quiet of morning. Outside, the village still moved. Someone had hung a lantern by the gate. Someone else had covered the exposed timber with oiled cloth against night damp. On the anvil, beside the clean patch he had scrubbed in anger, lay a small bundle wrapped in linen. Inside were 3 punches, blackened but intact, and a note in Finn's sprawling hand. Found these under a bucket. If you tell anyone I was useful, I'll deny it. Jasper stood very still, with the note between soot-stained fingers. Then he set the punches in a careful row on the surviving bench, straightened the cloth over the iron by the wall, and dragged another sound piece of timber closer for sorting in the morning. It was not rebuilding. Not yet. But when he finally left the forge and pulled the warped door as near shut as it would go, he did not feel as though he was abandoning a grave. Only a wounded thing. And wounded things, Jasper knew better than most, were not always lost. Chapter 17. The Road Between Us. The road beyond the village had always looked simpler from a distance. From the upper lane behind the chapel, it ran west between low stone walls and winter-stripped hedges, pale in the late afternoon, where wagon wheels had dried the mud into rutted bands. It bent out past the mill field, climbed a little toward the birch stand, and vanished into a wash of grey light that promised either weather or salvation, depending on a man's mood. Jasper had come there because it was one of the few places left where no one was trying kindly not to stare at him. The air carried the damp bite of recent rain and the faint wood smoke of a village trying to cook supper, as if disaster could be kept outside by routine. Behind him, Dragon's End's little cluster of roofs crouched under the dim sky, chimney smoke lifting straight up in the stillness. Somewhere farther off, a hammer rang. Someone mending something with borrowed tools, no doubt, and the sound struck him low in the chest. He kept walking. His boots sank at the edges of the road where the mud had not yet stiffened. His hands were cold. He had left without deciding to, simply stepped away from the ruined forge after Eldric and Finn had gone to speak with 2 farmers about watch rotations, and after Bartholomew had pressed a heel of bread into his hand, as if he were 10 and likely to forget how bodies worked if no one reminded him. Jasper had eaten the bread because refusing would have been unkind. He had hated himself for the gratitude. That, lately, was the pattern. Someone offered him help. He took it or did not, and either way, he came away feeling smaller. A rook flapped up from the roadside ditch, black and offended. Jasper watched it go and muttered, "Yes, all right. You and I are having the same sort of day." Talking to birds now. Lila's voice came from behind him, not loud, not breathless. She had not chased him so much as followed with irritating competence. Jasper shut his eyes for half a heartbeat before turning. I was hoping for a more distinguished audience. She stood several paces back with her cloak gathered close against the chill. Dark skirt muddied at the hem, hair braided but coming loose where the wind had worried it. She did not look angry. He would almost have preferred anger. It was easier to fend off than concern sharpened into purpose. "You walk quickly for a man claiming to be miserable," she said. "I contain multitudes. You contain nonsense." She came nearer, boots careful in the ruts. "I asked Finn where you'd gone. That traitor. He lasted almost a full minute before telling me. Be fair." Jasper managed the shape of a smile. It felt badly forged. Then his loyalty is improving. Lila stopped in front of him. Close now. He could see the strain beneath her steadiness, the shadows under her eyes from too many nights spent tending frightened villagers, pouring ale for people too tense to enjoy it, sleeping little. She had every right to be tired of him. The fact that she was not made him uneasy in ways open hostility never could. "You can keep walking if you like," she said, "but I'm walking with you." That sounds suspiciously like a threat. "It is." She tilted her head. "Are you going to make me drag truth out of you in installments again? Or shall we save time and do the difficult part first?" He looked back toward the village. "I have no idea what difficult part you mean." "Jasper." She said his name with just enough patience to make dishonesty feel childish. He exhaled through his nose. "You're very impressive when you're terrifying." "I work at it." They started down the road together because standing still under her gaze was worse. For a little while, there was only the sound of their steps, the creak of leather, the distant caw of rooks settling for the evening. Jasper told himself silence might do. Lila had never been foolish. Perhaps she would simply accompany him until he became fit for company again. Then she said, "You've been thanking everyone like an old widower receiving casseroles." He glanced at her. "I don't know what a casserole is." "You know perfectly well what I mean." "I'm afraid I do. And every time anyone offers help, you look as though they've accused you of theft. That seems harsh. It seems accurate." She kept her eyes on the road. "You won't let me carry water, or sort what can be saved, or sit beside you for longer than a minute before you decide I ought to be doing something more useful. You thanked me this morning for bringing clean bandage cloth." "Bandage cloth, Jasper, as though I were a passing nun." He rubbed a hand over his face. "I did not compare you to a nun." No, that would have required enough nerve to make a joke worth hearing. He gave a short huff that was almost a laugh. It vanished quickly. Lila's voice softened, but only slightly. "You pushed me away the night of the fire. I let that pass because the forge was burning and you looked as though the earth had kicked you in the ribs. Since then, you've been doing it more politely, which is somehow worse. I'm not pushing you away." She stopped walking. "Don't insult me." The words were quiet. They landed harder than shouting would have. Jasper halted too. The road stretched empty around them. The ditch water dull as pewter, the birches ahead pale and still. He looked anywhere but at her. "I'm trying," he said. "To do what?" "To keep from making things heavier." "For whom?" He opened his mouth and found nothing useful there. For me? Lila asked. For Finn? For the rest of the village? Because I promise you, we are all perfectly capable of carrying what belongs to us. What we cannot do is stand here watching you decide, all by yourself, that caring for you is some dreadful burden we'd be better spared. That hit too close. He laughed once, sharply. Well, when you say it aloud, it does sound unflattering. I am not trying to flatter you. No, that would be dangerously kind. Jasper. He looked at her then, because she had stripped his defenses down to his name again, and there was no mockery in her face, only hurt and determination, and something gentler beneath both that he had been afraid to touch for years. The words came before he could improve them. I don't know how to stand there while everyone picks through what's left of my life and not feel like dead weight. Lila's expression changed, not with surprise exactly, but with the careful attention of someone hearing the true part at last. He stared past her shoulder at the field wall. There, wonderful. I've said something honest. You may mark the day in the church register. She ignored that. Naturally. You are not dead weight. Aren't I? The heat in his voice startled even him. The forge is gone. Half the work I promise people is ash or twisted scrap. The enemy wanted what I knew, and because I knew it, they struck where it would hurt most. So now, every kind thing anyone does for me arrives wrapped up with the fact that I helped bring this to their door. That is not the same as causing it. It feels near enough. Feelings are not judges. No, they're much crueler. She drew a breath. Look at me. He didn't, not at once. Lila stepped closer until he had no choice without retreating, and that he could not bear. Look at me, Jasper. He did. Her eyes were bright, not with tears exactly, though they threatened, but with the force of being fully present. The men who burned your forge did that. Gideon helped them, or failed to stop them, or both. The larger nest of snakes behind all this did that. You did not. You may blame yourself for missing signs. You may regret a dozen choices. I expect you do. But if you insist on taking responsibility for every wicked thing another person chooses, you'll have no room left to be a human being. He let out a breath that almost shook. I was rather hoping to be something more impressive. I know. Her mouth softened at one corner. That's half the trouble. They stood close enough now that he could see the tiny freckle near her left brow, the one he had known since childhood, and still, absurdly, noticed as if for the first time whenever she leaned into the light. The familiarity of her made his chest ache more than novelty ever could. I wanted, he said slowly, to matter. You do? No. I wanted to matter in some grand, clean way, to discover something, to be useful when it counted, to be more than the village blacksmith who says stupid things over bent nails. There's nothing wrong with the village blacksmith. Easy for you to say. He's very fond of you. That won him a real laugh, brief and helpless. It nearly undid him. Jasper swallowed. And now look at it. The moment things turn serious, I lose the one thing I know how to be. People keep telling me the forge wasn't only mine, that I've helped this village, that everyone means to help me rebuild. They're kind. God, they're so kind. But all I can hear underneath it is that, without other people hauling me upright, I'm just... He searched for the word and hated how much the right one hurt. Ordinary. Lila did not speak at once. The pause held no judgment in it, only care sharpened by thought. At last, she said, we've reached the center of the maze. He almost smiled despite himself. Is there a monster in it? Yes, you. Though in fairness, you've made yourself larger in the telling. He shook his head. I'm serious. So am I. She folded her arms against the cold, but her gaze never left him. "Jasper, do you know what I have wanted to do all week? Lock me in the cellar until my manners improve." That was Tuesday. Another faint curve of her mouth. Then it faded. "I wanted to shake you until you understood that being loved is not a prize handed out for exceptional performance." He went very still. The wind moved the loose strands at her temples. Far behind them, a dog barked twice. Neither of them turned. Lila's voice dropped. "You keep acting as though people care for you because you mend things, or make them laugh, or carry more than your share. As though if you stop being useful for one hard moment, all affection will discover it was an accounting error and withdraw." He could not answer. Because yes. Because that was nearer truth than anything he had ever said aloud. Because when his forge had burned, some part of him had watched the flames and thought, "There goes the proof. There goes the thing that made me worth keeping." "I know you," Lila said. "I knew you before you had shoulders broad enough for an anvil hammer. I knew you when you stole apples from my mother's kitchen and lied about it with such awful dignity she gave you 2 more out of pity. I knew you when your father died, and you spent a month making jokes no one asked for because silence felt too dangerous. I knew you before half this village learned to come to you with broken iron and broken tempers. And I am telling you plainly, if every tool you owned vanished into the river by morning, you would still matter." Jasper looked away because his eyes burned. "You make it sound simple. It isn't simple." Her answer came swift and certain. "It is only true." The road blurred for a moment before sharpening again. He laughed softly, miserably. "This is humiliating." "Yes," she said. "You're doing very well." He pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes, then dropped them. "I hate needing help. I know. I hate that you saw me after the fire and the first thing I did was shove your hand away. I know that too. I hate that part of me still thinks if I let you close while I'm like this, you'll see there's less here than you hoped." The silence after that was vast. He had not meant to say it. Or perhaps he had been meaning to say it for years. Lila's face changed with it. Something in her posture gentled, though her steadiness did not. She stepped into the last of the distance between them and took his soot-rough hand in both of hers, as if the matter had already been decided. "There is not less," she said. He looked at their joined hands, at the contrast of his scarred knuckles and her capable fingers. Heat moved up his arm in a slow, impossible line. "There is a frightened man," she went on. "A stubborn one, a vain one at times. Cruel," he murmured. "Accurate. There is also the man who notices when Mrs. Hale's bucket handle is wearing thin and fixes it before she asks because her wrists ache in winter. The man who makes Finn feel brave by pretending his jokes are useful strategy. The man who listens to old stories as if they matter. The man who walked into noble secrets and armed men and all the rest of this madness, and for all his complaining still keeps choosing people over pride. That is a flattering account of a very untidy person. It is an informed account." Her thumbs moved once over the back of his hand. "And for the record, I am not here because you are useful. I am here because you are you, and if you vanish behind this wounded pride of yours, I shall be extremely inconvenienced." That startled a laugh out of him, real enough to catch in his chest. Ah, at last, the romance every woman dreams of. "I run a tavern. I value reliability." He shook his head, but his breath had gone unsteady. Lila's own composure wavered just enough for honesty to show through it like lamplight through cloth. "I was frightened," she admitted. "Not only when the forge burned, after. Because you looked at me as though comfort from me would shame you. And I thought, if he keeps walking away every time he hurts, one day he'll do it so well he won't remember how to come back." The word struck deeper than any rebuke. "I'm here," he said, and hated how thin it sounded. "Yes," she said. "Now. Be here on purpose." He drew a long breath, held it, let it go. The fields, the walls, the dimming sky, all of it seemed to settle around that one demand. Not survive, not perform, not deflect, be here. "I don't know how," he said. "That's all right." Her grip tightened slightly. "You can learn." A strange, unsteady relief opened in him then. Not joy, not yet, but room enough for it someday. Room enough to believe that losing the forge had not stripped him down to nothing. Room enough to imagine that what remained might be seen and still chosen. He turned his hand in hers and laced his fingers through hers properly. Her breath caught, very small, but she did not look away. "I matter to you," he said, because saying it felt impossible and therefore necessary. Lila's eyes held his. "You always have." The world did not split open. No bells rang. The road remained muddy, the evening cold, the village troubled and waiting. Yet something in him, held knotted for so long he had mistaken it for bone, loosened. He smiled then, uncertain and a little wrecked. "You might have mentioned that sooner. I thought my persistence was eloquent." "It was. I'm simply an idiot. That has also been clear for years." He lifted their joined hands slightly, looking at them as if they belonged to a future he had not expected to touch. "If Finn sees this, I shall have to throw him in a pond. He'll probably thank you for the material." "True." Jasper glanced toward the village, where the first faint lamps were beginning to glimmer in the deepening dusk. Duty waited there. So did danger. So did all the truths neither of them could go on avoiding much longer. "I can't promise I won't make a mess of this." "Of course you will," Lila said. "You're Jasper." He laughed again, softer, comforting. "I can promise I won't let you run without a fight." That, more than anything, steadied him. They turned back together, walking toward the village, with their shoulders brushing now and then, where the road narrowed. The distance they had come did not look very great from this angle either. Mud, ruts, hedges, stone. Ordinary things. Yet it had taken half a lifetime to cross. By the time the chapel roof came back into view, dusk had settled properly. Jasper felt the ache of what was ahead. The map, the enemy, Gideon's betrayal, Eldric's half-spoken plans. The village balanced on a knife edge of fear and hope. None of that had changed. But when Lila's hand tightened in his, he no longer felt like a man being dragged upright out of pity. He felt, for the first time since the fire, like someone worth returning for. And when they reached the lane, and the noise of the village rose to meet them, both of them knew with quiet certainty that whatever lay ahead, the truth between them could not be put off much longer. Chapter 18. A Map of Wounds. The ruined forge had become, by stubborn degrees, a place where people came anyway, not to commission anything. Jasper had very little left fit for proper work, but to stand in the yard, to ask whether he needed timber, to leave offcuts, nails, a loaf wrapped in cloth, a coil of wire, a cracked stool someone swore only needed a persuasive hand. It offended him less than it had 3 days ago. That, he supposed, counted as progress. By afternoon, a weak light filtered through the broken roof beam and laid itself across the anvil like a blessing with poor timing. Jasper stood beside it, with the surviving pieces of the map spread over a plank balanced on barrels. The parchment had not burned, which still felt faintly personal, as though fate had chosen to ruin his life, but preserve the paperwork. Lila leaned over the plank opposite him, one hand braced near the curled edge of the page. Her sleeve was rolled back, flour dust still caught in the crease of her wrist from the morning's baking. Sir Eldric stood at Jasper's shoulder, broad and still in the manner of a man trying not to crowd a room while somehow managing to dominate it anyway. Between them lay the map, Bartholomew's copied notes, a handful of charcoal rubbings from old tool stamps, and the small iron plate Jasper had saved from the wreckage because it bore the same worn symbol they had found before. A long line crossed by 3 shorter marks and capped at one end by a hooked crescent. "It's not treasure," Jasper said, for perhaps the 4th time, though now it felt less like a guess and more like an accusation. Or not treasure in the way every idiot boy imagines when someone says hidden fortune. Lila glanced up. "You say that as if you were never an idiot boy." "I was an exceptional idiot boy, very gifted. I merely grew into a more polished variety." A corner of her mouth lifted. Eldric, who had long ago decided humour was something that happened to other people, said only, "Go on." Jasper tapped the parchment. The map was maddening in pieces. A stream that might be the river south of the mill. A rise that could have been any one of 6 hills. Old root marks half scraped away, and the repeated symbol that kept turning up in the village on repaired hinges, cart plates, and a chapel storage lock older than anyone had first guessed. "When we started," he said, "I thought this tap marked a destination, a chest, a chamber, some nobleman's pile of emergency silver hidden under a dramatic rock." "Still possible," Lila said. "Don't ruin my moment of intelligence. It would be selfish of me to let it pass unchallenged." He sighed for form's sake and continued. "The marks don't cluster around one point. They chain together. Look." He moved the charcoal rubbings nearer the parchment. "Bartholomew said the symbol belonged to an old road oath, yes? A protected route. Supplies, messengers, retreat lines during the border wars." Eldric's face tightened almost imperceptibly. "Not common knowledge." "No," Jasper said. "I have noticed that nearly everything useful in this affair arrives with a great ceremonial fuss about not being common knowledge." Lila slid one rubbing beside another. "He's right, though. It isn't marking one hiding place. It's marking access, stores, locks, waypoints." Jasper nodded. Saying it aloud sharpened it. Sealed stores, defensive stores, places meant to be found only by the right people if everything else went badly. Silence settled, thin and tense. Outside, someone hauled timber across the yard and called for another pair of hands. The ordinary sound made the thought worse. Not gold, not legend for drunk men at long tables. Food, weapons, records, something a kingdom might bury and later pretend had never existed. Eldric looked down at the map as if it had personally failed him. "There were contingency holds," he said at last. "Long ago. Before my service. Some after. Quiet places, stocked against rebellion, siege, succession disputes. Most were emptied or lost, or hidden more carefully than the men in power admitted," Lila said. He did not deny it. Jasper felt a cold sort of clarity move through him. All this time, the village had been spoken of as if it were incidental, a muddy nowhere, unlucky enough to sit under too many rumours. But roads crossed near Dragon's End. Stores could be concealed where no one expected them. A forgotten village was ideal cover, until someone remembered. "So this isn't about treasure," he said softly. "It's about who gets to know what was buried, and who reaches it first." Eldric gave him a look that was almost approval and too grim to enjoy. Knowledge feeds armies before grain does. Lila folded her arms. "And if there are records with the stores?" Jasper looked at her. She was already farther ahead than he was. Claims, she said. Oaths. Proof of who promised what to whom. If some lord wants a route, a cache, a rite of passage, or a reason to move soldiers through here, hidden records are as good as coin. Better, Eldric said. Jasper let out a breath. The whole shape of it shifted in his mind. Gideon's spite, the watching eyes, Evelyn's urgency, the fire. Not greed alone, control. Men willing to burn a forge because a blacksmith had looked too hard at marks they preferred buried. He should have felt smaller under that knowledge. Instead, to his own surprise, he felt useful. There was a crunch of wheels in the lane beyond the yard. Lila straightened first. Eldric's hand moved instinctively toward the knife at his belt. Jasper turned. A narrow cart had stopped outside the broken gate. 2 horses, good stock but travel-worn. Mud on the wheels, road dust on the sideboards. Evelyn Bright sat upright on the driver's bench in a dark cloak clasped at the throat. Her braid looped and pinned with practical severity. She took in the damaged forge, the plank table, and the 3 of them around it with one quick assessing glance. Well, she said, climbing down with less grace than she would have preferred anyone to notice. Either I have arrived at an inconvenient moment, or all your moments have become inconvenient. Jasper folded his arms. You do have a gift for timing, mostly unpleasant timing, but one should admire consistency. Evelyn brushed dust from one glove. And you look better than rumor suggested. That is because rumor is a vicious little liar. It is also occasionally efficient. Her gaze went to the map. Am I to be invited nearer, or shall we continue pretending all our lives are improved by ceremony? Lila looked at Eldric. Eldric looked at Jasper. It was irritating. How recently such a thing would have sent a warm, foolish flare through him. Being deferred to was all very grand until one realized it meant one was expected to decide things. He stepped aside. Nearer then. But if you've come to steal from me, I ought to warn you there's precious little left worth the effort. Evelyn approached the plank. For one moment, as she saw the blackened beams overhead and the warped tools stacked in salvage heaps, her expression altered. Not pity. Something tidier and more dangerous. Recognition. I heard what happened, she said. I should think half the kingdom has by now. Not half, the right quarter. She set a leather case on the plank and opened it. Inside lay 2 folded sheets, a narrow wax tablet, and what looked like a page torn from an account book. I came because I was followed 2 roads out of Warden Cross, and because one of the men following me used a name I had not heard spoken outside my family's records and Sir Eldric's generation. Eldric's eyes narrowed. What name? Blackwater Hold. The effect of it was immediate. Eldric went still in a harder way than before. Lila frowned. Jasper, who had never heard the term in his life, hated being the last informed man in his own disaster. That, he said, sounds extremely important in the tiresome manner people reserve for matters they would rather not explain. Evelyn gave him the briefest dry glance. An admirable description of noble history. She unfolded the torn account page. Faded ink, cramped columns, old hands. At the bottom, a symbol Jasper knew. The same root mark, half hidden in a clerk's flourish. My grandfather kept copies of records my father was too frightened to admit existed, she said. Housebright once oversaw provisioning on the western roads. Not gloriously. Mostly, we counted barrels, while more important men congratulated themselves in armor. But counting barrels has its uses. Blackwater Hold appears 3 times in these pages, always with concealed dispatches and sealed reserve inventories. Jasper bent over the sheet. Where? That, Evelyn said, is the interesting misery. It is not listed as a formal site. It is linked instead to the end station under dragon marks, which I had thought poetic nonsense until I met you. Lila looked up sharply. Dragon's End. Evelyn inclined her head. I believe so. The wind shifted through the broken forge, carrying the damp smell of timber and old ash. Jasper stared at the figures on the page and felt the lines in the map click one notch nearer to sense. Under, he said. Eldric's gaze had moved to the parchment again. There were undercrofts, cellars below gatehouses, chapels, old toll stations, hidden storage beneath visible structures. Jasper looked around at the yard, beyond it to the lane, the little rise toward the old village centre. There's no gatehouse. Now, Lila said. He turned to her. Her eyes were bright in the grey light, thought moving fast behind them. The chapel store, she said. The old lower lock you matched to the symbol. Bartholomew said the foundation stones there were older than the current chapel by generations. And the lane beside it used to run wider before the north cottages were built. Jasper saw it at once, not with certainty, but with that dangerous, thrilling sense of pattern he had learned to trust. The chapel sat near the oldest ground in the village. The yard behind it dropped slightly. Everyone treated the cramped storage room beneath it as nothing more than a damp place for grain, candles, and tools no one wanted. But if the current building had been raised over older foundations, not treasure, he said again, a hold, or what's left of one. And if hostile men know that, Eldric said, they'll come quickly. Evelyn laid the wax tablet down. They are already moving. I heard enough to make that plain. There is a captain in the employ of Lord Harrow's allies, though whether Harrow knows the whole game I cannot say, who believes the village conceals sealed stores and papers tied to border claims. He intends to seize the site before royal agents can verify anything. Royal agents, Jasper repeated. A comforting thought. I assume they are somewhere distant, mounted on excellent horses and making very slow decisions. Very likely, Evelyn said. Lila exhaled through her nose. So we have armed men coming, perhaps 2 sets of them, and one half-burned village in the middle. One village, Jasper said, surprising himself with the firmness of it, that already knows how to carry water, watch lanes, and stop pretending none of this concerns them. All 3 of them looked at him then, even Evelyn. He hated, faintly, that his pulse jumped under the attention, but he did not step back from it. The enemy wants the site, he said. Not us, not the tavern, not even my poor tragic forge. We were threatened because we were in the way, or because they thought fear would make us hand over what we know. If we know where they mean to strike, we can choose the ground before they do. Eldric studied him. Say the rest. Jasper looked down at the map, then out through the broken doorway toward the lane where village life continued in ragged defiance. A woman carrying wash, a boy chasing a limping dog, Finn in the distance trying to lift one end of a beam he had no business lifting, apparently out of principle rather than success. He thought of the night of the fire, of coming back too late, thought of standing while others acted around him, thought of Lila on the road telling him with maddening clarity that he was allowed to matter to people. So he said the rest. We cannot wait in our own doorways and hope armed men make sensible choices. We secure the chapel and whatever lies under it, quietly if we can, loudly if we must. We move stores from nearby houses, so no spark there can trap people. We put watchers on the east and south roads. Anyone who can carry water, stones, or messages gets a task. Anyone who cannot fight can still warn, hide children, and keep panic from outrunning truth. Lila's expression changed, not into softness, but into something steadier, prouder. The tavern can serve as signal point and supply room. If trouble comes through the lower lane, I can have half the village moving before a night gets properly dramatic. Finn can organize runners, Jasper said. He's quick, and people listen when he jokes because they don't realize he's slipping sense in with the nonsense. Bartholomew will know who remembers the old chapel layout, Lila added. Eldric gave a single curt nod. I can set watches and put spears in hands that know one end from the other. Evelyn did not speak at once. Jasper looked at her. She stood with one gloved finger resting on the account page, face unreadable. And you? He asked. Do you help us because it is right, because it is useful, or because, if we survive, you still want whatever waits below those stones? A lesser question might have been kinder. He did not seem to have much taste left for lesser questions. Evelyn met his gaze without flinching. All three. Lila made a small sound that might have been a laugh if sharpened on one edge. At least she's honest, Jasper said. I strive to be accurate where virtue is unavailable. Evelyn folded the paper carefully. If there are records beneath the chapel, I want to see them. If there are stores, I want them kept from men who would bleed the region for leverage. And if my knowledge improves my chances of preserving what remains of my family standing, I will not insult you by pretending otherwise. That, Eldric said, is the first sensible thing I've heard from a noble in months. Evelyn's chin lifted a fraction. Then your months have been very poor indeed. Against all reason. Jasper nearly smiled. It vanished as quickly as it came when he looked at the map again. The lines no longer felt like mystery alone. They felt like scar tissue. Old fear hidden under stone. Oaths, roots, stores, claims, centuries of powerful men burying danger and naming it prudence, until ordinary people inherited the ground and not the warning. A map of wounds, he thought, and every wound still tender if pressed in the right place. We do this tonight, he said. Lila blinked. Tonight? If we wait till morning, we give every rider on the road another dark stretch to get ahead of us. We don't open anything yet unless we must. We prepare the place. We learn the exits. We make it harder to take. Eldric considered, then nodded once. Agreed. Evelyn refastened her case. I did not bring men, only one servant, and I left him with the cart. But I can read inventories, old lockwork, and frightened aristocrats. Occasionally, in that order. Marvelous, Jasper said. If we are beset by ledgers, we're saved. Lila reached across the plank and touched the back of his hand, swift and grounding. You're doing it again. Doing what? Acting as if a joke means you aren't serious. He looked at her. Her gaze was warm, unyielding. I am serious, he said. I know. That, more than anything, steadied him. The afternoon began to move all at once after that. Eldric went first, calling for 2 men from the lane to fetch those he trusted and no others. Lila headed toward the tavern, at a pace that warned the world not to be slow in her way. Evelyn returned to her cart for tools and papers, cloak snapping in the wind. Jasper remained a moment longer by the plank, looking at the surviving map in the wreck of the place that had once made him feel complete. He did not feel complete now. He felt scorched, uncertain, angry, frightened, and abruptly responsible. It would have to do. Finn appeared in the gateway, carrying, for no sensible reason, both a hammer and half a cabbage. He stopped when he saw Jasper's face. That expression, Finn said cautiously, usually means either revelation or disaster, and I'd like to know which before I commit to optimism. Jasper picked up the parchment and the iron plate. A little of both. Finn glanced at the broken roof, the gathered papers, the departing figures. Excellent. I was getting bored with ordinary ruin. Jasper stepped toward him. How fast can you get word to the mill, the lower lane, the chapel yard, and Mercer's place without spreading panic? Finn straightened, cabbage forgotten. Fast enough if people believe me. They will. Finn searched his face, saw something there, and gave one quick nod. The joking ease remained, but now purpose ran under it like wire beneath leather. What are we doing? He asked. Jasper looked past him toward the old chapel stones darkening under the lowering sky. We're making sure, he said, that when trouble comes for this village, it finds us awake. And for the first time since the fire, the words did not feel borrowed from the sort of man he wished he were. They felt like his. Chapter 19. The Enemy at the Border. By morning, the village had learned a new way to breathe. Not calmly, not well, but together. Jasper stood in the lane outside the blackened ruin of his forge with a hammer at his belt. Soot still ground into the lines of his hands, and watched Dragon's End turn itself from a village into something halfway between a market day and a siege. Doors opened and shut in quick succession. Men carried carts where no carts were needed. Women brought in washing before the weather had any say in it. Boys too young for wisdom and too old for obedience were sent up trees and onto low roofs to watch the western road and report anything more useful than panic. Panic, unfortunately, seemed plentiful. They'll come in mail and banners and tread us into the mud, muttered Mercer, clutching the same cap he had wrung into felt 2 days ago. That's what trained men do. That, Jasper said, testing the weight of a salvaged iron bar in his hand, is a very discouraging thing to say before breakfast. Mercer looked offended by humour on principle. You think this is funny? No, Jasper said. I think if we all start saying exactly what frightens us in the most dramatic possible way, we'll save the enemy the trouble of intimidating us. A few people nearby laughed despite themselves. Not much. Enough. He was learning that leadership, so far, felt less like triumph and more like trying to keep a cart from losing a wheel while everyone argued about the road. Sir Eldric emerged from the chapel yard with 3 farmhands and the old miller in tow, already issuing orders in that clipped, iron-flat voice of his, which suggested obedience was merely the natural state of sensible people. Under his direction, carts were being angled across the widest point of the western lane. Barrels were rolled into gaps. A stack of timber from Jasper's half-ruined stores had been dragged over to serve as crude bracing. It would not stop determined men long. It might slow horses. It might force an approach narrow enough to matter. At present, narrow enough to matter was the best they had. Lila crossed from the tavern, carrying a basket on one hip and a list in the other hand, moving fast enough that anyone in her path learned manners or got trampled. Her sleeves were rolled, her braid had partly come loose, and there was flour on her cheek because apparently the end of ordinary life would not keep her from baking bread. She thrust the list at Jasper without preamble. We have bandages, lamp oil, 6 loaves, 2 pails of water set by the tavern door, and only 1 person I've had to threaten this morning. Impressive restraint. It's still early. He took the list and scanned it, not because she needed him to, but because doing so steadied him. Tasks, names, places, tangible things. Who was it? Finn. Jasper looked up. She gave him a dry look. He tried to volunteer for 3 jobs at once and described himself as a mobile strategic asset. That does sound like Finn. As it happens, came Finn's voice from the top of a nearby wagon. I am exactly that. Jasper turned. Finn stood balancing on the wagon rail with a coil of rope over one shoulder and a horn in his hand, lank hair falling in his eyes, expression far too cheerful for the circumstances. If anyone was wondering, Finn announced to no one and everyone, I have organized a warning system of notable sophistication. You tied string between two sheds, Lila said. Finn drew himself up. It is a network. It is string. It is strategic string. Jasper almost smiled. Almost. If you fall off that wagon before the enemy even arrives, I will be forced to mock you while helping you up. Finn planted a hand to his chest. Your faith sustains me. Under other circumstances, the exchange would have drifted into easier absurdity. Today it ended because a girl of 12 came pelting down the lane from the western rise, skirts muddy to the knee, chest heaving. Riders, she gasped. On the road, not many, but armed. The air changed. No loud sound marked it. No bell. No shout at first. Only the strange tightening that passed from body to body when fear ceased to be a rumor and became a fact approaching on horseback. Eldric was already moving. Positions. The word cracked through the lane. People obeyed because they had spent 2 anxious days preparing to hear it. Mercer stumbled toward the barricade. The farm hands seized poles and mattocks made threatening by desperation rather than design. 2 boys scrambled down from a stone wall to carry spare stones to the front. An old woman Jasper knew chiefly for criticizing vegetable prices took up a place beside her daughter with a kitchen knife in one hand and a saint's medal in the other. Jasper's pulse kicked hard enough to make his vision sharpen. Lila caught his sleeve before he moved. For one suspended instant, the village noise seemed to recede around the pressure of her fingers. You do not have to be at the very front of every disaster. I know. Do you? He looked at her, really looked. The steadiness in her face did not hide fear. It made room for it. No, he admitted. Something in her mouth softened. Try anyway. He wanted, absurdly and all at once, to kiss her or laugh or ask whether this was truly the moment for being sensible. Instead, he touched the back of her hand with soot-black fingers and said, Keep everyone moving, as if I'd do anything else. They separated because there was no grace in lingering. Jasper took his place beside the cart barricade, an iron-shod stave in hand and a salvaged hammer through his belt. Eldric stood just ahead of him in battered armor that had seen too much weather and too much truth. 2 men from the mill held hunting spears to the left. On the right, Finn crouched behind a barrel with his horn and a sack of stones, looking pale enough now to pass for a ghost with freckles. Still a strategic asset? Jasper asked quietly. Finn swallowed. I am considering revising the term. The riders came into view over the rise. 4 of them. Then 2 more behind. Not a charge. A probe. Their horses were road-worn, their harness practical rather than lordly. One rider wore a surcoat stripped of any badge that might name his allegiance. Another had a kettle helm and a crossbow slung over his back. Hired men, Jasper thought, or retainers who had been told not to ask who paid them. Dangerous precisely because they were not grand enough to be predictable. At their center rode a man in decent mail, with a dark cloak, and the sort of posture that belonged to someone accustomed to being obeyed by rougher men than himself. He reined in well short of the barricade and surveyed the village with quick, economical eyes. Not here to burn first, Jasper thought. Here to measure. The man's gaze settled on Eldric. Sir Eldric Mornay. Eldric did not move. You know me. I know of you. The rider's voice carried cleanly in the still air. You keep unfortunate company. Jasper had the strong urge to take offence on behalf of all unfortunate company everywhere. Instead, Eldric said, "State your business." The man let his eyes travel over the barricade, the gathered villagers, the chapel beyond, the tavern. His expression suggested disappointment rather than alarm. "We seek an object wrongly held." "Do you?" Jasper said, before good judgment could tackle him. The rider looked at him then, and Jasper saw the brief recalculation. Young, soot-streaked, no armour worth mentioning, standing too near Eldric to be ignored. "You are Alden. Some days, you have something that does not belong to you." That would describe half the village if one takes a sufficiently gloomy view of borrowed tools. Finn made a strangled sound that might have been terror or laughter. Hard to tell. The rider's mouth thinned. A map. The word landed in the lane like a dropped knife. People shifted. Jasper felt it behind him. The ripple of villagers hearing the shape of the danger confirmed. Not raiders then, not random violence. Purpose. Eldric's voice remained level. "There is no map here." The man did not bother pretending to believe him. "Surrender it, and this place remains beneath notice. Refuse, and attention follows." Lila, somewhere behind Jasper, called to someone for more water, in a tone so ordinary it was almost insolent. Good. Keep the village sounding like itself. Jasper tightened his grip on the stave. "You rode all this way to threaten people over a piece of old parchment?" The rider looked at him as one might look at a bright dog who had unexpectedly spoken. "No, I rode here because of what the parchment leads to." That sent a fresh chill through him, though it confirmed what they already feared. Not treasure in the childish sense, not merely gold, something strategic, something worth cloak and dagger men and burned forges. Eldric stepped forward one pace. "You'll not have it." For the first time the rider's calm shifted. Not much, just enough for Jasper to see steel under the polish. "This village has no quarrel with us unless you make one." "That," Jasper said, "is a remarkable thing to say while mounted in front of a barricade." The rider ignored him. "We are not interested in your homes, your ale, your sheep, your provincial dignity. Give us the map and we ride on." The insult did more for village morale than any stirring speech could have done. Mercer muttered, "Provincial." "Quiet," hissed his wife. Lila appeared at Jasper's shoulder long enough to hand a water skin to one of the men on the line, then vanished again toward the tavern with two girls trailing her. The inn yard had become her kingdom in wartime. Water there, blankets there, shutters barred on the upper windows, runners posted at each corner, cellars open for the children and anyone who could not stand in the street without becoming an extra problem. Jasper caught sight of old Bartholomew seated on a stool by the tavern door, not because he could fight, but because apparently he had appointed himself keeper of frightened souls. He was telling 3 small boys something in a calm murmur, probably a story, probably one with more dragons than accuracy. The rider raised a gloved hand. 2 of his men urged their horses a little forward. Another unslung his crossbow. Jasper's mouth went dry. "Last chance," the rider said. Eldric answered by drawing his sword. The sound was small, almost disappointingly human. Metal from leather, nothing grand. Yet every villager behind the barricade seemed to straighten at it. The rider gave a tiny nod, as if some private expectation had been satisfied. "Loose one." The crossbowman fired. Jasper flinched before he saw where the bolt struck. hard into the cartwheel inches from Finn's head. Wood split. Finn yelped and dropped flat behind the barrel. Then all stillness broke. "Shields," Eldric barked, though they had almost none. A second bolt came. One of the millmen cried out and staggered back, clutching his upper arm. Villagers shouted. Someone loosed a stone from a sling and missed by half the road. Horses sidled. The hired men advanced just close enough to frighten and test, swords out now, not charging. Waiting to see whether panic would do the work for them, it nearly did. A horse lunged at the barricade. Mercer stumbled away, the line bowed. Jasper heard himself shout, "Push left, wheel brace, there, damn you, hold it." He moved without deciding to, ducking around the cart as the horse's shoulder slammed the timber. The impact jolted up his arms through the stave. One of the riders leaned low and hacked down with a short blade. Jasper caught the blow badly on the iron-bound length of wood and felt the shock bite to his elbow. The rider grinned at him from above, all professional contempt. Jasper drove the stave upward like a smith setting a stubborn wedge. It struck the man under the shoulder where mail parted at the joint. Not enough to kill, enough to ruin his confidence. He cursed and hauled back. "Stones!" Jasper shouted. A barrage answered him. Ragged, badly aimed, but enthusiastic. One clacked off a helm. Another struck a horse's flank. The animal reared, nearly throwing its rider. Finn popped up from behind the barrel with his face white as curds and hurled a stone with such furious commitment that it caught the crossbowman square in the cheek. The man reeled in the saddle. For one stunned blink, Jasper simply stared. Finn stared too, as if shocked by his own existence. Then he snatched up the horn and blew a harsh, cracking note that tore through the lane. From the side streets came answering motion. Villagers who had been held back rushed forward with more stones, poles, buckets of water for the wounded, whatever they had. The sound of the horn made Dragon's End feel larger than it was, as if the whole place had drawn breath at once. Lila's voice cut through the uproar. "Backline clear. Bring him here. No, not through the mud. Around. She had 2 women with her, and somehow a system already in place. The injured miller was half dragged, half carried toward the tavern yard, while she pressed folded cloth into his hand and snapped for hot water as though commanding a campaign rather than an inn. A boy tried to run toward his father at the barricade. She caught him one-handed and sent him toward Bartholomew, without ever taking her eyes off the lane. Jasper had no time to admire this because the dark-cloaked rider had finally come forward himself. He did not ride recklessly. He rode like a man proving a point. His horse approached at a measured pace until it stood just beyond spear reach. He looked down on Jasper and Eldric both, taking in the salvaged weapons, the villagers, the damaged but unbroken line. "You mistake our patience for weakness," he said. Eldric lifted his sword point. "And you mistake villagers for prey." The rider's gaze flicked once more to Jasper. "You've been told only enough to make you dangerous." Jasper, breathing hard, soot and fear and old grief all hot in his chest, said, "Then tell me the rest." A faint smile. "No." The rider turned in the saddle and signaled retreat so abruptly it took Jasper a second to understand. The hired men fell back in order. Even the wounded one. Even the crossbowman with blood on his face. They had not come to die in a lane over an uncertain prize. They had come to test response, identify resistance, confirm possession. And they had done all 3. "Hold!" Eldric snapped as several villagers lurched as if to pursue. No farther. It was the right order. Jasper hated it instantly. The riders withdrew up the road at an easy canter. Not hurried, not routed. Before the dark-cloaked man crested the rise, he looked back once, not at Eldric, at Jasper. Then he was gone. For a long moment, the only sounds were the horse fades, the groan of stressed timber, and the abrupt, shaky breathing of people who had not expected to remain alive long enough to notice themselves breathing. Finn lowered the horn with trembling hands. "I should like," he said faintly, "to never do that again." Jasper turned to him. "You hit a man in the face." "I know. I may require a priest." Mercer sat down in the mud without consulting dignity. One of the farmhands began laughing in jagged bursts that had more relief than amusement in them. The old woman with the saint's medal crossed herself, then announced to no one, "Provincial dignity, my arse." That got a real laugh. Thin, cracked, exhausted, but real. Jasper's own knees felt unreliable. He braced a hand against the cart and looked toward the tavern yard. Lila was binding the injured man's arm, her face intent, braid nearly undone now, sleeves streaked with blood and flour alike. She glanced up, found him still standing, and exhaled. Just once. That single breath hit him harder than the fight. Eldric sheathed his sword. They know. Jasper dragged his eyes from Lila back to the old knight. Yes, they know the map is here. Or was. And they know we won't hand it over because they asked politely with crossbows. Eldric's mouth twitched in a manner that almost qualified as approval. They'll report that resistance is organized. Jasper looked at the barricade, at the villagers already resetting it straighter, gathering dropped stones, helping the shaken and the hurt. Organized was generous, but it was not false. Lila came over at last, wiping her hands on a cloth gone pink at the edges. He'll keep the arm if he keeps pressure on it and stops trying to be brave for an audience. Did he say that? Jasper asked. He implied it with great stupidity. Finn slid off the wagon and landed beside them on shaky legs. I have decided bravery is mostly poor planning followed by loud noise. That may be the wisest thing you've said all year, Jasper told him. Finn looked at the road where the riders had vanished. They'll come back. No one bothered comforting him with lies. Yes, Eldric said. A wind moved through the lane, carrying the smells of mud, smoke, horse, blood, bread from Lila's ovens, wet timber from Jasper's ruined forge. Village smells, ordinary ones. They seemed stranger now for having survived contact with armed men and not disappeared. Jasper looked from face to face. Mercer muddy and stunned. Finn pale but upright. Lila fierce and steady. Eldric grim as winter. Neighbours already carrying water, resetting carts, asking who needed what next. They had held, only for the moment, only against a test. But they had held. And somewhere beyond the western rise, men who served larger designs now knew Dragon's End would not simply open its hand and surrender what it carried. Jasper rested both hands on the cart's rough wood and felt the old, familiar pull toward action tighten into something harder and steadier than fear. Then next time, he said, more to the village than to the others. We make them regret learning the road. No one cheered. It was not that kind of victory. But people straightened, people listened, and in the silence that followed, Dragon's End began preparing for the next move. Chapter 20. A Price for the Truth. The message arrived folded into the fist of a dead man. Jasper saw it before anyone said what it was. The strip of parchment had gone dark at one edge where blood and rain had mixed into the fibres, but the wax seal still clung in broken red lumps. The body itself lay half in the ditch beyond the west marker stone. One hired swordsman from the morning skirmish who had chosen the wrong hedge to crawl behind and the wrong village to threaten. He could have been sleeping if not for the angle of his neck and the fact that Finn, unusually quiet, would not look at his face. Found him trying to make the trees farther than his legs could, Mercer said, breathing hard from the dragback. Message was tucked in his glove. Thought Sir Eldric should see it. Sir Eldric crouched beside the corpse with the weary economy of a man who had done too much of this in too many fields. He peeled back the glove, drew out the folded parchment, and stood. Around him, the lane had gone still, in that dangerous village way, where everyone pretended not to gather, while somehow all gathering at once. Lila stood near Jasper's shoulder, apron smeared with flour and ash. Evelyn Bright remained a little apart, gloved hands clasped before her, as if she had dressed for a colder world than theirs. "Read it," said old Hester from behind the crowd. "If it's meant for one of them, it concerns all of us now." No one contradicted her. Eldric broke what remained of the seal and opened the page. His face changed very little, which was enough to make Jasper's stomach tighten. "Well," Finn said too brightly, "if it says they deeply regret the inconvenience and will cease being murderous, I should like that spoken aloud." Eldric ignored him. He read once in silence, then again more slowly. It names terms. The lane seemed to narrow. Jasper became aware of the damp in his boots, of the raw rub of soot still lodged under his fingernails, of Lila's sleeve barely brushing his arm. "What terms?" Jasper asked. Eldric lifted his eyes to him. "Surrender the map and any copies. Name the place to which it leads. Do so by tomorrow's noon at the old boundary stones." Murmurs broke at once, low and ugly. "And if we don't?" someone called. Eldric looked back to the page. "If these terms are met, no further attack will be made upon the village. The tavern will be spared. The mill will be spared. No harm will come to the widow Hester's sons, to the cooper's family, or to the children presently sheltering in the chapel cellar." The murmuring stopped. That was worse, because now it was personal, deliberate, named. Jasper felt a coldness move through him that had nothing to do with weather. The enemy had watched closely enough to know where people slept, who mattered to whom, which buildings held grain, and which held frightened children. They had not written a threat to a village. They had written one to 100 particular hearts. Lila inhaled beside him, shallow and controlled. "How kind of them," she said. "Extortion with attention to detail." "Read the rest," Evelyn said. Eldric did. "If the demand is refused, we will take what is ours by force and hold those named answerable for the delay." Hester made a strangled sound. Mercer swore under his breath. Somewhere at the back a child began to cry and was hushed at once. Jasper did not realize he had taken a step forward until Eldric folded the letter closed and their eyes met over it. "They want me," Jasper said. "They want the map," said Eldric. "They listed Lila's tavern before they listed anything else." Lila turned to him. "Do not start being dramatic on my behalf. I have no time for it. That was not dramatic. That was an observation. It was the sort of observation that leads to you doing something stupid with a noble expression." Finn found his voice. To be fair, he's very good at noble expressions. It's one of his more irritating gifts. No one laughed. Finn's mouth twitched and fell still. Eldric handed the letter to Jasper. The parchment felt damp and rough. Jasper read the lines himself, though he had already heard them. The hand was educated, neat, almost elegant. That offended him more than the content. There was a civility to it that made room for choice while arranging the knife. "Spare these people," it said, "and damn the rest quietly. Save your own doorstep and hand us the key to everyone else's." He thought of the map spread over salvaged planks, the hidden chamber, the old defences beneath stone and earth. Not gold, not glitter, not some fool song about dragons sleeping on coins. Stores, roots, rights, succession, whatever Dragon's End had once been. It was bound to power that reached beyond their lanes and hedges. Eldric had as much as said so. Evelyn knew enough to cross half the kingdom after it. Men with paid blades had burned a forge and tested a village for it. If he surrendered it now, perhaps Lila's tavern stood. Perhaps Hester's grandsons kept breathing. Perhaps Dragon's End did not fall into hands clever enough to use mercy as a tool and violence as bookkeeping. Or perhaps it did. The choice opened under him like rotten boards. They'll lie, Eldric said flatly, as if he had heard the shape of Jasper's thought, or keep only the smallest part of their word. Men who send terms through hired killers do not become honourable, because ink is expensive. Evelyn's gaze remained on Jasper, not Eldric. That does not make the offer meaningless. Eldric turned toward her. It makes it poison. It makes it leverage, she said, which is not the same thing. The two of them could have frosted ale by standing near it. Jasper folded the letter once more to stop himself tearing it in half. "Everyone back to work," Lila said suddenly to the watchers. Her voice cut cleanly through the lane. "You may all stare at us later and improve the story to your tastes. Right now, if there's to be panic, let it happen while kneading bread or carrying water. I've no patience for idle panic." The spell broke by degrees. Hester allowed herself to be led away, muttering prayers and insults in equal measure. Mercer went with the others toward the square. Finn lingered, glancing between Jasper and the parchment. "You want me to stay?" he asked. Jasper looked at him. Freckles stark against pale skin, hair windblown, fear visible now because the joking had failed. "No," Jasper said gently. "I want you to make sure the boys on the chapel roof actually take turns this time, and don't decide martyrdom is efficient." Finn snorted once. "Fine. But if you make a terrible decision while I'm gone, I shall be deeply offended." He hesitated, then squeezed Jasper's shoulder and jogged off down the lane. That left the four of them in the churned mud beside the ditch. Lila folded her arms. "Inside, before every person in Dragon's End decides they're entitled to hear this argument from the beginning." They went to what remained of the forge because, for all its ruin, it was still the place where serious things came to Jasper, whether he invited them or not. Wind breathed through the broken roof. Light fell through gaps onto the anvil and the rough plank where the map was usually spread. The half-rebuilt walls held the day's chill. Jasper stood at the bench and smoothed the letter open again, as if the motion might flatten the problem with it. No such luck. Eldric remained standing. Lila took the stool with the cracked leg someone had indeed persuaded into usefulness. Evelyn removed one glove finger by finger and rested her bare hand on the plank, rings dull in the grey light. For a moment no one spoke. Jasper broke first. "If I give it to them, people may live." Eldric's answer came at once. "Some people. For a while. That is not nothing." "No." Eldric's face did not soften, but his voice did. "It is exactly why this sort of bargain is made." Jasper looked down at the letter. "They named the chapel Children. Yes. And the tavern. Yes. And Hester's sons, who can hardly hold a spade between them and have done nothing to anyone except be born thin. Yes." Each answer landed like a hammer blow. Lila leaned forward, forearms on knees. "Jasper." He looked at her. "You are allowed to hate this," she said. "You are even allowed to say out loud that there is no good answer. But do not let them decide the shape of your conscience for you." That is a beautiful sentence, he said. I would admire it more if my conscience were not presently trying to gnaw through my ribs. Her mouth nearly curved. I noticed. Evelyn tilted her head. Sir Eldric is right that they may lie. He is also right that concessions made under threat invite more threat. But if we are going to speak honestly, then let us do so honestly. She tapped the parchment. Their offer is not absurd. It is selective, cynical, and probably incomplete. It is still rational. Eldric's stare sharpened. Meaning? Meaning, she said, that if the map leads where we think it does, they do not want to storm the village blindly and break what they seek. They want guided access. That gives us value while Jasper has the secret, and less value if he becomes stubborn for the sake of appearing brave. Jasper blinked at her. That was harshly put. I am trying to save us time. Lila sighed. That, annoyingly, she is. Evelyn went on. A controlled surrender may buy lives. Delay may buy position. A false handover may buy both if done well. Eldric gave a curt shake of the head. Games with men like these end with corpses. So does honor, Evelyn replied. The words struck the forge and hung there. Jasper rubbed a hand over his face. He was so tired. Tired in the bone-deep way that came after too many nights listening for boots. Too many mornings counting what still stood. Leadership, he thought with a grim little flare of bitterness, was largely discovering that every choice came coated in mud and someone else's blood. What happens, he asked Eldric, if they get Dragon's End? Eldric did not answer immediately. That alone said enough to make Jasper's temper twitch. You always do this, Jasper said. You tell me just enough to keep me frightened and never enough to let me choose properly. Eldric met the anger without flinching, because proper choosing is a luxury we have not had for some time. That is not an answer. No, the old knight drew a breath. If they get what lies beneath these lands, they gain more than coin. They gain claim, passage, stores, proof of something powerful men would rather own than announce. It would not end here. Jasper heard the limits in it, the held-back pieces, and nearly laughed from pure irritation. Marvelous. A disaster with several useful nouns attached. Lila reached out and pressed 2 fingers to the back of his wrist, just for a moment. The touch steadied more than it should have. Evelyn spoke more quietly now. If they secure it, they strengthen whichever faction sent them. If we destroy what we can, we may deny them that gain. If we bargain, we may preserve lives today and lose more later. If we refuse outright, they make examples of us. There, those are the choices stripped of romance. Thank you, Jasper said. I had begun to worry romance might creep in. Her mouth flickered with dry approval. I lived to reassure. Lila looked at Jasper. What do you want to do? The question was unbearable because it was the wrong one and also the only one that mattered. What did he want? He wanted his forge whole. He wanted Gideon to have never made himself useful to monsters. He wanted Lila not named in threats. He wanted a world in which decent people were not compelled to measure one another against secrets buried before their grandfathers' grandfathers were born. He wanted, absurdly, to be someone older and wiser and less likely to ruin everything. Instead, he was Jasper Alden, soot-stained blacksmith with a half-burned map and a village looking at him as if he was somehow equal to history. I want them gone, he said at last. I want everyone here untouched. I want the map never to have fallen into my hands. Since none of that is available, I want enough time to think without someone's throat held under the answer. Eldric nodded once. Then take the time we have. We have until noon tomorrow. We have until then. Which in your language is meant to sound encouraging. In my language, Eldric said, it means despair wastes daylight. That was so entirely Sir Eldric that Jasper might have smiled on another day. Instead, he stared at the letter and imagined carrying the map to the boundary stones. He could almost feel the parchment leaving his hand. He could see Lila alive, the tavern standing, children pulled out from under the shadow of the threat. He could also see men riding beyond the village with the truth they had bled for, opening old stores, summoning forces, tightening a noose around places far larger than Dragon's End. People he would never meet paying for his mercy here. A moral choice, he thought bitterly, was only a fine phrase for deciding who got hurt. Lila rose from the stool. You do not choose this minute. He looked at her. No. This minute you eat, because your face has taken on the look it gets when you've forgotten your body exists. Then we set watches, move the children again in case they think themselves clever, and decide what answer can be given by morning. Evelyn stood as well. I can draft a response that commits to nothing and reveals less. Can you draft one that turns armed extortionists into lambs? Jasper asked. Sadly, my education was incomplete. Even Eldric's mouth almost moved. Jasper folded the letter very carefully and tucked it into his belt. The motion felt ceremonial, though all it truly meant was that the weight would travel with him. He looked from one of them to the next. Lila, steady as hearthstone. Eldric, burdened and unyielding. Evelyn, proud enough to call calculation by its name and still remain in a village not her own. They were all waiting, not for certainty, for him. His chest tightened. By morning, he said. I'll answer by morning. It was not a decision. It was only the postponement of one. But it changed the air all the same, because once spoken, the deadline became real. Outside, beyond the broken wall, a church bell rang the hour, thin, worn, stubborn. Jasper listened until the last note went out and wished, for one dangerous moment, that he was still only a blacksmith. Then he squared his shoulders, turned toward the forge door, and went to meet the evening that remained. Chapter 21. Below the Old Stones. The entrance was under a collapsed sheep shed half a mile east of the village, where the ground rose into old stone ribs and scrub grass, and nobody sensible had bothered building anything more ambitious than a wall in 2 generations. Jasper had passed it all his life and never once thought the place important. That, he suspected, was the point. The shed itself leaned under a weather-blackened roof, one side half sunk where the earth beneath had settled. The wall behind it had fallen long ago and been restacked badly. Loose stones fitted over older dressed blocks in a way Jasper now could not unsee. The newer work was clumsy. The older line beneath it had been too straight, too intentional, each face cut with the severe patience of people building for danger instead of weather. He crouched beside the gap they had opened and ran his fingers along the lower edge of the stone. The mark was there again. Not a crest exactly, but the hooked, half-circle sigil they had been tracing through cart fittings, hidden stamps, and old metalwork for weeks. It had been chiseled shallow, and then worn almost smooth. A mason had hidden it in plain sight and trusted time to finish the job. Still enjoying yourself? Lila asked quietly. Jasper glanced up. She stood with a lantern hooded under her cloak, hair braided back, expressions somewhere between concern and irritation at the world in general. She had dressed for mud and trouble with equal realism. It suited her alarmingly well. I'm having the sort of excellent day that begins in a sheep shed and promises death underground, he said. So yes, living richly. Good. I'd hate for this to feel inconvenient. Finn gave a breathless laugh that died quickly in the damp air. He stood watch at the edge of the broken wall, with a spear that looked only slightly too big for him. Since the attack on the village, he had acquired the habit of scanning every hedgerow as if expecting one to develop teeth. If anyone asks, he said, I'd like it remembered that I volunteered in a spirit of courage, and not because Jasper said there might be hidden mechanisms. I said there might be old hinges. You made them sound romantic. Everything sounds romantic to a man who's never courted a hinge. Evelyn Bright, who was inspecting the exposed stonework with a cool intensity that made the ruins seem as though it had offended her personally, said, If you two are finished composing nonsense, Sir Eldric believes we should move before light shifts. Eldric was already at the opening, one broad hand braced on the earth, where they had levered up a flat slab disguised beneath straw, dirt, and a broken trough. He had removed his cloak and rolled it tight across his shoulder, armor dulled and patched from long use. In the morning light, he looked less like a knight from a tale than a stubborn old scar that had learned to walk upright. We go now, he said, quietly. If this passage is what I think it is, it won't forgive carelessness. That was a cheerful beginning. Jasper took the lantern from Lila long enough to peer into the black beneath the slab. Stone steps descended into a narrow throat of earth, the air rising from it cold and stale and faintly mineral, like water that had forgotten the sun. He felt the chill touch his face and, with it, a prickle at the back of his neck that had nothing to do with weather. All at once the map lines in his memory stopped being clever scratches on parchment and became architecture. Not treasure, not story, a way in. He wished, briefly and with some force, to be the sort of man who found old hidden stairways less persuasive. Instead, he straightened and looked at the others. Lila met his eye without smiling. Finn tried to and failed. Evelyn merely inclined her head, composed as a woman entering a chapel she did not trust. Eldric waited as if the decision were still Jasper's, which was unfair, because of course it was. He was the one who had followed the marks, the one who had argued they could not keep waiting for the enemy to choose the ground, the one who had told half the village to prepare for a fight while he went below their feet in search of answers. Leadership, he was learning, was an ugly cousin to panic. Both made a man aware of everyone else's breathing. Well, he said, because someone had to. If I don't come back, I'd like it known that I always suspected sellers were malicious. Get down the steps, Lila said. He went first with the lantern, as agreed, because the marks had answered to his eye more than any other, and because he had insisted. The steps were narrower than they had looked from above, cut directly into stone for the first 10 feet, and then transitioning into fitted blocks damp with centuries. His boot slipped once on grit. He caught himself on the wall and felt the cold seep into his palm. Behind him came Lila, then Eldric, Evelyn and Finn last, lowering the slab as best they could from below until a strip of morning thinned and vanished above them. Darkness folded close. The lantern flame hissed, then steadied. Their shadows lunged long across the passage. The corridor ran eastward under the hill in a line too precise to be accidental. The ceiling was low enough that Eldric had to bow his head slightly, and every few yards there were recesses in the wall where iron brackets had once held torches. Rust stains streaked the stone beneath them. The air was old, but not dead. Somewhere deeper in, water ticked into water. Jasper touched the masonry as they moved. Good work, not village work. The blocks were fitted tight even now, their edges worn but true. Whoever built this place had expected weight above and enemies outside. "Refuge," he murmured. Eldric looked at him. "Perhaps." "No," Evelyn said, lifting her own lamp to inspect a narrow slit in the right-hand wall. "Defensive passage. See there." Jasper stepped closer. The slit angled upward through a thickness of stone impossible to judge from within. Not a window, too narrow. A sight line, or a place from which to shoot at anyone trying the slope beyond. Finn swallowed audibly. "That is a very unfriendly little hole." "It's a practical one," Lila said. Practicality and unfriendliness have never been strangers. They advanced more slowly after that. The corridor widened, then split. One branch had collapsed under a tumble of stone and roots. Earth packed hard through the breach. The other bent down and left, its floor sloping into deeper dark. On the wall, at the fork, almost invisible until the light struck from the side, was another sigil, the hooked half-circle, and beneath it 3 vertical strokes. Jasper drew the copied fragment of the map from inside his jerkin and held it beside the carving. The strokes matched the notation they had argued over in his ruined forge, the one Evelyn had said might indicate count, rank, or sequence. "Third line," he said softly. "Not distance. Order." Eldric's face tightened. "Could be." Jasper looked up sharply. "You know what this is." "I know enough to dislike it." That answer improves with repetition. It remains the answer. Lila touched Jasper's arm before his temper could make a fool of him. It was a brief pressure, practical as always, and it did exactly what she meant it to. He let out the breath he had been collecting. "Fine," he said. "We may all continue enjoying Sir Eldric's long courtship with useful speech." Finn muttered, "It is a very chaste romance." To Jasper's surprise, a corner of Evelyn's mouth moved. The downward branch ended at a heavy wooden door, banded in blackened iron. The wood had gone silver-grey with age where damp had licked it, but it held. Jasper lifted the lantern and stared. The iron straps were not merely straps. They had been forged with a pattern worked into them, subtle, almost lost beneath rust, but visible when the light skimmed across the surface. Interlocked scales, not decorative, layered, reinforcing. And at the center, where a lock plate had once been fixed, was a newer scar. 4 nail holes and a cleaner patch where something shaped like a seal or badge had been removed. Someone had tampered with it long after the door was built. "Stand back," Eldric said. Jasper did not move. "Wait." He crouched and brushed dirt from the threshold. There, beneath the smear of age, he found scored lines in the stone, not random damage but repeated wear from metal dragging over it. Bolts. The door had once been barred from this side and from the other. He rose slowly. This wasn't for storing grain. "No," said Evelyn. "It was for holding a line." The word settled into him with an unpleasant neatness. Every version of Dragon's End anyone had ever told in the tavern had involved treasure, because treasure made men lean closer to the fire. Gold, jewels. A dragon's hoard hidden when kingdoms fell. No one had wasted ale on the possibility that what had been hidden was a root, a reserve, an inheritance, a means for a crown to survive losing the surface world for a while. Eldric set his shoulder to the door. The first shove did nothing. The second coaxed a groan from the hinges deep enough to sound like a beast disturbed in sleep. On the third, with Jasper and Finn joining him, the door lurched inward a hand's breadth and released a stale breath that tasted of limestone, old wood, and something faintly bitter beneath. Oil, Jasper thought at once. Not fresh, old, but not ancient enough to belong to the original builders. He met Eldric's gaze. The old knight had smelled it too. They widened the gap and slipped through. The chamber beyond was larger than Jasper had prepared himself to see. His lantern light climbed a row of square pillars and failed to find a ceiling immediately, only dark above dark, then the curved suggestion of a vault. The room had been cut partly from natural rock and partly lined in dressed stone, making it seem both made and unearthed. Along the left wall stood racks long emptied of whatever they had once held. Along the right were recessed alcoves, each fronted by a carved lintel bearing weathered symbols, crowns, sheaves, blades, and that same hooked sigil again and again. At the far end rose a dais of 3 shallow steps. On it stood a chest bound in green-black bronze, a narrow table of stone, and behind both a relief carved directly into the wall, a dragon, if one was in a generous mood. Not the plump tavern sort painted on signboards to justify overcharging for stew, but a long, severe creature coiled around a hill crowned with towers. One claw extended not over treasure, but over a gate, the tail wrapped beneath the hill, to a second opening hidden from the first. Above it all ran an inscription in archaic lettering, worn by damp and years. Bartholomew would have wept with joy, and then explained the wrong thing for 20 minutes. Jasper moved forward as if the floor might vanish under him. His heartbeat had become disagreeably loud. Every tale he had laughed at as a boy had just acquired masonry. Lila came beside him. "Can you read it?" "Some of it." He lifted the lantern higher, sounding the words carefully. "At the kingdom's last breath, keep the line below the crown." He frowned. "Or beneath the burden. The script is older than spite." Evelyn stepped up on his other side. "The next word is not crown. It's claim. Keep the line below the claim." Eldric said, "Succession." No one spoke for a moment. The chamber seemed to grow larger around the silence. Finn looked from one face to another. "When you all go quiet at once, I would like you to know it is deeply unsettling." Jasper scarcely heard him. Succession. Not merely a hiding place, not even merely a fortification, a safeguard, a place to preserve some legal or political continuity if the world above became unusable or treacherous. His gaze dropped to the stone table. Dust lay thick over most of it, except where something rectangular had once rested and been removed, leaving a cleaner ghost in the grime. Beside it lay a bronze tube capped at both ends. One cap had been forced recently, the metal bent bright where corrosion had cracked, recently enough that the bright mark had not fully dulled. Someone had already been here. He reached for the tube. "Don't," Eldric snapped. Jasper froze, hand hovering. Eldric crossed the remaining steps in 2 strides and examined the cap without touching it. His jaw had set hard. Trap? No, not likely. But disturbed. "By whom?" Lila asked. "By someone who knew what to seek," Evelyn said. Jasper's pulse kicked harder. He stepped around the table and held the lantern to the floor. There, boot prints in the dust, half preserved where damp had caked and dried. Not many, but enough. A larger tread with nail soles, a narrower one crossing it. A scrape where something heavy had been dragged or lifted. Near the dais edge lay a sliver of red wax no bigger than a fingernail. He crouched and picked it up. The wax had a partial impression on one side. Not enough for a full seal, but enough for 3 radiating points around a hollow center. He had seen that before. Not openly, not on any banner. On the back of the intercepted message, where the broken seal had clung in scraps to the folded parchment, Eldric had pocketed the pieces after reading it. Jasper remembered because he remembered everything now. that felt like it might kill his neighbors. He stood too fast. "They've been here." Eldric did not deny it. That mark was on the message at the West Marker Stone. "I know. You knew this place might already be compromised and still brought us under it." Eldric met the accusation without flinching. "I knew delay would not make it safer. That is not the same as warning us." "No," Eldric said. "It isn't." Lila stepped between them before Jasper could decide whether to throw the wax at the wall or say something truly stupid. "Enough. We can quarrel after we decide whether we're trapped." An excellent point, irritatingly made. Finn had moved toward the empty racks, less out of curiosity than nerves, and now called in a strangled whisper, "Jasper." Everyone turned. At the base of the left-hand wall, half hidden behind a fallen plank, was a narrow opening Jasper had taken for drainage. Finn had kicked the plank aside. Beyond the slot, the floor dropped into another corridor, lower and rougher than the one they had entered by. The mud at its mouth was freshly disturbed. Not fresh as in this morning, fresh as in hours. A cold certainty passed through Jasper so quickly it felt like a blade. "They knew another way in," he said. Evelyn was already at the opening, lamp angled low. Not only knew it, used it. On the packed earth just beyond the slot lay the dark crescent of a heel print filling slowly with seeping water. Beside it, caught on a jag of stone, fluttered a thread of cloth the colour of deep blue livery. Not village weave, not anything worn in Dragon's End. From somewhere beyond the low corridor came a faint sound. Not water, metal, striking stone lightly, then stillness. Finn's grip tightened on his spear hard enough to whiten the knuckles. "Tell me that was part of the architecture." "No," said Eldric. In the same instant, the lantern flame in Jasper's hand shivered under a draught that had not been there a moment before. Air moved through the chamber from two directions now, entrance and breach. Jasper turned, heart hammering, and saw what he had missed in his wonder. The door behind them no longer stood fully open. While they had been looking at carvings and dust and the bones of old power, it had drifted inward another inch, then another, as if the hill itself were deciding to swallow them whole, or as if someone beyond it had put a careful hand to wood. Lila lifted her knife. Evelyn drew the slim sword she wore hidden under her cloak with a hiss of steel and no wasted movement. Eldric unsheathed his own blade, old and plain, and suddenly terrible in the lantern light. Jasper set the lantern on the stone table so his hands were free and reached for the hammer at his belt, absurdly small against the chamber and the history packed inside it, but solid, familiar his. A place of refuge, a hidden line of succession, a legend bent by powerful hands into something easier for common mouths to repeat. Dragon's End had not been a story about wealth. It had been a buried answer to the question of what survived when crowns failed. And now the wrong men had found the question. From the lower corridor came another scrape, closer this time. From beyond the door, wood creaked. Jasper drew one breath, then another, and felt awe burn down into dread without losing any of its brightness. "Right," he said softly. "It appears history has decided to be personal." Chapter 21. Below the Old Stones. Chapter 22. Gideon's Last Claim. By dusk, the village had gone quiet in the strained, listening way Jasper had learned to distrust. Not silent. Dragon's End was never truly silent, but hushed around the edges, as if every door latch and footstep had begun asking permission of the dark. Smoke lay low over the roofs. The lane outside the tavern shone with damp, where the afternoon mist had settled and never quite left. Somewhere a child laughed and was immediately shushed. Somewhere else a man coughed behind a wall and spat into the mud. Jasper stood under the leaning eave of what had once been his forge and watched the last of the light die on the broken rafters. Inside, Eldric was conferring with Mercer and two of the mill hands over where to post watchers before midnight. Lila was in the tavern counting sacks, cups, people, and chances, all with the same expression she wore when the world insisted on becoming inconvenient at the busiest possible hour. Finn had volunteered to help Bartholomew carry oil lamps to the chapel and had made a speech about his own heroic reliability that fooled nobody, least of all himself. Jasper had nodded at all of them, spoken when spoken to, agreed to sensible things, and all the while there had been one thought in him like a nail under skin. Gideon, not the idea of him, not the traitor in the story everyone now understood. Gideon himself, stocky shoulders under soot-stiff wool, sharp jaw, green eyes that always looked half a second from a fight. Gideon, who had stood across village lanes and forge yards for years, measuring himself against Jasper as if life were a contest one of them had forgotten to enter. Gideon, who had fed rumours, passed word, and helped men who would have gutted Dragon's End for directions if they thought the village stood over something valuable enough. Gideon, whose choices had burned Jasper's forge to a shell. Jasper had told himself, more than once, that he wanted answers. It was a dignified word, sounded better than what he actually wanted, which was to look Gideon in the face and ask how far contempt had to curdle before it became this. He pushed away from the post before he could think himself out of it. The lane behind the old tannery was the shortest path to Gideon's shed, though shortest was generous in weather like this. Mud tugged at Jasper's boots. The smell changed as he went. Wood smoke to wet straw to rot and tannin, then back again to coal and iron as he neared the far edge of the village. Gideon's forge stood apart from the others by only a few yards, but tonight those yards felt political. A glow showed through the chinks in the shutter, so Gideon was there. Jasper paused outside the door. He could hear movement within. Iron set down, a scrape, the restless pacing of someone not at ease in his own skin. He had imagined this moment often enough to have composed several excellent opening lines, all wasted now. In his chest, anger moved not like fire, but like weight, heavy, tiring, older than it should have been. He lifted a hand and shoved the door open without knocking. Gideon spun from the bench, one hand snatching instinctively toward a hammer. He stopped when he saw who stood in the doorway, but he did not relax. The forge was lit badly, by one banked bed of coals and a lantern hung too low. Shadows cut Gideon's face into harder angles. There was no apprentice, no customer, no one at all but the two of them and the smell of hot scale. "Well," Gideon said after a beat, "if you've come to inspect superior workmanship, try daylight." Jasper let the door swing shut behind him. "I'd heard your best work lately involved arson and gossip." Gideon's mouth twitched, not into humour. "Then village talk remains lively." "It usually does when people are helping armed strangers threaten their neighbours." Something flashed in Gideon's eyes. Anger, yes, but not surprise. Jasper felt a grim sort of relief at that. He had not come for denials. He was too tired for the theatre of them. Gideon folded his arms. "Careful, Alden. That sounds dangerously like an accusation." "It is an accusation." Jasper stepped farther in, boots crunching cinders. "You passed word. You fed them what you knew. You pointed them at me, at the map, at this village. If you'd like, I can embroider the phrasing and call it a misunderstanding, but I find I've lost my taste for politeness. For a moment, Gideon simply stared at him. Then he gave a short, humorless laugh and turned away, bracing his knuckles on the workbench. "There it is," he said. "I wondered when you'd finally decide to speak like everyone else thinks." Jasper frowned. "What in God's name does that mean?" "It means," Gideon said, whirling back, "you get to stand there all righteous because everything proves you right. Again." The words came sharp and fast now, as though some inner latch had broken. Gideon took 2 strides across the floor and jabbed a finger toward Jasper's chest, close enough to threaten, not close enough to touch. "You always did have that gift. Smile at people, patch their pots, tell a joke while you hand them a bill, and suddenly Jasper Alden is the village darling. Jasper Alden is decent. Jasper Alden is clever. Jasper Alden can do no wrong because he says it charmingly enough." Jasper had expected fury. He had not expected that old, familiar ache beneath it, the stale shape of every half-finished quarrel they had ever had. "You think this is about whose customers liked him better?" he said. "I think that is what you tell yourself." Gideon laughed again, harsher this time. "Do you know what it is to work as hard as another man and watch people forgive him every sharp edge they'd flay you for? Do you know what it is to be looked past before you've opened your mouth?" Jasper almost answered yes, because in some crooked way he did know. He knew what it was to be measured and found ordinary by men born above him, to feel rooms decide his worth before he spoke. But this was not that, or not only that. "My forge burned," Jasper said quietly. "People could have died." Gideon's jaw locked. "Yes," he said. The flatness of it struck harder than any shout. Jasper felt his hands curl. "Yes," he repeated. "I know what happened." "And that's all you have?" Gideon's gaze slid away, then back. There was a pulse beating visibly in his temple. "What do you want from me? An apology? Shall I kneel in the ash and say, 'I'm sorry your life turned tragic enough to improve your reputation further'?" The blow landed because it was ugly, and because some part of Jasper, the lowest part, knew exactly how a man could say such a thing and mean none of it, and all of it at once. He took one more step. He and Gideon were nearly nose to nose now. "I want the truth," Jasper said. "Not the version you mutter to yourself so you can sleep. The truth." Gideon held his stare for a long second. Then something in him seemed to sag, not into softness exactly, but into exhaustion. "The truth," he said, and rubbed a hand over his mouth. "Fine, you want truth." He moved away first, back toward the bench, as if confession required wood under his palms. His shoulders looked broader from behind, and somehow younger too, the way grown men sometimes did when they had run out of postures. "At first, it was only talk," Gideon said. "One rider, then another. Questions asked in lanes by men pretending not to ask them. Had I seen strangers near your forge? Was the old knight truly dealing with the king? Did Jasper Alden fancy himself a man above his station? You know, the usual polite poison." Jasper said nothing. Gideon snorted. "You should hear yourself in noble mouths. You'd be insufferable." "Gideon." "Yes, all right." He scrubbed at the bench with his thumb, not looking up. "I told them small things, things anyone might have guessed. That Eldric had come to you, that you had people sniffing around your shop, that you'd gone to the tavern with your head full of secrets and looked bloody pleased with yourself." Jasper winced despite himself. It sounded plausible because it was. He had looked pleased with himself. He had been stupid enough to glow. "I thought," Gideon said, and now his voice roughened. I thought if they leaned on you a little, if they made trouble around your name, maybe you'd lose your appetite for it. Maybe people would stop speaking, as if Dragon's End itself had chosen you because you could mend a buckle and grin at widows. That almost drew a laugh from Jasper. Except there was nothing funny in the set of Gideon's shoulders. So you spread lies. I spread what people were eager to believe. Gideon lifted his head. Do not dress it prettier than it was. I wanted you cut down to size. Happy? No, neither was I. For the first time, the words carried no bite at all, only weariness. Jasper watched him carefully, and when it stopped being rumor, Gideon swallowed. There was a man, he said, not one of the hired blades from the road, better dressed, not fine but careful. He knew my name before I gave it, knew my father's debts too, knew how often customers chose your forge over mine. He said there were changes coming and practical men would be rewarded if they knew where to stand before the shift. He smiled without mirth. Imagine that, me practical. What did he promise? Gideon hesitated too long. What did he promise? Jasper asked again. A place, Gideon said at last. Work, coin, contracts when the road changed hands. Protection if things went badly. His face tightened. And he promised that if I was not useful, others would know exactly how useless I'd been. Fear, Jasper realized. Not noble, not clean, but fear all the same. Fear dressed in resentment until even Gideon might not know where one ended and the other began. You were coerced, Jasper said. Gideon looked up with sudden venom. Do not absolve me. Jasper blinked. Do not do that, Gideon said, louder. Do not look at me as if you can sort my sins into the respectable and the desperate and call the thing understood. I wanted what they offered. That is part of the truth too. I wanted to matter to someone with power. I wanted to be chosen for once instead of watching every damned eye in this village turn to you. The forge seemed smaller. The banked coals hissed softly. Outside, wind worried the loose shutter. Jasper could feel his own heartbeat in his bruised hand, the one he had struck too often against stone, wood, bad luck. He had come here carrying months of humiliation and smoke and sleeplessness. He had imagined, if not a blow, then the temptation of one. Gideon was close enough. The old simplicity lay right there. Strike him, call it justice. Enjoy for one bright second the relief of becoming weight instead of carrying it. He understood suddenly why men did it, not because it solved anything, because it simplified. His arm tensed. Gideon saw it. Jasper knew he saw it in the same instant. Jasper knew what he would not do. He let his hand uncurl. Gideon's expression changed. Not relief exactly, but something more raw, as if disappointment and gratitude had arrived together and both offended him. You should hit me, he said. Perhaps, Jasper replied. You'd enjoy it. Briefly. A crooked, incredulous sound escaped Gideon. There he is. Jasper almost smiled, hated that he almost smiled, and settled for leaning one hip against the end of the bench before his legs betrayed how tired they were. I did come here thinking about it, he admitted, which is not my finest confession, but then we are having a very honest evening. You, Gideon scoffed. Violence? I'd have thought you'd compose a speech so moral I'd die of shame. I did consider that also. I contain depths. That did it. Gideon barked a laugh despite himself, then clapped a hand over his mouth as though the sound had escaped without permission. The laugh vanished almost at once, but the room felt fractionally less like a trap. Jasper looked at him a long moment. Did you know they meant to burn it? He asked. Gideon's face shut. then opened again by force. "No," he said. Jasper kept his eyes on him. "I knew they meant to frighten you," Gideon continued, each word dragged. "To make an example, to take whatever you had if they could. But the fire..." He swallowed. "I heard after. One of them bragged, as if I should be pleased at the boldness of it. I was sick in the yard behind my own shop." "Yet you said nothing." "No. Why?" Gideon's answer came with no delay at all. "Cowardice." The word hung there, plain as iron. Not self-pity, not excuse, just fact, or what Gideon believed to be one. Jasper let out a breath he had not known he was holding. It hurt, that was the trouble. The honesty hurt more than the lies had. It made room for pity, and pity was far less satisfying than hatred. "We found the chamber," Jasper said. Gideon stiffened. "Did you?" "Yes." Jasper watched the knowledge land. "And before you ask, no, I'm not telling you where. But I am telling you this. Whatever those men promised, they are not after a chest of silver and an easy road contract. This reaches farther than village spite, farther than either of us." Gideon's gaze sharpened with old hunger and newer dread. "What is it then?" "I don't fully know." Jasper pushed off the bench, only enough to be certain that if they get what they want, Dragon's End will not matter to them except as dirt under their boots. Gideon looked down at his own hands. They were blackened at the fingertips, scarred at the knuckles. Hands a smith could recognize with unwilling kinship. "They came back this afternoon," he said quietly. Jasper went still. "Who?" "The careful man's people, not him. 2 others." Gideon licked his lips. They wanted to know whether the old stones had given up their secrets, whether you had spoken to Eldric, whether the lady had returned. "Evelyn." "I don't know her titles." Gideon glanced up. "I told them little. Little. As little as I dared." Jasper closed his eyes briefly. That phrase does not inspire confidence. "It isn't meant to." Shame colored Gideon's voice at last, dark and genuine. "I said there was movement near the east rise. I said the village was posting watchers at the road. I did not tell them more because I do not know more. And now," Gideon laughed softly, bitterly, "now I am useful to no one. They know I've held back. You know I've betrayed you. Remarkably thorough work on my part." Jasper thought of Eldric's hard face, Evelyn's unsentimental warnings, Lila's eyes when she had told him that shutting people out was not the same as strength. He thought of the message in the dead man's glove. Surrender this and spare these. Choose one harm and call it duty. He thought of how easy it would be to hand Gideon over to the village as a finished villain. People liked finished villains. They required no further thought. But people, Jasper was learning with increasing irritation, rarely finished cleanly. "When they come tonight," Jasper said, "they'll expect the village divided." Gideon did not answer. "They'll expect fear to do their work for them." Still nothing. Jasper took another step toward the door, then stopped. "You can keep making their work easy," he said without turning, "or you can do one decent thing before this is over." Behind him came the scrape of a boot. "You think one decent thing balances any of it?" Jasper looked back over his shoulder. Gideon stood very still, as if movement itself might commit him. "No," Jasper said. "I think one decent thing is one decent thing. We are all, unfortunately, being forced to build from poor materials." Gideon stared at him. In the low forge light, his anger seemed to have burned down into something harder to name. Not repentance, not yet, but the first ugly awareness that repentance might cost him more than self-disgust. "If I help you," Gideon said, "the village will still hate me. Some of it already does. You'll find you're not as uniquely cursed as you'd hoped." A corner of Gideon's mouth moved to spite itself. "You impossible bastard. I have been called worse by kinder people." The silence that followed was longer, but not empty. It felt like a hinge. At last, Gideon reached to the bench and picked up something small wrapped in cloth. He tossed it underhand. Jasper caught it automatically. The bundle weighed little. When he unfolded the fabric, he found a narrow iron stamp, old and rusted but clear enough at the face. The hooked half-circle sigil they had traced through hidden marks and buried stone. "I found it 3 months ago in a junk lot from a widow's shed," Gideon said. "Didn't know what it was. Kept it because old tools sell if you wait long enough." His mouth twisted. "Yesterday, one of the careful man's runners asked whether I'd ever seen that mark in metal. I lied and said no." Jasper turned the stamp in his fingers. Cold iron, worn smooth where another hand had once gripped it often. Another clue, another inheritance hidden among scraps. "Why give this to me?" he asked. Gideon met his eyes. "Because if I keep it, I'll sell it to the wrong man by morning. And because I am tired." There it was again, the thing that sounded more truthful than any grand declaration. Not courage, not redemption, tiredness at the end of bad choices. Jasper rewrapped the stamp and tucked it into his belt. "If they contact you again," he said, "you tell Eldric or me at once." Gideon barked a dry laugh. "You trust me quickly." "No, I don't." Jasper opened the door. Evening air slid in, cool and damp. "But I trust that everyone is dangerous just now, and I'd rather know in which direction. That is not as flattering as an invitation to your inner circle." You were never getting one. He stepped out into the lane before the conversation could soften into something dishonest. Behind him, he heard Gideon move, then stop. "Jasper." He turned. Gideon stood framed in forge light, broad and rough-edged, and suddenly looking less like an enemy than a man who had built his life on the wrong answer and only just noticed. "I did envy you," Gideon said, "for years. Not because you were better at all of it." His jaw tightened, though at times, infuriatingly, you were. "It was because people seemed easier beside you. I never learned how to do that." The words landed strangely, almost more intimate than apology. Jasper thought of the jokes he had used like shields, the smiles offered when he was afraid, the long labor of making himself useful so he might be welcome. Easier, Gideon had called it, as if any of it had been easy. "No," Jasper said, "you learned other things. Some of them may yet prove less stupid than this." Gideon gave a short nod. It was not gratitude exactly. It was acceptance of terms neither of them liked. Jasper left him there and walked back through the deepening dusk toward the tavern lights. The village looked the same as it had an hour before. Low roofs, wet lanes, thin smoke, doors shut against the cold. But something in him had shifted with unpleasant finality. His anger had not vanished. The forge was still ash. Betrayal still had Gideon's face. None of that had been made gentle by understanding. But vengeance, he discovered, required a kind of certainty he no longer possessed. By the time he reached the tavern yard, he could hear Lila inside directing 3 people at once, and losing patience with 2 of them in tones so competent they bordered on musical. Finn emerged from the side door carrying a crate of turnips, as if delivering a royal infant. He looked up, saw Jasper's expression, and wisely did not begin with a joke. "Well?" Finn asked. Jasper glanced once back down the lane, toward the dark where Gideon's forge sat out of sight. "He's still a fool," Jasper said. Finn nodded, as if this had been expected. "But?" Jasper rested a hand over the cloth-wrapped stamp at his belt. "But perhaps not only that." Then he went inside, where the lamps were lit, the night was waiting, and mercy had begun to look less like surrender than the hardest weapon he owned. Chapter 23. The Night Before Dragon's End. By full dark, the village had taken on the purposeful ugliness of a place preparing not to die politely. Cartwheels had been dragged across lanes and wedged with stones. Water barrels stood at corners beside bundled blankets and sacks of grain. Lamps were hooded so their light fell low and mean. Enough for feet and hands, not enough to offer comfort to a man on the road looking in. The tavern yard, the chapel porch, the mill shed, even the broken span outside Jasper's ruined forge, had become stations in a plan that would have made no sense a fortnight ago, and now felt as natural as breath. Jasper moved through it with a list in his head and soot under his nails, discovering in real time that leadership was mostly being interrupted by frightened people while trying to remember who had the spare rope. "No, if you put the oil by the cook fire, we'll all perish in a manner too embarrassing for songs," he told Toman, shifting 2 clay jugs with his hip. "By the wall, away from flame, preferably away from Finn as well." "I heard that," Finn called from the chapel steps, where he was knotting strips of cloth around a crate of stones. That was the point. Finn straightened, offended in a theatrical way. "I have grown. I am now a man of discipline and measured judgment. You tried to carry lit tinder in your hat an hour ago. It was efficient storage. It was attempted self-cremation. A few nearby villagers laughed, brief and grateful. Jasper caught the sound and felt the old instinct to lean into it, to give them another line, another easy thing to hold for a moment. He did, because they needed it. Because he did. But underneath the quip, his mind kept counting doors, watchers, routes to the eastern rise. How long it would take to move children from the lower cottages if the road was breached. Mercer came up with 2 mill hands and a face carved from worry. West Lane set. "We've left the cart gap narrow enough to slow horses." "Good," Jasper said. "If they come through there, pull back rather than trying to be heroes. We need time, not corpses." Mercer gave him a strange look. Not resentful, not doubtful, only measuring. Jasper had been getting that look all day from people who used to speak over him while asking him to sharpen their hinges. "And if they ask again for the map," Mercer said. Jasper felt the answer like a stone he had been carrying in his mouth for hours. "Then they ask." Mercer's jaw shifted. He nodded once and moved on. That, Jasper thought, was somehow worse than an argument. Across the yard, Evelyn Bright stood under the tavern eaves in a dark riding cloak too fine for the mud and too worn at the hem to hide that it had seen hard years. She was speaking quietly with Sir Eldric, both of them rigid in different styles. Eldric like an old gate that still held because it had decided to. Evelyn like a blade refusing the indignity of rust. When she noticed Jasper watching, she crossed to him. "I have placed my horse at the rear lane," she said. "If we fail, Lila knows where the children and records can be loaded." Jasper blinked. "You have a horse suitable for children and records." "It is a very accomplished animal. That may be the most reassuring thing anyone has said to me all day." A corner of her mouth moved. "Do not become sentimental. I am not sacrificing him. I am lending him to necessity." He shifted the iron bar tucked through his belt. "You could still leave. So could you." "Yes, but I'm notoriously bad at doing sensible things." I had observed. Her gaze went past him to the dark line of roofs, the low, smoky sky beyond. My family spent years mistaking possession for security, land, title, silver, claims. We hoarded the language of permanence while everything beneath it rotted. I know what it is to arrive too late to loyalty. She looked back at him. For tonight, I prefer not to repeat the lesson. It was as near to an offering as he had ever heard from her. Jasper inclined his head. For tonight, then. For tonight, she agreed. Lila emerged from the tavern, carrying a ledger under one arm, and an expression that meant 3 people had already annoyed her, and she had not yet stabbed any of them, which counted as admirable restraint. Flowers still marked one sleeve. A strand of hair had escaped its tie and curled damply against her temple. Mercer wants to know whether the wounded should go to the back room or the loft if things turn ugly, she said to Jasper without preamble. The back room, easier access, less chance of someone falling down your stairs in a dramatic but unhelpful way. Good, because if they bleed on my loft boards, I'll haunt them personally. Evelyn gave Lila a thoughtful glance. Your standards in crisis are impressively consistent. They are all I have left. Hardly. Lila's eyes flicked to Jasper, and away so quickly anyone else might have missed it. Jasper did not miss much where Lila was concerned. He only pretended to, for years at a time. Before he could say something foolish, Eldric called his name. The old knight stood near the lane mouth beside the chapel wall, broad shoulders dark against darker stone. When Jasper reached him, Eldric gestured for him to walk a little apart from the others. They stopped where the shadow of the bellcote fell long across the ground, and the village noise softened to a murmur of clink, footstep, whisper. Eldric looked tired in a way armor could not hide. I owe you one more truth. Jasper let out a breath that might have been a laugh if it had contained any amusement. How generous. I was beginning to worry we'd run short. Eldric accepted the jab. Dragon's End was never treasure in the vulgar sense. Not coin, not jewels. We've gathered as much. It would have been lovely if the men trying to kill us were chasing something simple and stupid. They are chasing legitimacy. Eldric's voice stayed low and clipped. The chamber beneath the old stones was one part of a chain. A refuge, a record hold, and, if needed, a place to confirm lawful succession in time of fracture. Seals, witness marks, names entrusted to local keepers so that if the court was broken, the kingdom could still be knit again from the edges. Jasper stared at him. The night seemed to narrow around the words. So all this, he said, all this smoke and blood and men riding into mud to menace bakers and millers, because hidden under a sheep shed there may be paperwork important enough to start a war. Eldric's expression did not change, but something bleak passed through his eyes. Wars have begun for less. That is profoundly disappointing. It should be. Jasper looked away toward the huddled roofs, the tavern light leaking gold under a shutter, Finn carrying another crate with the solemnity of a saint transporting relics and the balance of a stork on ice. Ordinary things, ridiculous things, a village full of people who had not asked to become the hinge of a kingdom. Why tell me now? Jasper asked quietly. Because by dawn, you may have to choose whether that knowledge lives, burns, or changes hands. Eldric turned to face him fully. And because I will not have you make that choice thinking this is only about old glory. Jasper met his gaze. Is it about the king? It is about what comes after men like kings fail. There it was again, that edge of a larger shape, felt but not seen. Eldric would not say more, perhaps could not. Jasper wanted, briefly and with real force, to seize the old man by the shoulders and shake every secret loose onto the mud between them. Instead, he said, "You've become almost alarmingly honest. Do not grow attached. It won't last." That won him a thin, fleeting smile from Jasper. Then Eldric's face settled once more. "One thing more," the knight said. "If the enemy reaches the chamber, they will try to force a public yielding. They will want witness. Legitimacy cannot simply be taken. It must be seen." Jasper understood then, with a sick clarity, why they had pushed the village, why messages had been sent, why selective mercy had been offered. Not just to possess the secret, to make it bow. And if I refuse, then they must break you or kill you before others. A sensible man, Jasper thought, would have found that discouraging. He scrubbed a hand over his face. "You have an extraordinary gift for improving nobody's evening." It was never a social skill. Jasper nodded once. "Thank you." Eldric studied him, as if checking the fit of a piece he had finally decided to trust in a structure. "You are not required to thank me." "No, but I'm trying leadership. Apparently, it includes courtesy under severe provocation." Eldric's mouth almost twitched. "Go speak to Lila while you still have the chance." Jasper frowned. Was that an order? It was the nearest thing to wisdom I intend to offer tonight. By the time Jasper found her again, the last tasks had begun to settle into waiting. Watchers had taken the roofs and lane mouths. The tavern's common room had been stripped to benches against the walls, floor cleared for supplies and bodies if it came to that. The air smelled of lamp oil, damp wool, bread cooling on racks no one expected to sell. Lila was in the backyard, sleeves rolled, tying shut a sack of dried herbs beside a tub of bandages. She did not look up when he came through the gate. "If you're here to tell me we need more cups, I'll throw one at you," she said. "I was hoping for something gentler. A cutting remark, perhaps. That can be arranged." He leaned a shoulder against the post beside her. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The knight pressed close beyond the fence. Somewhere in the village, a dog barked once and fell silent. "You've been avoiding standing still," Lila said at last. "Yes, I find it gives my thoughts an unfair advantage. Coward. Unkind, but not inaccurate." Now she looked at him. Tiredness softened nothing in her face. It only made her honesty cleaner. "Are you afraid?" He could have joked. It rose to his tongue on habit. He let it die there. "Yes," he said. Her hand stilled on the knot. "Of tomorrow?" "Yes." "Only tomorrow?" He laughed softly, because of course she would ask that. Because of course she would hear the rest in the answer before he found words for it. "No." Lila set the sack aside. "Tell me." So he did, because he had run out of places to hide that did not feel childish. "I'm afraid of choosing wrong, of getting someone hurt because I wanted to be brave and turned out merely visible. I'm afraid they'll look to me, and I'll have nothing but a hammer and a very poor sense of proportion. I'm afraid if I hand over what they want, I'll damn more people than I save, and if I don't, you may still lose people." "Yes," he swallowed. The rest came harder. "I'm afraid that if I live through this, everyone will have seen too much. Not the useful bits, the rest, the panic, the doubt, how often I nearly ran from all of it." His mouth twisted. "I spent half my life wanting to matter, and the other half terrified someone might examine the evidence." Lila's expression changed, not pitying, which would have made him bolt, but terribly tender all the same. "Jasper," she said, "do you know what everyone has seen? A man one poor decision from catastrophe? An idiot with decent cheekbones who keeps helping people even while frightened out of his mind. That is a slanderously flattering assessment. It's conservative, if anything. She stepped closer. They've seen you lose your forge and stay. They've seen you spare Gideon when you had every reason not to. They've seen you listen, ask, carry, mend what you can. You think leadership means becoming made of oak and iron all at once. It doesn't. It means people know where to bring their fear, because you don't despise them for having any. He looked at her, helplessly. And where do I bring mine? A small smile touched her mouth, sad and warm and exasperated. Honestly, Jasper, if you haven't worked that out by now, I may have to charge you for stupidity. He laughed then, a real one, brief and rough. It shook something loose in his chest. Lila lifted a hand and touched the side of his face, thumb brushing soot he had missed along his cheekbone. The contact was light enough to break him. You matter to this village, she said. Not because you can fix iron, not because you found a map, because when things fall apart, you keep reaching for people instead of stepping over them. He covered her hand with his. I have not always done that. No, but you are doing it now. The yard had gone very still. Even the night seemed to pause and listen. If tomorrow goes badly, he said, then stopped. It might, she said. She was merciless that way. She would not soothe him with lies. It was one of the reasons he loved her, though he had spent years naming it anything else. He drew breath. If it goes badly, I don't want my last sensible act to have been reorganizing barrel placements. That would be tragic. I'd hate to be remembered for logistics. You won't be. No? No. Her eyes held his. You'll be remembered for talking too much under pressure. That is fair. And for caring in public, which for you is basically nudity. He made a strangled sound between a laugh and surrender. You choose charming moments to wound me. It keeps you attentive. He bent his head, pressing his forehead lightly to hers. It felt at once entirely new and as inevitable as sunrise. Her breath caught once, then steadied. I love you, he said, because the world had narrowed to the exact size of the truth, and there was no longer room to carry anything else. For one heartbeat she simply looked at him, eyes bright in the low lamplight, as if she had heard words she had known for years and was still letting herself receive them. Good, she whispered. That saves time. I love you too. He closed his eyes. Relief went through him so sharply it was almost grief. When he opened them, she was smiling at him in that fierce, amused way that had undone him since he was old enough to know undoing was possible. You realize, she said, this is a dreadful moment to become honest. We are very busy. I know. My timing remains impeccable. It remains criminal. He kissed her then, brief and careful and full of everything. He did not trust himself to say twice. Not hunger, not performance, promise. When they parted, he rested his brow against hers once more and let the shape of her there settle him. From the gate came an ostentatious throat clearing. They turned. Finn stood half in shadow, with a basket of rolled cloth under one arm, and the expression of a man who had discovered either romance or a fire, and was not yet sure which was less convenient. I can come back, he said, though if we all die tomorrow, I should like it entered somewhere that I behaved with extraordinary grace. You never behave with grace, Jasper said. Finn squinted at them. You both look disgustingly hopeful. It's very bad for morale. Lila snorted. What do you need? Mercer wants Jasper at the West Lane. Eldric's calling the final watch assignments. The basket shifted in his arms. For one blink his jesting face slipped, and Jasper saw the fear beneath it, young and plain. Jasper stepped toward him. "You all right?" Finn huffed. "Absolutely not. But I'm walking around and carrying useful objects, so apparently courage is real and deeply inconvenient." Jasper clasped his shoulder. "That sounds right." Finn glanced at Lila, then back to Jasper. "Try not to get nobly dead tomorrow. I've only just gotten used to taking orders from you. I'll do my worst." He left the yard with Finn and crossed back toward the lane, but something in him had settled into place. Not certainty. He doubted certainty existed outside sermons and very stupid men. But alignment, perhaps. A truer weight on the bones. At the West Lane, Eldric stood with Mercer, 2 shepherd brothers, and Evelyn, who had somehow tied back her cloak for easier movement without making the gesture look remotely practical. They looked up as Jasper approached. "We are set," Eldric said. No one moved to explain him to the others. No one questioned why he stood there among them. They simply made space. Jasper looked at the narrow barricade, the dark road beyond, the roofs where watchers waited, the village held together by rope, fear, splintered wood, and the absurd stubbornness of people who had chosen one another. Tomorrow he might have to give something up, refuse, yield, protect, burn, save. There would be no clean path through it, only the one he chose to walk. For the first time, the thought did not make him feel alone. "Right," he said, and his voice carried farther than he expected. Heads turned from the wall, the cart, the doorway nearby. "Seen then, so be it. Hold your posts. Wake the next watch before you're too tired to stand. If they come asking for fear, give them inconvenience instead." A few smiles flickered. "And if dawn finds us all alive," Jasper added, "I would like that noted as a great personal triumph." This time, the laughter came easier. He took his place at the lane, hand resting on the worn grip of a hammer salvaged from the ashes of his forge, and lifted his eyes to the dark beyond Dragon's End. Whatever waited there, he would meet it awake. Not merely trying to survive, ready at last to choose. Chapter 24. The Choice at Dragon's End. The attack came just before dawn, in the hour when men were coldest, darkest, and most inclined to believe the worst thing they had feared all night was now stepping softly toward them. Jasper heard the whistle first. Not birdsong, too sharp, too deliberate. He jerked awake on a bench in the tavern common room, with his neck stiff, one hand already closing around the hammer at his belt before his thoughts had caught up. Around him, bodies stirred from blankets and cloaks on the floor. Villagers who had not gone home at all, or had returned only to collect more water, more rope, more courage than sleep had given them. Someone knocked over a stool. A woman hissed for her son. Outside, another whistle answered the first from farther east. Then the chapel bell began to ring. Not for worship, for warning. Jasper was on his feet before the third peal. Lila came down the stairs from the upper rooms with her hair half braided and a knife in one hand as calmly as if she were coming to scold a late customer. "Well," she said, a little breathless, "that seems rude." He might have laughed any other day. Instead, he caught the steadiness in her face and felt his own settle around it. "They're moving on the old stones," he said. Sir Eldric came through the side door almost at once, already armoured in piecemeal plate and leather, as if he had never slept at all. Finn tumbled in after him, carrying a spear too long for his arms and an expression of offended panic. "West watchers saw faint movement on the road," Eldric said. "Real force went east. They know where the entrance lies." "Of course they do," Evelyn said from the hearth, rising from the chair where she had apparently spent the night fully dressed. She fastened her cloak at the throat with cool hands. "We have been leaking secrets like a rotten cask for weeks." Finn blinked at her. "You know, that's true, and still somehow unhelpful." Eldric ignored them both. His gaze landed on Jasper. "We go now. If they gain the chamber, they gain proof enough to claim more than this village." Jasper nodded. The old debate, whether to surrender the map, whether to hide, whether to bargain, had run out of time. Choice had narrowed into movement. He looked at Lila. "You stay where it's safe." She arched a brow. "And where exactly have you hidden that?" He opened his mouth, found nothing useful in it, and gave up. "Near the rear line then, with the runners." "Better," she said, and touched his wrist once before moving for the door. That brief pressure did more for him than sleep, prayer, or common sense. Outside, Dragon's End was already in motion. Men and women hurried through blue dark lanes carrying staves, farm blades, salvaged shields, buckets, cloth. Lamps bobbed low and yellow. Breath smoked. The ruined ribs of Jasper's forge stood black against the paling sky like broken teeth, and for one ugly moment the sight of them lit all his anger fresh again. Gideon, the men he had helped, the fire, the weeks of fear. The thought came hot and easy. Let them come close. Let one of them fall into his reach, and he would pay back every scorched beam in bone. Then Bartholomew, wrapped in 3 mismatched cloaks and carrying a bundle of spare torches, with the solemnity of a king bearing relics, nearly walked into a water trough. Finn caught him by the elbow, muttering, "If you break your neck now, I'll never hear the end of it from the dead." And the old man swatted at him without losing a torch. Jasper breathed out. Community, he reminded himself, not fury. People first. Always people first. They moved east in a rough knot through wet grass and low stone walls, the sky beginning to grey behind them. The collapsed sheep shed crouched on the rise ahead, its sagging roof and broken wall innocent enough at a distance. Not innocent now. Men in dark mail were already spreading around it, some at the entrance they had uncovered, others up the slope with bows. A rider sat back from the ruin, with a red scarf tied around one arm, and a polished helm that looked too fine for hired work. Command, then. Jasper dropped behind a wall with Eldric, Lila, Finn, Evelyn, and 6 others. The earth was cold under his palms. "How many?" he whispered. "Too many for elegance," said Evelyn, peering through the gap. "Useful, as ever," Finn whispered. Eldric studied the positions with the hard, stripped concentration of a man returning to an old language. "Their archers hold the rise. Cut them loose, and the rest bottleneck at the entrance, Jasper." There it was again. That turn toward him. Not because he was strongest or oldest, but because somehow people had begun expecting him to have a thought worth hearing. He looked at the slope, the walls, the men converging toward the opening beneath the shed. The old chamber below had only one proper descent and one narrow vent shaft they had found by accident the day before, half choked with roots and stone. Not enough for a man in armor, enough for smoke, enough for confusion. His mind caught, sparked, ran. "Finn," he said, "can you still throw like a menace?" Finn looked wounded. "That is the nearest thing to praise you've given me in years." "Take Mercer and the mill lads round north with the lamp oil and the damp straw sacks. Not to burn them." He pointed before Finn could interrupt. "Smoke them. Heap it under the lip by the vent shaft. Make the archers think the ground is fouled and force them off the rise." Finn's face changed. Fear remained, but purpose fitted over it neatly. "Smoke, not fire. I can manage not setting the entire countryside ablaze if no one startles me. That seems ambitious, but go." Finn grinned once, quick and strained, and went. "Lila," Jasper said, turning. "Run us to the back wall. If men come through the fold behind us, I want warning before they arrive chewing." Such a gift for comfort, she said. But she was already moving, gathering 2 girls and a shepherd boy, with a whistle around his neck. Eldric's eyes narrowed, not in objection, but assessment. "And you?" Jasper looked at the rider with the red scarf. "I think someone ought to be irritating." A beat passed. Then Eldric gave one sharp nod. "Do not be heroic. I'm offended you think I know how." They split. Jasper slid along the wall, keeping low, his hammer heavy at his belt, and a salvaged short blade in his hand. Wet grass soaked his boots. The first arrow hissed overhead and smacked into stone somewhere behind him. Shouting rose near the shed entrance. One of the enemy had gone below. 2 more followed. If they got into the chamber and saw what lay there, the sealed chests, the carved records, the old oath marks and succession tablets, then this stopped being rumor and became claim. A lord's claim, a pretender's claim, a war claim. Not treasure, he thought. Never just treasure. The rider saw movement and turned his horse. Jasper rose from cover just enough to be visible and called. "If you're here to inspect sheep, you're a season late." The man wheeled fully toward him. Even at a distance, Jasper could feel the irritation in that motion. Good. Irritation was useful. Men making clever plans disliked being laughed at. "You are Alden," the rider called. "On good days. I was told you were amusing. I make no promises under pressure." 3 men started toward him from the rider's flank. Jasper darted back behind the wall before the next arrow came, heart thudding now less from performance than from the fact that he had successfully attracted exactly the wrong kind of attention. A shout broke from the north side of the rise, then coughing, then confusion as a greasy plume of smoke belched up from the grass lip near the vent shaft and rolled hard across the archer's position. Finn had done it. Of course he had done it in the ugliest, most theatrical way possible. The smoke spread low and mean, making horses rear and men curse. 2 bowmen stumbled down the slope, rubbing their eyes. "Now," Eldric barked from somewhere to Jasper's left. Villagers surged from behind walls and scrub. Not soldiers, never that, but people defending the place where their dead were buried and their bread was baked. Staves cracked against shields. A butcher's hook dragged one man sideways off his footing. Someone hurled stones with terrifying village accuracy. Lila's whistle cut once from the rear, then twice. Flank secure. Jasper vaulted the wall and ran for the rider before he could regroup his men. He reached the horse's shoulder just as the animal sidestepped, wild-eyed from the smoke. The rider slashed downward. Jasper caught the blow badly on the short blade, the impact jolting up his arm like struck iron. He stumbled, swore, and brought the hammer up with his other hand. Not at the man's skull, tempting though his temper found it, but at the horse's bridle ring. Metal rang. The horse jerked its head high. The rider lost a breath of control, enough for Jasper to seize the dangling red scarf and yank. The man came half out of the saddle, boots scraping leather. Jasper hit him in the chest with both shoulders, and they went down together in wet grass and mud. The rider was stronger than he looked, and better trained than Jasper, by every law that ought to have mattered. They rolled hard. A gauntleted fist smashed Jasper's cheekbone bright with pain. Jasper jammed his forearm under the man's sword wrist, smelled leather, metal, horse sweat, and earth, and thought with detached irritation that this was a miserable way to die after so much useful worrying. Then someone struck the rider from behind. Not cleanly, desperately. The weight came off Jasper enough for him to wrench free and suck air. He scrambled up to see Gideon. For one absurd heartbeat, Jasper only stared. Gideon stood over the fallen rider, with a smith's bar in both hands, chest heaving, hair wild, face grey with sleeplessness, and something worse. He looked as if he had run straight through hell and found no time to wash before arriving. "I told you," Gideon said hoarsely, not looking at Jasper. "They brought more men through the lower track." The rider lunged to one knee, dagger flashing. Gideon swung again. The rider caught the bar on his arm guard and drove his shoulder into Gideon's middle. They crashed together. Jasper moved without thinking, slammed into the rider's side, and the three of them tangled in mud and torn grass while battle roared around them in fragments, shouting, coughing, hoofbeats, Lila's whistle, Eldric's voice, Finn somewhere screaming something that sounded suspiciously triumphant. The rider lost his dagger. Jasper saw it in the grass and went for it. The man's hand closed on Gideon's throat instead, driving him backward. Gideon made a horrible choking sound. There it was, the moment. Jasper had the dagger. The rider was exposed. Gideon was on his knees, eyes bulging, one hand clawing uselessly at the man's wrist. It would take nothing. One hard thrust under the ribs, one choice made in anger and necessity together. Maybe then the man died. Maybe Gideon too, if Jasper let him. Maybe he stood up afterward with vengeance finally paid in part. The forge, the lies, the humiliation, the months of feeling small and used. He could answer some of it right here. His hand tightened. Then he saw, absurdly and clearly, not the rider, but the village. Lila carrying water through smoke. Finn shaking and joking at once. Bartholomew with his torches. Mercer posting barrels by the lane. The black shell of the forge, and the hands that had helped sift it. If he chose rage now because rage felt honest, then rage became the thing steering him. Rage would kill one man, perhaps two, and leave the rest to fend as they might. People were still fighting. Men were still trying to force the entrance. The choice was not who deserved his anger. The choice was what protected the most lives. Jasper threw the dagger away. The rider blinked, startled even in violence. Gideon looked at him as if he had gone mad. "Are you witless?" Gideon rasped. "Frequently," Jasper said, and swung the hammer into the rider's elbow joint. Armor saved the bone, not the grip. The hand at Gideon's throat spasmed open. Jasper grabbed Gideon by the collar and hauled him backward through the mud. "Can you stand?" Gideon coughed, spat, and nodded once. Then stopped trying to die theatrically and listen. Jasper pointed at the shed, where two more enemy men were forcing down the entrance, while others rallied around them. "If they get below, we all lose. You know the lower vent line better than anyone but me." A strange expression crossed Gideon's face. Shock first, then shame, then something raw. "You're trusting me now." "I am too busy to hold a proper grudge," Jasper snapped. "Move." For one heartbeat, Gideon remained still. Then he seized the smith's bar again and ran. Jasper went with him. Around them, the fight had become ugly, close, and confused. Villagers were not winning by skill. They were winning by stubbornness and terrain, and the fact that no one had informed them they were meant to give up. Finn had somehow acquired a round shield nearly the size of a cartwheel, and was using it to shove two coughing archers downhill while shouting, "I am unexpectedly formidable." Mercer, of all people, was beating at a man's hand with a mallet, as if correcting a badly built gate. Evelyn stood on the broken wall in travel-stained green, skirt hitched clear of her boots, directing two farmhands with the cold authority of someone born to command men who resented taking orders from her and obeyed anyway. And Eldric was at the entrance itself, holding it with 3 others against a press of mail and blades, old as winter and twice as hard. Jasper and Gideon cut toward him through the side fold. At the lip of the rise, where the old vent shaft angled down beneath roots and stone, Gideon dropped to his knees and ripped away the loose cover they had hidden the day before. "It opens above the second landing," he said. His voice still rasped. "Narrow, but if we break the support stones, the stair chokes." Gideon looked at him. "And traps anyone below, including whoever had already gone down, including perhaps men who might surrender if allowed, including," Jasper realized with a hollow turn in his gut, one possible answer to the whole fight. Collapse the passage, seal the records, deny everyone, save the village now by burying the truth again. Eldric had warned him often enough what power did in the wrong hands. Evelyn would likely call it practical. But that old chamber was more than leverage. It was proof that the village had once mattered, that Dragon's End had been entrusted with something larger than itself. If he buried it to save the day, then he chose fear as thoroughly as any lord who had hidden it in the first place. "No," Jasper said. Gideon stared. "No, we choke the stair, not seal the chamber. Stones only enough to jam the descent." He snatched a fallen pry bar from the ground. "Help me." Something in Gideon's face eased. Not absolution, not yet, but the first uncertain shape of a man being told he could still be useful without becoming a grave. Together they levered at the old support stones. The shaft groaned. Earth sifted down. One block gave, then another, slamming into the stair below with a deep cracking boom. Shouts erupted from beneath the shed as the descent jammed. Men already inside cursed and scrambled back. One came up bloodied and empty-handed, only to meet Eldric's shield and be thrown aside. "Push!" Eldric roared. The word tore through the villagers like a spark through dry straw. Jasper did not know later who moved first. Only that suddenly the line surged. Finn slammed his stolen shield into an archer's chest and sent him sprawling. Lila, God help and bless her, appeared at Jasper's right with a staff in both hands and struck a swordsman smartly behind the knee before he could reach a wounded baker. Evelyn's voice cut across the slope with ruthless precision. "Take the horse, not the rider, the horse!" Someone did, and the enemy flank buckled. The rider with the red scarf staggered up again through the smoke and mud, visor gone, face hard and pale with disbelief. "You damn villagers," he said. "Yes," Jasper said, breathing hard. "We've had that printed on our banner." The man drew a second blade. Jasper stepped forward before Gideon could, before Eldric could. He was tired of being moved around his own life by men who thought rank made them inevitable. "You can still leave," he said. The rider actually laughed. "Leave empty-handed. Do you know what lies below?" "Enough to know you shouldn't have it. And who should? A blacksmith? A tavern girl? Mudfoot peasants with sticks?" Jasper heard the insult land around him like flint on steel. He also saw the exhaustion in his own people. If this turned into one more desperate push, more of them would bleed for one arrogant fool's certainty. So he lifted his voice instead. "No," he said, loud enough for villagers and hired men alike. "Not one blacksmith, not one knight, not one lady with a family to save, and not one bitter idiot with a talent for bad choices." "Oi," Gideon muttered. Jasper did not look at him. It belongs to the people willing to keep each other alive long enough to guard it. Silence hit in odd pieces between the sounds of battle. He pointed his hammer at the red-scarfed rider. You came for a claim, a document, a buried right some lord can wave over our heads while we starve and call it order. You can kill me if you like. You can kill him." He nodded toward Eldric. "You can perhaps kill half of us if your luck holds and our aim worsens. But you do not leave with what is below, because none of us is standing aside for you to trample the rest." He turned then, not to the enemy but to his own people, and in that turn something inside him shifted fully into place. "I won't trade one of you for my pride," he said. "I won't burn the truth because I'm frightened of what men might do with it. And I won't let hatred decide for me when we have done all this to remain ourselves. Hold together, that's all. Hold together, and they break first." For a heartbeat no one moved. Then Finn raised the absurd shield and shouted, "That was annoyingly inspiring." Mercer barked a laugh. Lila's eyes flashed bright even through soot and fear. Eldric struck his sword on his shield once, hard enough to ring across the stones. Evelyn, of all people, gave Jasper a brief, astonished smile before drawing her knife and stepping into line. Gideon came to Jasper's side without a word. The rider looked around and saw it. Not soldiers, not rabble, but a village deciding itself. His certainty faltered. That was all it took. Eldric advanced. The villagers advanced with him. The hired men, paid for easier work than dying in wet grass for an unfinished secret, began to give ground. One broke first, then another. The horse bolted riderless down the slope. The red-scarfed leader cursed, slashed once at the air as if he could cut resolve itself, and called retreat. It came ragged, reluctant, and then all at once. They fled east in knots and stumbling pairs, dragging their wounded, abandoning a shield, a bow, one broken spear, and whatever hope they had brought of easy victory. No one cheered immediately. Everyone was too busy breathing, counting, checking who still stood. Jasper stayed where he was, hammer hanging loose in his hand, chest heaving, the dawn finally breaking pale over the rise. Smoke drifted low across the old stones. Beneath his boots the earth still hid its older heart. Lila reached him first. She looked him over once, brisk and searching, as if inventorying damage on a valuable cask, then touched his face where the bruise was swelling. "You look dreadful," she said softly. "I was hoping for heroic ruin. This is more battered turnip." He laughed then, helplessly, because of course she would say that, and because he was still alive to hear it. Around them, villagers began to gather, not crowding, not ceremonially, simply orienting toward him with the practical instinct that had been building all these hard weeks. Mercer asked where to post the next watch. The baker wanted to know whether the entrance should be barred. A shepherd lad looked to Jasper before speaking to Eldric. Even Finn, flushed and wild-eyed with surviving, came skidding over and said, "I should like it noted that I was magnificent, but also, where do you want me? Where do you want me?" Jasper looked at their faces, frightened, muddy, bruised, stubborn, hopeful despite all reason, and understood with a strange, humbling clarity that leadership was not a glorious height after all. It was this: being looked at when things mattered, being trusted before feeling ready, choosing with other people's safety in your hands and doing it anyway. He swallowed. "First," he said, "someone take Finn before he starts describing himself in song." "I had 3 verses already," Finn said. "Burn them." A ripple of laughter went through the exhausted group, thin but real. Then Jasper sobered and looked to Eldric, to Evelyn, to Gideon standing a little apart with his bar lowered and his expression unreadable. "We hold the chamber," Jasper said. "No one goes below alone. We tend the wounded, count who's missing, and set double watch on every approach. Whatever lies under these stones is larger than this morning, and whoever sent them will not be pleased. So we keep each other standing. Eldric met his gaze for a long moment. The old knight's face was tired, lined, and blood-spattered at one sleeve. Pride showed there anyway, quiet and unmistakable. "As you say," he said. The words landed more heavily than any crown. Jasper looked once more over Dragon's End, his village, though he had finally learned it was never his alone, and felt beneath the ache and fear and unfinished danger the first solid shape of victory. Not revenge, not glory. Something better. Something built to last. Chapter 25. A Forge Rebuilt. 3 days after the fighting at Dragon's End, the forge stopped looking like a grave and began, very cautiously, to resemble an argument against one. Jasper stood in the yard with a timber on his shoulder and watched half the village ignore his repeated and entirely sensible instruction to leave the heavy lifting to people with better backs. The morning had broken cold and clear after a week of smoke, rain, and fear. Sunlight lay over the lane in pale bands, catching on damp thatch and wagon ruts and the lifted breath of men at work. The broken shell of the forge still smelled of char and wet ash if he got too near the old wall, but now that scent was threaded with fresh-cut wood, hot pitch, and iron beginning to ring again. It sounded better than Pity had. "You are not carrying that right," Lila said. Jasper adjusted his grip without looking at her. "I am carrying it in a bold and inventive style. You are carrying it like a man determined to let everyone know he was struck on the head too often during the heroics. I was not struck on the head." Finn, perched on the surviving stone ledge with a basket of nails in his lap, looked up. Emotionally, perhaps. Jasper snorted despite himself. It still surprised him sometimes that laughter could return before everything hurt less. It arrived awkwardly these days, like a guest uncertain of welcome. But once it came, it made room. Lila stepped into his path and put both hands on the beam. Her sleeves were rolled to the elbow, her braid had escaped itself in 3 places, and there was a streak of soot on one cheek that had no business making his chest feel unsteady. "Trade me," she said. "No. Jasper. I'm trying to appear useful in front of my own ruined workplace." "It is no longer ruined," she said, and her voice lost the teasing edge. "And you do not need to audition for it." That, unfortunately, was the sort of thing she said now, with distressing accuracy and very little mercy. He let out a breath and shifted the timber toward Toman and Mercer, who took the weight with matching expressions of long-suffering patience. Jasper flexed his fingers. The skin across his knuckles had split again from work and from the fight before it. The cuts half healed, dark at the edges with forge grime that no amount of scrubbing ever truly conquered. Lila eyed his hands. "There, better. Thank you for rescuing me from wood. It's one of my specialties." He smiled at her, small and helpless and probably too honest, and saw her mouth soften before she turned away to direct 2 boys carrying roof shingles twice as carefully as they wished to be seen doing. That was how the rebuilding had gone since dawn on the first morning. Every time Jasper looked up, somebody was already doing the thing he had meant to do alone. At first, he had disliked it on principle. Then Bartholomew had arrived with a stool under one arm and a sack of salvaged hinges under the other, settled himself in the yard like a stork claiming a marsh, and announced, "A forge is a hungry heart, boy. Let people feed it." After that, resistance had begun to feel both foolish and exhausting. Now old Marta, from the south lane, was mending canvas to hang across the open side until the new doors were fitted. The miller's sons were hauling stone. Finn was counting nails, losing count, counting again, and pretending this was a sophisticated engineering method. 2 women from the tannery had brought water and bread and opinions. Even men who had once listened to Gideon's mutters with too much interest were here with mallets and saws, sweating under the same roofline. Not roof, Jasper corrected himself. Near future roof. Presently optimistic ribs. Sir Eldric emerged from inside carrying a bent iron bracket, turning it in his hand as if it had personally disappointed him. The old knight moved slower than he had before the attack. A stiffness set deep in one side after the fighting beneath the old stones, but he carried his age now with less concealment. There was blood in the bandage under his sleeve, though he ignored it with practiced contempt. "This can be straightened," Eldric said. Jasper took the bracket. "It can if you stop glaring at it and let a smith touch it. I have seen your recent habit of overexertion. I may be protecting the metal." "Good," Finn said. "If the bracket survives the exchange, perhaps we can appoint it reeve." Eldric gave him a look so dry it might have seasoned timber. Finn looked delighted. Jasper turned the iron in his hands. It had once held the rack over the side wall, where he had kept tongs, punches, and spare bars. He knew the curve of it by memory. He could have found it blind in a heap of scrap before the fire. Now it was blackened and warped, but not ruined. He ran his thumb over the edge and felt, unexpectedly, not grief, but recognition. "All right," he said. "It stays." "Wise," Bartholomew called from his stool. "A place rebuilt too clean forgets what it survived." By noon the frame was up enough to throw a patchwork of shade over the packed earth floor. Jasper stepped into it and stopped. The anvil stood where they had reset it the day before, cleaned but still scarred. Beside it, on a temporary bench, lay the tools villagers had helped salvage and restore. 3 good hammers, one with a cracked haft wrapped for now in leather. Tongs of uneven size, chisels, a punch set missing the smallest point, a vice that stuck unless cursed at firmly. Not what he had before. Not enough for comfort. Enough for a beginning. His forge. Not because the space belonged to him alone, because it had come back with everyone's hands on it. He heard footsteps behind him and knew before he turned who it was by the cautious weight of them. Gideon stood at the threshold, not crossing into the shade. He looked worse than Jasper remembered, and better than he deserved, which was perhaps the fairest possible summary. The left side of his face was yellowing under a bruise from the final fight. One arm was bound in a sling. His beard had grown in ragged, as if shame and exhaustion had both made shaving seem ambitious. He wore plain working clothes with no apron, no tools at his belt, no visible claim to anything. Conversation thinned in the yard but did not stop. People had become very skilled these last days at seeming occupied while listening with the concentration of spies. Gideon's gaze flicked over the reset anvil, the rafters, the salvaged bracket in Jasper's hand. His mouth tightened. "I heard you were rebuilding," he said. Jasper leaned the bracket on the bench. "That is the general impression, yes." Gideon accepted the jab without reaction. That unsettled Jasper more than anger would have. For a moment, neither man spoke. The old rivalry lived in the silence by habit, but it no longer knew what shape to take. Gideon looked past him to the coal bed, not yet relit. "I did not come to argue." "Then today may be full of novelties." A faint, bitter breath of laughter escaped Gideon. "Still talking. It's one of my worst traits. No, Gideon swallowed. No, I think I had worse. Jasper said nothing. He had offered mercy at Dragon's End because it had been the right thing, and because he had been too tired of ashes to choose more of them. That had not transformed what lay between them into something easy. It had only kept it from becoming final. Gideon shifted his weight. Mercer says the council hasn't decided what to do with me. Mercer says many things with great importance. I'm serious. So am I. The bruise in Gideon's cheek darkened as his jaw worked. I know what I did. That stirred heat in Jasper before he could help it. The memory came back in pieces too quick and sharp. The fire eating the roof, the wreck of his tools, the nights after, standing in the stink of loss trying not to fold in half from it. Then Gideon in the chamber below the old stones, frightened and furious, and still somehow half a boy under all that damage. Then the final chaos, Gideon turning against the men who had used him, not nobly, not cleanly, but in time to matter. Jasper let the anger move through and settle where it could be borne. I know you know, he said. Gideon looked at him then, really looked, and some of the old defensiveness faltered. I can't mend all of it. No. I may not be allowed to stay. A dozen answers presented themselves, several satisfying and one useful. Jasper chose the last. That may depend, he said, on whether you mean to spend the rest of your life waiting for judgment or doing something to deserve one. Gideon blinked. You sound older than you should. It's been an irritating month. From the yard, Finn coughed theatrically into his fist. A stirring speech. If anyone else seeks redemption, kindly form an orderly line. Lila told him to hush without looking around. Gideon's eyes closed briefly, as if gratitude embarrassed him more than hostility. I brought something. With his good hand he set a wrapped bundle on the bench. Jasper unfolded the cloth. Inside lay 2 punches, a small fuller, and a pair of tongs with a repaired hinge. His own, stolen in the confusion after the fire, or picked from wreckage. Jasper had thought lost. One tong jaw still bore the notch he had made years ago, by dropping it while trying to flirt and work at the same time, a failed economy. Found them in a shed behind the West Lane, Gideon said. Some of the hired men had stashed whatever looked worth carrying, I thought. He stopped, tried again. They're yours. Jasper touched the fuller and felt something inside him ease by a degree so small nobody else would have noticed. Thank you, he said. Gideon nodded once, too abruptly. If they let me remain, I'll work where I'm told. Your yard, the mill, mucking ditches, I don't care. You probably care. I don't get to be proud and surprised at consequences. No, Jasper said again, more gently. You don't. Gideon gave a short, humorless smile. That almost sounds like hope. Dangerous habit. I'm trying it out. They stood in it awkwardly for a moment. Not forgiveness complete. Not friendship. Something narrower and more difficult. The refusal to shut a door entirely. At last Jasper picked up the restored tongs and offered them across. Gideon frowned. What? Take them to the quench barrel. The hinge is too tight. If you came only to brood in my doorway, I've already got one of those and he's older. Eldric, from the yard, said, I heard that. Gideon stared, then took the tongs. It was not absolution. It was work. In Dragon's End, that counted. By afternoon, the village had begun to behave as if survival were not a temporary arrangement. The tavern reopened its front benches. Children were shouted away from the cart barricades and promptly turned them into games anyway. A cooper brought 2 bent hoops to Jasper and asked, with careful casualness, when the forge would be taking proper orders again. Marta wanted latch hooks. The chapel needed a new bracket for the bell rope. Somebody had already put his name into an argument about winter plowshares. It made Jasper absurdly happy. He was fitting the salvaged bracket to the wall when Evelyn Bright arrived to take her leave. She came up the lane with one servant, one horse, and the kind of composure that looked more polished for being faintly cracked at the edges. Her cloak was travel-stained now, her gloves mended, her braid simpler than when she had first ridden into the village. The change suited her. Or perhaps Jasper had merely learned to see the person inside the manors. Lila, carrying a ledger and a basket of bread at once because she had apparently decided mortality did not apply to her, slowed beside him. Your noble adversary appears determined to look elegant in mud. It's a useful talent, Jasper said. I've relied mostly on soot. Evelyn reached them and inclined her head. Master Alden, Mistress Thorne. Lady Bright, Lila said. Still alive then, Jasper said. How disappointing for your enemies, and on difficult mornings, for my creditors. Evelyn's mouth moved almost into a smile. Then her gaze shifted past him to the rebuilt frame of the forge. Something warmer touched her expression. This is good work. It is mostly everyone else's work, Jasper said. That is often the best kind. She drew a folded packet from her satchel and held it out. Copies of the markings we found beneath the old stones, and my notes on the seals near the inner chamber. You may make more sense of them than I did. Jasper took the packet carefully. You're giving these up very freely for someone who tried to outmaneuver me for weeks. I am not giving them up. Her eyes cooled with familiar precision. I am sharing them because whatever Dragon's End once guarded, it is not finished with us, and I prefer not to be the only person in the kingdom asking the right questions. That landed between them, with the weight of a stone dropped into deep water. He lowered his voice. You think others know more than they showed. I think someone made a deliberate ruin of the truth long before any of us were born. Evelyn glanced toward Eldric, who was speaking with Mercer over a stack of beam offcuts. And I think our honourable knight knows exactly how much of that ruin still serves the crown. Lila's brows lifted. Jasper felt the packet become heavier in his hand. Will you pursue it? He asked. Evelyn looked down the road east, where the world widened toward estates, garrisons, old loyalties, and newer hungers. I must. My house is not restored because one village survived a raid and a buried chamber yielded half a history. But I owe this place a debt. More annoyingly, I owe you respect. I'll treasure it. I assume it's portable. It is also revocable. That was more like her. She turned to Lila. He will need reminding, from time to time, that cleverness is not the same as judgment. Lila smiled sweetly. I consider it a lifelong commitment. Evelyn dipped her head, as if acknowledging an equal in a field she would not contest. Then she looked back to Jasper, and for one unguarded instant, the ambition in her face showed beside the weariness, the pride beside the fear. Understandable, human, not so different from his own, if dressed better. When next we meet, she said, try to have fewer walls on fire. No promises, I attract drama. So I noticed. She mounted and rode out not as an enemy defeated or a friend secured, but as something more useful and more dangerous than either. An ally whose road ran parallel for now. Jasper watched until the bend of the lane swallowed horse and cloak. Do you trust her? Lila asked. No, he said. Good. But I'm glad she was here. Lila nudged his shoulder with hers. Also good. Toward evening, when the workers thinned and the light turned the new timber amber, Eldric found Jasper alone inside the forge. The old knight ducked under the crossbeam and stood a moment in the half-finished space, eyes moving over the walls, the bench, The anvil reset at the center, like a promise made solid. "You kept the scarred stones," Eldric said. "Bartholomew threatened poetry if I didn't. A credible danger." Jasper laid down the rasp he had been using on a tool haft. "You're leaving soon." It was not a question. Eldric's horse had been reshod. His gear was packed with the efficiency of a man who never fully unpacked in the first place. "Yes." The answer settled cold and expected in equal measure. Jasper leaned back against the bench. "You're not going to tell me everything." "No." "Remarkably direct of you." Eldric's expression did not change, but something in it softened around the eyes. "You have earned truth. Not all truth is mine to spend." Jasper should have found that infuriating. Some part of him still did. A larger part had finally learned the shape of the world well enough to know that secrets did not become harmless because one good man was tired of carrying them. "What can you tell me?" he asked. Eldric came farther in and rested a gauntleted hand on the anvil. Dragon's End was never merely a cache of wealth. You know that now. It was one point in an older chain. Storehouses, refuges, records, places made to preserve a line of authority if war cut the kingdom apart. "Succession," Jasper said quietly. "In part. And someone buried the story." "Yes. For the crown?" Eldric looked at him for a long moment. "For a crown," he said at last. Jasper felt his pulse shift. Not the king, then. Or not only him. The distinction mattered in precisely the way he did not yet understand. "How many places like ours?" he asked. "I do not know." That, more than anything, convinced him the answer was true. Outside, a hammer rang on wood. Someone laughed. A dog barked at nothing worthy of the effort. Jasper looked around the forge and thought of the chamber beneath the old stones, of marks hidden in hinges and cart fittings, of dead men carrying orders sealed in wax, of legends broken on purpose and patched into harmless shapes. The village had survived. The threat at their door had been turned aside, but the road ahead had not shortened. It had only become visible. "That larger war you kept smelling before the rest of us did," Jasper said. "It's coming." "It is already here," Eldric replied. "Only unevenly." Jasper let that sit. Then, because he was himself, and because solemnity unattended tended to breed mold, he said, "You might have opened with that months ago. Could have saved me considerable trouble. You would not have listened." "That is unfairly accurate." A ghost of amusement touched the old knight's mouth. It made him look suddenly, painfully older and kinder at once. "You listened in the end," Eldric said. "That matters more." He reached into his cloak and drew out a small wrapped object. Jasper took it and unfolded the cloth. Inside lay a narrow piece of worked steel, dark with age, stamped with the half-circle hooked sigil they had followed all this way. Not a weapon, not a coin, a key perhaps, or one part of a locking mechanism too specialized to guess at. "It was not in the chamber records," Eldric said. "It was in my keeping long before. I had thought to carry it elsewhere. I no longer think hiding everything from you is wisdom." Jasper stared down at it. "Do you know what it opens?" "No." "Comforting. You are alive. Do not grow spoiled." Jasper closed his fingers around the piece of steel. "Will I see you again?" Eldric's gaze went to the doorway, to the lane beyond, to whatever roads old soldiers measure against debt and duty. "If fortune is merciful," he said, "or if it is not," which was very nearly tenderness in his language. They clasped forearms once, hard. Then Eldric left him to the dusk and the smell of fresh timber and banked coal. When Lila came in, the forge had gone blue with evening. The others were gone. Finn had at last been dragged home, or had wandered there under protest. Outside, somewhere down the lane, voices drifted from the reopened tavern, softer now, ordinary enough to feel miraculous. Lila paused just inside the doorway and looked around. The new rafters held. The temporary canvas stirred at one side in the cooling breeze. The anvil sat ready. Tools waited on the bench. The fire in the hearth was only a low glow tonight, not full work, but it lived. Jasper stood beside it with Eldric's piece of old steel in one hand and soot on his shirt and a ridiculous fullness in his chest that he could not have disguised if he'd tried. "Well," Lila said quietly, "there it is." He glanced at her. "What?" The face of a man pretending he isn't sentimental. "I am never sentimental. I am occasionally handsome in difficult lighting." She came to stand beside him. Their shoulders touched, familiar as breathing now, and somehow still enough to make him aware of every inch of himself. Together, they looked over the forge. Not perfect, not finished, not what had been, better, in ways he would once have been too proud or too frightened to want. "It's strange," he said after a moment. "I thought if I ever got this place back, it would feel like proving something, and instead—" He looked at the bench Marta had sanded smooth, the hinges Bartholomew had sorted, the beams Toman and Mercer had raised, the canvas Lila had stitched, the tools Gideon had returned, the plan still folded in his pocket from a noblewoman who had chosen, for now, not to stand apart. He thought of Finn's jokes in the dark and Eldric's half-truths and the village at his door with orders already waiting. "Instead it feels," he said slowly, "like I was an idiot for ever believing it was only mine." Lila turned to him then, smiling with that open certainty that had been rescuing him from himself for half his life. "Progress," she said. He laughed, low and tired and real. "Cruel woman. Hopeless man." He slipped the old steel piece into his pocket and took her hand. No flourish, no audience. Just warmth meeting warmth in the center of the place that had broken him and been rebuilt around him. Outside, the village moved toward night carrying scars, gossip, bread, grief, and tomorrow. Inside, the forge waited. Jasper looked at the banked fire, at the tools, at the woman beside him, and then toward the dark beyond the doorway where roads led outward into mysteries not yet solved. Let them come. He had work to do.